man a hero. Your team is banning. The enemy is picking.
I am more
Please
than
pick
a
hero.
weapon.
Time to drop the beat of the flash. I am the flare that's gonna light up the
enemy
entire
is picking.
star. Do you want to make friends with Nana?
Oh, I was talking the whole time. I'm so sorry, guys. I was
Ready,
muted.
Go!
Your team is picking.
Oh, I was talking the whole time. I'm so sorry, guys. Bro, I was muted. Saliva has been wasted. Jeez. No more saliva. Okay. Hello, Ange. Wobbly. Platform. Hello.
Gaze
Dre
the
Dre.
stars and seek your path.
We're probably gonna play like 2 games and then watch the M6. Who's
I have
VMS?
arrived. The dimension.
Are
of
those guys from
chemistry.
Homeboys? The VMS squad? Solo today, yeah. Don't really want to play with anyone.
Welcome to the land
Unless
of
it's
God.
Cyclone, then yeah. Or Batty. Batty. Okay, Lancelot pick. Yeah, it's gonna be on the short stream, guys. The stream lives. Fans.
My pleasure.
Your team is picking.
So good. Brownies from, I think this is from Costco. You can get it, no need to spend.
Muscle of iron, bones of steel.
And they do have a Kai. I don't really like her composition. It's so bad. Though we got burst though, we have a lot of poke too. But seeing this Gusion with Petrify, I feel like this is auto lose. What do you think? Can I get enough XP in M6 event to get Cloud Prime free? We need to spend money. Nah, you can get it for free. No need to spend money. I don't get why people spend money over a game, like, doesn't make sense. It's not like you're getting anything from it that benefits you. The owner of this game, yeah,
5 seconds till the
they'll
enemy
get tons of money, bro, like millions.
smash them.
There's like 7 billion of us here.
The weather's looking flashing.
Looking flash. Solo queue, yep, I am. Thanks for joining in, guys. Make sure to hit that like if you guys haven't already. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I have the pass. What kind of pass we talking about?
Never
What kind of pass, sir? You ask black guy or something? Kidding. Hey yo, help me out. Please? No, get lethal first. What are you on? What I'm talking about.
Just as good.
I think we can kill Layla, but it seems like
Terror of the
we
black.
got Flicker. Actually,
Custodian of
does.
all Leonan's future
I'm just
and
go ahead
joy.
top lane.
Lightning strike incoming.
Damn.
Please don't tell on me.
Oh, she took it. Took it down. Wasn't really expecting that damage coming from Joy's ult. That was a lot of damage, huh?
Launch attack. Understood.
I am the Proceed here.
You can actually fight them. Yeah, Joy is one of my main hero. That's why I'm kind of like good at it. I'm actually bad. Dang! You guys saw that? Pretty good, huh?
That's it.
Bro, I'm so aggressive. Like,
But now,
what is going on? I think I gotta rush going for Blood Wings. That would help me a lot, to be honest. Yeah, second item, let's go for it. I'm literally all over the map, bro.
here.
Crazy. Haven't taken my
A blessed Leonin will
red
be
buff.
the
It's been
blessing
sitting
upon
there for,
Leonin.
it's been 2 minutes. So Nana don't really have any passive, right? I mean, I should have timed that out. Maybe like in 2 minutes. No, not 2 minutes. Too long. Dry, hello. Dry and Dre. You guys trying to get the Chao skin? Or Karina skin? KOF? Playing safe is wild. I'll just go turtle right now. Turtle up. This Louis is actually pretty good. Knows how to zone out. Nice.
Please don't tell on me.
Should be over now.
I have always
But we
been
could
naughty one.
literally try to
This
kill
has
this
been
guy.
fun.
I'll wait for my ult.
Not a cake, just as good. Ow! We need first aid here.
That's why I find solo kill a lot easier than on trio or duo. Hello, gentlemen. Hello, sir.
They will soon learn the lightning flash incoming.
Karina's right there. I feel like going top lane. I might try to push.
I could use some
Okay, no vengeance. Oh my goodness. Actually, how could you die?
Annoy the kitty, and you get a tiger.
Dang.
Love makes the thing.
I'll just take blue
I will always remember.
or push mid. The towers for now. Lost bottom tower though. Layla. They're still going at it for a reason. Okay, just probably.
Oh no! There's no stopping joy.
That's how it's done, guys. You know, play aggressive. At this point, I should be going for towers now, trying to help my team out instead of just farming up.
We own an exclusive?
Okay, he want to go for turtle then. Okay, they probably don't know the 8 minutes mark. They don't know about it. Ni hao. I'm not Chinese.
Love
Am I Chinese?
I will always remember.
It is him. It is. Kill this guy. If this guy shows up, she's dead.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Alright, no flicker now. Pull up top lane.
Blessed Leonin will be the blessing
Yeah,
upon
let's go top.
Leonins.
I don't know where's that Kai though. She's so squishy. Like one tap, one hit, she's dead. You're not him. Show build? I don't really do that. So I'm kidding. Yeah, you guys can have it.
I,
Yes,
Joy,
Ring.
am no longer a prey.
Look at my damage. That was just my first skill. Not even my ultimate. Pull up in the dragon. We got 33 seconds. Looks like it does.
Never miss a beat.
Yeah, I'll just do dragon. My team can just do their own thing. But we gotta go for Winter Crown just in case.
Lightning flash incoming. You did know you were in a puddle, right? The custodian of all Leonin's future and joy.
Hello, can we just fight them?
I could use some cupcakes now.
Under attack.
Oh my goodness. Bro, this is 1 versus 9.
Da-da-ha!
What am I supposed to do with this?
Let's get moving.
And why God Kai is so squishy? I don't know. They got Layla late game. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Sometimes curiosity feeds the cat.
Alright. But caught in 4K.
Annoy the kitty, and you get a tiger.
Launch attack.
I'm literally doing everything I could right now just to win this game. Push mid. You'll get a tower at least.
They will soon learn the short-tailed Leonin isn't
Be able to.
a feat.
Now we could try to switch items. No, I don't have enough gold. But that was good though. I tried. If they could kill that guy, then we win. Oh my goodness. He would go in the worst time ever. Crazy. Boom! Okay, that was good. Nice. Who's Alex? No idea. I don't know why this guy's using the sniper instead of the rifle one. Oh, he doesn't have a house class, that's why. Okay. You gotta fight them now. I literally said I have no retribution. Like, why keep attacking dragon?
I have always been the naughty one, but at least it's fun. He didn't seem very smart.
It's gonna go mid.
Tapping
Since
your
God,
foot now?
Akash is not really doing anything. He just jump in at the same time as dragon.
He's dizzy now.
Okay, that was good. There we go. We won. Nice. Should be over now. We got Gushin. Nice. Could have just towered luck. Come on, guys. Good game. Yeah, we're gonna watch BTK. Don't worry, guys.
Victory!
Have you tried Sky Piercer before we join? No, I have not. I don't think it works. Need more snack. Okay, let me get Ken if he wants to come or not. Kenny, nice. Okay, play one more game and then we'll watch BTK. It's 1:57 AM. Still got time. You're lost? Who, Alex? BTK been taking some big L lately. Well, it is what it is. I like your lips. Hey, yo, relax in that 80. Put the relax. Relax. Oh my god, hey yo. Bro, all of you guys said hey yo at the same time. What the heck? Yeah, they're gonna pay in like 2 minutes. I'm from Indonesia. Nice.
Please ban
What brings you
Akira.
here? I'm just kidding. Okay, don't tell me it's because of my lips. Oh my goodness. Should Zane retire and become BTK coach? Don't worry guys, one day I'll make history. Mark my words. I'll try to get back to this game. Don't worry. Same Rylles back. Oh, Hayabusa is open. Nice. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Vlog. Banjoy.
Hayabusa.
Okay.
Sanjo.
Please pick a hero.
I'll just go Joy into that.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Joy against Hayabusa. Kinda counters me. But hopefully this guy don't know how to play Hayabusa. I mean, it's not like I don't know how to counter that.
That breaks through the darkness.
A Haya main, so it should be good.
Fight! Fight for the ultimate answer.
Hello, Rylles. Hello, Irene.
Do you want to make friends with Nana?
Or
Your team
how do you pronounce your name? Irene? It's Irene. Or Irene. I can't talk to stranger.
Come and join me in my dream world.
Bro, we don't have a tank. Oh my goodness.
Love and hope are the two greatest inventions.
This is not looking good.
Power of Pegasus.
Yeah, I'll try to carry this guys out. I'm with Ken though. Fine. Do you think Paquito is a good hero right now? Right now. Paquito. Well, it depends on the player, man. But I think it could work, but it really depends on the player. It's not about the hero itself. It's the one who's using it, I would say. Most teams have already mastered Zane playstyle. Yeah. He's like very objective guy, you know. And he would always do team fight, which is 5-man. Yeah, 5-man. None of those really matters, cause like if the enemy goes for split push, you can't really do 5v5, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'll get some snack. There's nothing for lunch at home. Alright, once. Tagger, what? Category. Of insulting. Oh. Guess not.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Category. Put it in category of insulting.
The weather's looking.
Okay, focus for now. Focus. Was there a tank? Is that a Badang mid? I said Rylles, huh?
They will soon learn the short-tailed Leonin isn't as cute as it seems.
Thank you guys for coming. Appreciate it.
No
You can help me out with this.
Leonin exclusive? No? Wanna dance?
Bro, I don't know. This guy know how to play Benedetta. No, I don't see it. Shadow is creepy.
Tapping your foot now.
Gather up the turtle. Has been slain. Request backup. Request backup. Attack the turtle.
I could use some cupcakes now.
Gather up the turtle.
That's it.
I'm actually so focused. Focus, focus, focus. Yeah, I'm not trying to lose, guys.
You wanna dance?
Like, I'm literally using my joy.
Slain the turtle.
Joy to the world, Lord.
I am the flash.
Bro, what is that flicker, bro? No way she got flicker again. It's like the second time.
Launch attack.
Cardiac arrest condition.
Launch attack.
I am the flash. Dizzy now.
Maybe we can take blue.
Whoopsie. Please don't tell on me.
Understood.
That's it.
You got it. Connection is the key, bro.
A blessed Leonin will be the blessing upon lightning flash incoming.
Too personal. Nana don't have passive, no? Yeah, Nana don't have passive.
Tapping your foot now.
Layla kinda hurts now.
You wanna dance?
This might be dead.
Lightning flash incoming.
It's toying them around, bro.
There's no stopping joy. She's dizzy now.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Exclusive? No?
Your team destroyed the turret.
Bro, like, what is this, bro? I'm just too good at this game. Just kidding.
You wanna dance?
What is actually going on?
I am the flash.
Oh, he got me. Took it down. That's okay. He got me. Hit that like, guys, if you guys haven't. If you guys haven't liked and subscribed already, I would really appreciate it so much if you guys do so. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Corona, man. Ken slowly, what up?
Never gonna stop here.
Our turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
We need first aid here.
To go for Dragon. You got a lot of viewers from last night? Yeah. I know. It's okay though.
Having your foot down.
Last night we had a lot of viewers. And the game just started, the BTK, so.
He didn't seem very smart. Not a cake, but just as good.
Not a cake. Bro, how did that get me?
Not done yet.
Oh my goodness. What a tough game, bro. What a actually tough game right there. Fortunate. It's okay though. You're high? 14-2-2 is crazy though. Bro, World Cup and choose violence. They need to nerf Joy ASAP? Yeah, they really have to. Layla didn't even die. Nice. You're over now.
I am the
Pull up on the buff.
I never miss a beat.
Rylles and LG? Definitely, bro. Yep. Not going anywhere. LG all day, no matter what. You petrify. No way. Oh my goodness. Can't imagine it just happened. Yeah,
The beat is up.
Initiate retreat.
Wency. Imagine. Good thing I did not do that.
You dizzy now? Sometimes curiosity feeds the cat. Lightning strikes incoming. Cardiac arrest condition.
Now we gotta go for Dragon now. That Layla always have that flicker. It's so annoying. got 17 kills, bro.
You were in a puddle, right?
That's over. We won. Alright, time to watch a BTK. Let's go. No more rank games. One. How do I turn it off? Capture. Okay, I'm so excited to watch this. Live. Guys, go. Let's go. Which one?
BTK decides that no, they're not.
Okay.
They're not stopping that fight. They're just proceeding with it, and caught Team Vamos off guard, especially as both Zia and White
Let's see who's
Chicken,
gonna
they were
win.
there, they were ready. Even Sorn, I feel, just weren't really able to expect all of that pressure, and he couldn't just go. Expect all of that pressure, and he couldn't just
Okay,
go back
so
in and use the Curse of Blood, knowing that he's
Bloodthirsty
so
King
low
seems
on
like a-
HP. But
it's
Shark,
even.
though, might find himself alone
even.
here and will be taken out.
Oh,
But there's
Flag,
the
no
flicker,
flicker.
and he will survive.
Good flicker out. Respect.
Yeah, this is
the damage from Team
homeboys.
Vamos. Though that was a bit
Right,
greedy from
guys?
Shark trying to go for the
Yeah.
purple buff steal. Though it all
So
actually
they
almost
changed
worked
your
out.
name to
GB
Team
0-2 currently.
How do you
Actually,
pronounce
yeah.
that name?
Chicken. Will be poked quite a bit. Has to
DMS.
use the DPZ. That's the defensive penalty zone to escape. So Vamos are still scaling up quite well. Again, for BTK,
Jericho is
they need
actually casting
much
this
bigger
time.
of a lead here to
It's
deal
not-
with
it's not
Vamos'
T-Rex.
mid-game power spike.
Yeah, I think the Apatu
Open up
that
Zeus in.
Chibi listened to earlier isn't really working.
Look at
just
Alpha.
yet, but then we
Bro,
find
like,
Thomas
what
in
is
a
this?
very tight
Sustained,
spot.
bro.
Team Vamos just take him out, but I think there's a trade up top.
Okay,
Sustainability,
that still has a
too
purify.
much.
Zio will get some free hits onto the turret. Shark walks up earlier. Nets able to just dash away, and that is a kill for a turret tier 1. But then Vamos continues it with another turret down below.
Yeah,
so
it
again,
seems like
it was
late
a great
game.
trade for Vamos. 2-for-1.
Vamos
Chibi
gonna
shoving the
win.
wave as well, forcing Chicken to catch
Having
that
that
wave.
Sicilian
And both teams now are
and
just playing it super safe,
Camilla.
waiting for the next neutral objective before maybe it becomes that fight that they want
Yeah.
to look for.
I also do think that BTK, they just want to focus on the
BTK
map
side
right
don't really
now,
have that
because
much
as we all
damage.
know, probably
except
the
Zia.
True and the Jushin
have to
in
rely
terms
on
of
that
early
one.
burst
They
or follow-up
literally have
for all
to
those Way of the
protect her.
Dragons might not be the best combo, especially if you're behind. So they're
Beatrix.
probably waiting for Zia to take part in all of the team fights for them to be more effective, more efficient. And as we all know, the
Beatrix,
AoE that's present in
Beatrix.
BTK as well. Just one beautiful penalty zone followed up with either the Bennett's Rage or the Nibiru's Passion. I think that could set things up a
Am I
lot
still
for
muted?
Team
No.
Vamos. But you could say the same for them. They have the Curse of Blood. They have all those Bats Impact,
So
Bat
best
Seeds
of
from
3?
Warlord. So
Yeah.
equally
best
the
of 3.
same. Whoever sets it up first and better for either of these two teams, they'll definitely gain the upper hand, especially as there might just be another
All they
potential
gotta
team
do
fight
is
here
make
in
it
the
late
Turtle
game.
Pit.
They'll win the game.
Mid-prio for the Bloodthirsty Kings. That's a good
Favor
steal.
of Team
Smooth will be
Vamos.
targeted down with the split 2. That's Bennett's Rage. Smooth taken out. Penalty zone from White Chicken. Locking new members down, forcing Nets to use a purify. Zia goes in. Chibi wins it out.
Got it.
Zia.
Wow.
Kill now. That's G Kundo onto 2. BTK collapse on Vamos. Chibi's taking
Yo, he
it out,
actually lived?
but he will be able to
No
survive.
way, Shibi.
BTK with a winning team fight. But again,
1
it was
HP.
Chibi who got the turtle.
Yeah, and that was a very aggressive
And he
play
got the
from
turtle
Zia,
right there.
flickering
Wow.
in just to chase after
was so
Nets.
good.
They got the upper hand either way, but there was still a trade.
feel like
that
when
went
it
to the hands
comes
of
to,
Team
like,
Vamos. And speaking of
objectives,
trades,
BTK is actually
Chibi,
pretty good.
knowing all that they've lost,
so good
will
at
just
it.
try to shove the top lane a little bit, but clearly BTK, they're taking
Don't walk in
control
that bush.
of the mid game
Even
right
try.
now against Team Vamos. So you would think
Okay,
that they
Alpha
probably
went for
rely
Queen
on
Wings now.
scaling a little bit more, but really, we were expecting a much more aggressive version of Team Vamos earlier. I mean, this is still the Suyo. This is still the glue of Smooth.
Still
So now
Suyu
that they're
pick.
being unsuccessful in terms of all those interruptions,
Interruptions.
This is a surprising turnaround for BTK.
I would say this is the strength and also the problem for Vamos, right? They are really good at stalling out the team fights, utilizing the bad impact to just deal consecutive damage. BTK are much better in an all-in type of fight. So if BTK get a burst down on the front line, Vamos are technically almost just forced out completely out of the fight. So for Vamos, they gotta make
it's kind
sure
of even.
that Smooth
It's
gets
only
the backup necessary.
2K gold
If Shark
lead.
goes for the kick,
Yeah,
they need to
not even
cancel that
1K.
kick quick.
Yep, but the difference maker as well is Fried Chicken and his timings of the penalty zone.
That's true.
It wasn't like
Fried
they
Chicken.
didn't attempt to do just that. It was more of like Fried Chicken, he also went in with the penalty zone, tried to separate the other members of Team Vamos, therefore rendering all of these possibilities impossible for them. But speaking of possibilities, there's the Curse of Blood, but doesn't
so
hit
bad.
much from BTK.
Never mind,
And Mobazane
never
seems to be the first to
mind, never
fall.
That's a full lockdown.
That's like
It's
a
gonna be
free
1
dragon
0
for
trade
them,
right
to
now.
be
Who
honest.
goes back to the mid lane?
Should be.
Mobazane is down. Vamos, they've been able to get some big
All they gotta
pickoffs
do
there
is
with the
focus on
chain
Zane,
CC,
man.
and again it happens
Zane
through the
and
Curse of
Zia,
Blood
that's it.
of Zorn. But it's not just the Curse of Blood, man. It's that
What's
Petrify as
Zuzan
well.
gonna do here?
Always just catching Mobazane point blank.
I mean, they were so committed in that. The Curse of Blood, it didn't
Yo, pull
necessarily
up, do it.
connect to 2 or more
Yo,
members of
Retribution.
BTK, but all they needed was really just Mobazane. But now, speaking of Smooth, he goes in as well, but the damage is there from Zia, but the Lord will
Nice.
now fall into the hands of Team Vamos. All they
They're
did
so
was
good,
just zone
actually.
Mirko. They didn't engage in a team fight.
It's clean by Vamos. This
Precisely.
honestly doesn't even
Precisely.
look like Team Vamos from the Swiss stage that we've seen. They're such a high tempo kind of team. They always want to go for
Got
fights, and now
careful
we're
late
seeing
game.
more of a. You know, Vamos kind of like, let's go, right? It's
Yeah.
just chill. I don't know if that works, but they're just playing it so chill. After getting a win, it's just pure discipline. They play back for the Lord, and again, there's no
Yeah.
real reason for them to fight with this composition.
all
Just
about
constantly
discipline.
dishing out damage, but it's a Melfic gun already. Oh,
Taking
man,
time.
that poke. Hoon already chunked in the mid lane. The Curse of Blood. Ooh, Mobazane forced to use the
Alpha,
Spear of
1
Alpha
HP.
defensively. White Chicken goes in,
Gonna mess up
isolated
right there.
himself,
Nice.
and Nets just
That's
disintegrates
such
him
a
on
cheat
this
code
carry.
right there.
They still
Like
get to
Carmilla
take down
get into that
the
Sicilian's
mid
body.
lane turret.
Like,
And
what
they
is that,
still
bro?
have the Lord as well. So they're definitely looking to take out more turrets from BTK, especially with the Fried Chicken down right
They're
now.
so
So
chill.
there are lesser chances of them going for the
Nets.
counter engage. But speaking of,
Oh, Nets is
Shark,
Filipino.
he might just
as
not
far as
commit
I
the way of
know.
the dragon.
Yeah, he is.
So now they gain access to the mid
It's
lane
Philo.
turret, but there's the Lord here as well in the bottom lane. So at
Import
least
guy.
they know that there are still possible setups from BTK, but let's see how this goes because it seems like their focus will just be
Asia.
solely on the Lord.
They'll still be able to clear the Lord. It is Lord 1, but
Sound is
Vamos.
so good, bro.
To remind you guys back at home again, we've been saying this countless times. I'm starting to sound like a broken radio, but the fact that Vamos
Isn't it
are
Warlord
not
used to
behind
be
in the
Yeah.
big game with a Sicilian and carry, this is great for them. The
A
Curse of Blood
jungler?
almost connecting to Zia, but it's Rage not hitting any of the members. Vamos are happy with
Puppet,
these
nice.
trades. Even if they don't have a goalie,
yeah,
they're
they
still
did.
happy at this moment.
BTK, all they really have to rely on at this point is the amount of wave clear that they have because Team Vamos, they're just constantly putting out the pressure
I don't know
towards
what they're gonna do
BTK.
late
I
game,
wouldn't think
honest.
that BTK, knowing
If
that
Zia
they
can
have a
pull this
lot of
off,
housekeeping to do, would be confident enough
have
to
a
look for an
chance of it.
engage towards Team Vamos, especially
It's not
considering all
even
the available
late
resources.
game.
Like we've seen earlier,
Imagine that.
Soren, he moves fast on his own, but he can also get the passive, take advantage of the passive to survive. But speaking of the Menace Rage,
That was a lot of damage. Sky Piercer for Hoon too. You can see that
Sky
execute.
Piercer from whom?
And I guess for Bloodthirsty Kings, you were talking about the damage, the wave clear they have, but
That's still
also,
working,
I guess,
Joy.
the pickoff, right? That's
Sky
something that
Piercer.
BTK can still bank on in a lot of
I
these
mean,
team fights.
if you
It's
get
just
enough
when you
stacks,
pick off, you can
probably.
only really pick off the front line.
yeah.
Nets and Warlord, I don't think they can actually get to them
They're
without
so
getting the
good.
front
Like,
line.
they don't have to walk on that.
Again, Vamos are chill with it. They lose smooth. It's
They're
still
so
a
good at
smooth
it.
game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising to think that that's still smooth. I mean, it's one of the tankier heroes here for Team Vamos. But this just goes
He
to
said
show
that's
that
still
BTK, they've already gotten enough items, possibly for Zia as well. They just need to be extra careful in terms of where they are going to position themselves because Soren, he can really just catch them off guard anytime he wants. Cast the Curse of Blood, even just to make them move away
They all
or
gotta
actually
group up
split
together.
up.
That's all they
And
gotta do.
this is the important part. I know this is just
I'm talking
the
about
enhanced
both
Lord
sides, not
that we're
just
talking
on
about.
the
But it is
Vamos
very likely
side.
that either of these two teams who get their hands on this Lord will get their hands on the base turrets as well. And now it seems like Team Vamos, they're the ones a little
guy's
bit
just
more
poking
confident
them.
in terms of
Like
moving
Sicilian.
up and scouting the
He got
members of
Purify.
BTK. But Smooth, he has
He
to be
got
mindful of all
Petrify.
these folks as well.
Oh, look at Chibi. Dealing with damage. Chibi! Oh, all the way alone, but it's rage. Chibi
Oh
is
no, I
down.
messed up.
Isolated all the way
Shark,
now. Penalty
though.
zone from Flight
Pretty good
Chicken.
at it.
Moba Zane will not decide to go
That's
for the
like
Spear
his
of Alpha.
one
There's a
trick.
Purify down for Warlord. Zane gets covered as Angry Claws.
Yeah, they
almost
can't go
gets
for Dragon.
deleted
Nah,
by
there's no
Nets,
way.
and you can see the damage output.
Look
that
how
is ready
Sony's
for Vamos.
protecting Warlord.
BTK with a one-member lead.
I mean, that could have been the difference maker, right? They could have just went
Look
straight
at-
after the Lord, but now that BTK, they're aware of the damage in the hands of Warlord, they still go for the Lord either way, but
Nah, I
for
missed
Eve
that.
Vamos, they have to be careful this time. Sword might be the next to fall. He gets to flicker.
Wow.
He gets to use the passive
And
to
he's
get
surviving
away.
that, bro. What the
But
heck?
still, Team Vamos, it seems like they wanted to go for the attempt.
Was that
They
12 minutes?
definitely
Yeah.
needed to,
12
right?
minutes.
Again, they have the range to actually deal with BTK. It's just
And
they
he did
just
use
don't
Petrify
have
in
any
that.
ways to retry it. Chibi should play it way safer. This is within their power spike. There is no reason for him to be flanking like that, especially considering
Alpha.
he targeted Shark. You're not killing Shark. That's a toe roam.
I don't
Bro,
know if
they
he
haven't
knew
killed
that there were
Shark.
other members there, but
Not
I
even
think at
once,
this point it's
bro.
impossible to expect Shark to be
No
alone.
flicker, by
There
the
will
way, on
always be someone out there waiting for the setups, ready
All
to
they
provide
gotta
the
do is take
follow-ups.
down
And now
towers.
it's Team Vamos on
Fight.
the defensive side. BTK, they'll definitely take
They have to
advantage of
rely
this.
on
Shark
Char's kick.
might just be looking for a target. There's still the Curse of Blood. They can use that if
That's
they
all
want to
they gotta
defend. But they have to be mindful because the poke coming in from BTK, it's no joke at this point. At least they have Warlord. But then they,
it's just,
right now,
the trick
BTK, they
spell.
can definitely gain a lot more access to Team Vamos. Now that they're in this position, but look at the
Oh,
damage.
Zane?
Oh, that was a mistake.
What is he
from
doing?
Zane. The Spear of Alpha to his demise.
Everybody's shocked for.
And
Oh
Team
my
Vamos
goodness. Why
are
would you
able to
ult like
defend
that?
BTK. They'll have
Like,
to move
towards the
back. Both
enemy.
the jungler is making crucial mistakes.
I
And use
don't know
Winter
what's happening
Truncheon, bro.
anymore. I mean, that
Or Winter
Spear of
Crown.
Alpha might have been
What?
a misclick, or it
Man.
maybe should have been towards
Dude, they-
the other members
they
of BTK,
even
right?
mentioned that
There was no
one.
way they still wanted to go for
Misclicked.
the engage at that point, because the other members of Team Vamos, they were already
Zane.
chasing after them.
They've
Now,
actually clipped
they
that one.
gradually move out of their base and attempt to regain control of the map. And this is another thing we definitely have to look at. I mean, both of these teams, I would say they really would specialize in team fights when it comes to their overall compositions.
like
It's just
my
a matter
fault.
of who will
My
be able to disrupt the positionings a lot more. All of those team
Oh,
plays
that's-
that may happen.
nah,
And
Poon is
speaking of
dead.
team plays, Food
It's
will
over.
fall.
It's over, guys.
You can hear
actually
Malaysia
over
here. In the M6
yeah.
arena, they are going wild. What was able to
Push
stand
mid,
up the
mid,
bad
mid,
impact
mid.
as well. Two
Mid is open.
members of the Bloodthirsty Kings have been taken down, and Vamos have been able to neutralize the lead of
There's
turrets.
one more wave
the base
coming
turret in the far
Top
lane
to
that
bottom,
BTK
mid.
had to play with.
No,
Now
mid
it is
and
gone,
top.
and it might be the end
Yeah, it
for
might be the
BTK in
end.
game one. See ya. Trying to go for the defense.
might be the
Vamos
end.
have a wave in the mid lane. Mobazane trying to go
3
for the cut
versus
right
5
now.
is
Azir gets shot
actually-
low by
yeah,
the
it's
arrow. The
over.
Venom Rage
It's
comes down.
over.
Storm will go in very deep.
Keep
Zane
poking them.
taken low. Fight
Tower
chicken.
look,
They
tower
need to
look,
go
tower
and
look.
cycle it through. That's going to be the
Hey,
penalty.
yo.
Zone to all of them, but again it's
GG.
Nets who is targeting the turret. The
Wow.
base down. Game
Yo,
for
BTK is
Vamos.
gonna get eliminated, guys.
Team fight.
One more
was
game, it's
all
over.
that mattered for Team Vamos.
Jeez.
And they just had
That's
to
like
wait
top
for
what?
the
Top
perfect
15 for them?
opportunity. Such a close fight.
It was a close
but at
fight,
the
it
very
really
end,
was.
It's still Team Vamos
That was a good ult
who
by
gets
Chicken.
the game
That was good.
and secures the match point.
Match point for Team
What would
Vamos
Rylles do?
with
If I was
a
in
home
M6.
ground advantage.
Kidding.
I need to hear our panelists' thoughts on this game. Let's throw it over to our panel.
That was dramatic, to say the least. Could have
Dramatic.
gone a different way, but
To say the
hell,
least.
Vamos, great comeback, fantastic comeback by Team Vamos.
I don't know about that one. I felt like this definitely was the
Vamos.
dark side of the moon for both of these teams. Like,
Yeah.
the inconsistency definitely was showing. Vamos having a bit of an awkward like mid-game, even though BTK had that lead. And then that final, out of nowhere, Spear of Alpha into the base. I'm not sure what
Okay,
happened
are we gonna
there.
play one more game or
Anticlimactic
what?
is the word I would use.
Yeah,
the siege, the trade
think we
for
should-
that top
yeah, we
lane
should play one more
inhibitor,
game.
on both sides of the map.
But this time I'll
definitely
just play
felt
classic
like
game.
Neither team saw that coming, and it was
Yeah.
Vamos who
Let's
went
play classic game.
for the jugular. The
We're gonna
opportunistic
throw in,
instinct in the hometown
classic.
anti-heroes
Classic.
definitely made the difference here. And
Capture.
is it just me, or is it so evident that the mental is so important in this matchup.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things that we really hyped up about these two teams. How well they can get into the heads of their whichever opponent
pay
you throw
Sui.
their way.
I
Or
don't know how to
stay in
use
their
this hero.
own. That's the thing. I feel like at least when it comes down to their
I think that's
consistency,
Alex's
yes, they can
account.
have some of the highest highs and some of the most incredible plays in the world, but their lows look abysmal, especially when you've seen these highs before. Like, as we go into this postgame, the score is 8-8, 16 minutes. Tell me Michael Bay ain't happy about this.
It felt like it was a game of punishing errors. One team sniffs an error, a little bit of an overstay, a little bit overextended, you're showing the wrong person, then anyone, it's usually Warlord and Sword and Shark and Fried Chicken who immediately jumps on it.
And it's a miscalculation of damage incoming. And the worst part of this all is the mistakes that Vamos made aren't as capitalized by BTK compared to when BTK slipped up. It was lethal. I'm looking at the last 2 minutes here. I'm looking at, again, Mobazane using the Spear of Alpha into the full-on lineup of Vamos. And that one moment up top where Hoon did not see the pop coming from Warlord. Whatever it was, the Sanguine Claws or the impact, that took him out of the map, and suddenly BTK were down 2 men. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things can be hard analyzed in terms of these fights, but I think definitely both of these teams need to polish back up here. They need to pull out that Brasso to give that a little bit of shine here, because as we saw in this game, BTK, honest to God, had a solid lead over Vamos, and it's very hard to let it go unless you make these kinds of mistakes. And the only way that Vamos had to, in a sense, recover is to make sure they take fights on off-tempo beats so they don't lose major objectives. And as you see in the gold, both Nets and as well as Chibi were trying to hold on so that the gold lead didn't run away too far.
To be fair, Vamos, it seems like for that early Sicilian pick, also picked a hero that would be great at punishing errors. That's the strength of the Sicilian. His reach, his crowd control, and the burst in the latter portions of the game punish errors so well, and that's exactly what happened in the end there with the Spear of Alpha from Mobazane.
And to be fair, the two players we haven't really mentioned much are the heroes in an island of their own, the players in the gold lane. Zia and Nets, they both built a Wind of Nature. And looking at both lineups, neither team have, in-your-face physical damage. For Zia, I'm guessing he knows that he's the linchpin of this lineup. He's saving himself from Chibi. Net isn't gonna find him. Net is a much shorter range marksman. On the other hand, Net looks at BTK's lineup and saying the same thing. None of y'all can find me, save for a snipe from Zia. So that's me looking at it and saying, yo, these gold laners did the job 100% correct. It's just the map setup wasn't there for them. And again, the punish from Warlord. I think this was a nail in the coffin. The fact that this added that whole mechanic for Zorn to protect him gave Vamos one more life, one more strike. So for them, it's technically 4 strikes per hour.
It is.
Because again, the main issue with the lineup coming in from Vamos is if Warlord, our MVP, stands too close to Net, it's a guaranteed engage specifically from White Chicken. That's why you don't see him using his flicker very generously in a lot of these fights and would rather just throw out the penalty zone because that's how important the battle spells in this game is. Now, the counter engage, on the other hand, especially when you have the Carmilla, who can play aggressive, disappear for half a second, can also be used the opposite way around. If you're engaging on me, Warlord, I just pick up my Carmilla real quick, throw him in front, drop that ult, and pray to God that you're able to walk away from that fight.
One thing I appreciated about this specific game, though, was that the trades that they were taking and finding leading up to the mid-game. It started with the fastest first blood in the tournament so far at around 35 seconds, set by Sword onto Moon in the mid lane, and then multiple trades. It's Shark, it's Chicken, it's Sword, it's Smooth, and it was just both teams playing around that, leading to the major objectives. That I appreciated. But then as it got longer, you see a little bit of a panic setting in, maybe a little bit over eagerness to find the right positioning. The best way to put it is they were living in their own heads rent-free.
That's actually a pretty good way of putting it, actually. Because as we see these teams continue to try and break each other down, a lot of it is going to come from where is their identity, right? And almost, they like to instigate these wars. They want to be able to say, hey, if we give you enough fuel, maybe we can turn this around with a singular first blood. And which is why you saw them fight heavily towards the jungle side and looking for these big choke points, but you also saw a lot of responsiveness coming in from Vamos as well, because of how BTK was steadily and consistently gaining the lead on them.
All right, that's the story of game number 1, the analysis. Wait, you're already your RNG tonight?
Yet again.
I'm figuring out how that Spear of Alpha happened.
Yeah.
I'm looking at like the space on my fingers, like on the beautiful 6.9 and change, 165 hertz refresh rate display. Like, I'm looking at like how that could have happened. I guess in the heat of battle, you did see that he was on point though. He did not miss a single beat with the refreshing response time. How he was able to like Winter Crown after. So you saw that he was still on point. Like, even if that was a slip up, like he thought he could have survived. So I'm figuring that out.
It's tough. Honestly, it's tough because it is a master fleet. And honestly, look real sleek at the same time. And he's mentioned it before that it has 165 hertz refresh rate for the screen alone.
They bumped that up for this new one.
Really? Oh yeah, because you're using the one just below that.
Yeah. So that's our ROG Phone 9 Pro Unleash unmatched gaming performance with this device. That is the devices that well help us power the M6 World Championship. It's a mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. You know, I wish I had one of those. I have this. This is actually the ROG 6, but sometimes with just a little bit of a flick of a hand, you know, you just want to be able to get yourself a new one.
That could have been an expensive mistake.
Many hard to
I've been learning magic for that.
Well, 5 seconds.
Hey, 3 minutes.
3 minutes, even
question
shorter. Oh my goodness.
Oh, we have a nice little surprise though. We got a new flavor with us. I'm not just pointing at Gideon. It's it matches you, dude. That's cute.
That's why I came out with this. Fortunately,
But they told you beforehand. We're bringing out the pink Hello Panda. Bring out your pink suit.
well, yes and no. First off, I saw yesterday Oscar strawberry, so I specifically told the pink. If I don't get strawberry today, I'm gonna be real upset.
Hello, Panda.
Okay. It's just pineapples for you, right? Flavor.
Yeah,
don't have the strawberry thing.
I actually enjoy the strawberry flavor here and there, but my personal favorite is the white chocolate one. It's the white and blue box.
Oh yeah.
That's what I like, but this one's gonna do. So hope you don't mind.
Ooh. There we go. Right, maybe
hold back.
Maybe with Hello Panda, I'm gonna do the magic trick a bit better.
Please don't.
Yeah. ROG Phone 9 Pro, baby. Hello Panda.
I don't know, that adds me was one of the most dangerous ones I've seen so far. We pushed the line, but man, God damn.
I'm running out of time to potentially win an ROG Phone 9, man. I'm bringing out all the stops. All right. Hello Panda, fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. That's why we got a little bit, a little bit more energized. We're a little bit happier now thanks to Hello Panda. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website. We're having a Hello Panda mukbang right here. Excuse me. Hopefully we get to see more flavors as it goes on, because we already have we already got 2. Hopefully we get others. We were just told to not finish it now. We know there's more. Don't keep it from us. And of course, we have a lot more for you. From November 18th to December 29, participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's M4 Epic Painted Skin, Lightseeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 Exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. It's a throwback. There's a lot of goodies every time we have the M Championship happening. So it's all good.
Talking about a throwback. Sorry, I just could not let this go. They changed the formula on the Hello Panda strawberry.
Oh yeah.
I remember as a child being so fond of it, but now I can't get enough.
I want to get out of this game,
Yeah,
bro.
when you were still a kid, just like 3 years ago.
Dude, come on. 10 years ago, come on.
Okay,
I was winning this.
I was a wee
Taking
little
with
boy
your
at
demons
12.
for real.
Yeah.
Look, I have to talk about this upcoming game, especially after you mentioned about the Beatrix's M4 exclusive and Prime skins. Again, Beatrix has been one of the few picks that has been reliably gone to for each gold laner, especially when Bruno is, well, either out of the meta or too strong in the meta.
For 3 years now.
For 3 years.
Beatrix has been a known element for 3 years now.
Just consistent. I think it's because of how many tools you have in your arsenal. Literally, it's built into your kit. Short range, mid-range, long range, basic attack, lockdown. Add to that Malefic Gun.
And a dash.
And a dash. And Malefic Gun being the item of the tournament right now. The only thing that will make Beatrix even more broken is if we somehow turn her dash into a sliding tackle reload. But hopefully we won't get that far. Let's hear now from a key player from BTK. Their mid laner is ruined and we asked him
just
about,
happened?
well, the lessons they learned from Fnatic on the Philippines. The biggest takeaway from playing against FNOP was
Pretty
their
hard.
mentality. This is what we're talking about. Losing the second game.
Why am I
wasn't
hearing
easy, yet they managed
M6
to
live
bounce
voiceover?
back. Let's
Because I'm
see
watching
if
it,
they
that's why.
have learned that lesson from
sorry.
FNOP and bounce back.
Well, I think it's a really interesting sentiment here,
Biggest
right? Because
takeaway
they could have
from
talked about
training games.
anything. It could have been draft. It could have been like the way they play the micro mechanics.
Already.
It could have been how they team
Losing
fight.
the
But they
second again.
specifically talked
What?
about mentality. And this is something that I've been hearing consistently about
Wanted to.
NA teams. When they tilt, it's basically game over. It brings out the entire team's momentum, which is interesting because Vamos is in a very similar mentality as well. If things start going badly, how do you recover? And I think for NA teams, this has been a long time coming for them to beat this plateau, to reach this new height.
It's sort of like these two. It'll be a story about belief. Who believes harder? Who believes that they can win way better? Who can win faster? It's just all about mentality. But as I say that, again, our analysis for game number 1 was filled with stuff that wasn't related to mentality
that's just too
anymore.
much.
Or
I don't know
was
what
it?
to
I think
go
some of
for
the
now.
mistakes that they showed in game.
Endless battle or
That's
better
over
despair?
eagerness or overzealousness starting to creep
Johnson's
in.
cooking.
I don't believe it. I know it. And that's what
It's
makes
cooked.
it all the more crucial. The fact that you can see it clearly on stage, you can see it in their gameplay.
It's about to start, guys.
And
Game
in the draft, I
2.
think this is where we'll see if the past 10 minutes between
Did we just
Red
concede?
Marlon do phone magic and us enjoying the new play of Hello Panda bestowed onto us in the desk is enough time for BDA to reset because Vamos, for them, specifically Smooth, who I said prior to the match starting is just always chill. That's them. That's all 5 of them. They're just waiting for this match to start. And I'm on the edge of
we
my
don't
seat for BTK.
surrender.
I can't even sit. I'm literally on my feet right now.
I mean, you may be on your feet, but I think for Smooth, he gives this very similar face of like, oh, nothing is ever going to phase him. But this is actually extremely important to him. I mentioned before, he has never made it past the group stages, if yet alone touch the knockout rounds. So many times denied, so many times dealt a bad hand, but only getting second place.
Right now, he's 1 game away from coming up. 1 more game, Smooth. Smooth.
No way that
Smooth.
guy have like
Alamac.
Maybe with everything going quite rough in this series, he just needs someone to smooth things out. To be the key to getting that
bro.
victory.
This Johnson,
Game
bro.
number 2, potentially the
What
last
the
one,
heck?
is Vamos versus BTK.
Oh my
Hype match.
goodness.
Similar bands. This
Yeah, I think I
time,
should watch the
respect
BTK
onto the
now.
glue
But I
from
feel like we can
BTK
still
and
win
the
this.
Hayabusa is
We
now
have
left
Rylles.
open as they made it a Hilda band.
Now with 3
instead.
items still.
Interesting. Maybe the adaptations from BTK side is saying, hey, glue is too big of a problem. At the very least, if you are looking for those big set heroes like Rizla, I need to be able to move out of the lane, and dealing with these glue stacks that slow me down midway through the river is too much of a hindrance for me to be actually impactful.
Vamos can just run it back, go for the blue yo. But here's where my mind is going, right? While we're waiting for this first pick. BTK is currently #1 tied with Twisted Minds for most unique heroes picked in the Swiss. 21 unique heroes over what? Now 9 games so far? With these weird picks coming out, these weird bans that's leaving out open the meta, maybe it's time for BTK to think deep. Like whatever they have, whatever they can.
I mean, there's got to be some logic to it, right? What are they missing in their toolbox? And in the previous
Bro,
game,
I
I
don't know
don't
what
think they
these
were
guys
missing
are
anything.
doing.
They were playing.
It's
It was just coming down to 1 or 2 bad decisions, right? You need to be able to maintain
Another
pressure,
child
especially if
pick?
you are playing an alpha into the
Oh, it's
matchup.
because of
And as
Soren.
expected,
That's
alpha
why.
has been shown on top.
Why not just ban it
of
then?
The Cho.
Instead of picking Chow.
Alright. Allow me to speculate. This early Mobazane pick tells me it's Mobazane saying, you know what, let me go again. I'll do it better.
Let's get 1 alpha
Yeah,
again.
let's
like,
see if he
what
can
is
actually
wrong
back
with
that
you?
up. If that is the
What
fact of
is
material
wrong
on the
with you?
table, BTK's pregame ritual, here's a fun fact, includes listening to a special rendition of 10 More Minutes by Shark. Why do I just imagine the 4 members of BTK plus Coach Pika Diff just sitting around Shark and just going, Shark, please sing for us. And then he just goes ahead and does it.
Honestly, I would think that would be kind of funny. The Shark has one of
So
the
bad.
lowest tone voices I've ever heard in my life. But once again, we are seeing the Sicilian as well as the Carmilla being shown. We might just get the exact same draft, with the only change being in that glue.
Oh, this kite
See?
cursor hurts.
Vamos instantly locking in their combo. It's like if it was BTK locking in the alpha early, saying, "Hey, we can do it again." Vamos is them saying, like, "Yeah, we're in their heads. We can definitely do this again." It feels like one of those picks where it was suddenly Sorn coming
I'll
out
be
and
back,
saying, "Hey,
guys.
let's just run it back."
Do they go Eve here?
I just
So
watch
it's easier for BTK to reach the back?
Even when I was forlorn.
It's a Valentina. Oh, no, it's a
Oh,
Vex.
Yeah. Go for Vexana instead of the stoppers. I would have liked the Eve, but a part of me thinks like they maybe were hesitant about it because of how Carmilla and Sicilian can easily just break that formation. And at the same time, they like fighting under that formation. You see the Eve, well, you bring down the Curse of Blood.
And you're forced to move out.
And you're forced to move out.
That's fair, but I do think it's more so of the relationship between Sharkin as well as Hoon. In that mid game, we saw that Hoon was kind of left alone to kind of clear the waves by himself. And now with Vexana, he can do that in a blink of an eye, right? And that means that Shark isn't tied down to just hovering around the mid lane.
So you go by, you know, BTK's initial plan in game one, go fast and furious. They weren't going as fast.
Yeah.
They were definitely furious.
And BTK, with them picking up the Vexana, we saw it in that one series that BTK played up against Falcon.
Well, they know.
It's like they want, you know what, just go ahead, pick up the glue. We have the Vexana with us.
Pop you.
Yeah. So if Vamos goes glue here, they might be playing into the trap. If Vamos ends up doesn't pick up the glue anyway, it's like the Vexanas will be somewhat diminished, but it'll still be a great pick overall because of what Gideon mentioned in what they can do in the center of the map with faster rotations. Gold laners, Bruno gone. The Beatrix Granger is still available for Zia. Excuse me. Yes, still
So they
available.
can ban Granger, put the Zia back on the Beatrix.
Yeah.
I suppose, but then you have that big issue of, oh, if I need to push you all the way up into your inhibitors, Granger isn't that guy who's like, I can take out structures in like 2 hits. No.
No
More so,
way.
I want you to sit underneath your structures, and I'll put your life to 1% to make you recall early.
Yeah, so I think
Bro,
it's unanimous.
hungry.
Beatrix would rather be the pick here for BTK.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've already got the pickoffs, and ooh, Gatard.
All right, that thought usually just show. It's usually a tell of a team playing around their gold laner. You're
Alpha
probably gonna
pick,
end up with
bro.
someone who isn't that mobile, so that's why my head is just constantly leaning towards to what we mentioned before. It's probably a Beatrix, isn't it? And if it's not a Bea, it's a Granger.
Bay or Granger, that seems to be the trade. Both teams understand that.
Same comp.
Is there room in Vamos for a high loss so they can easily close the gap? That seems scary to me. A ridiculous combo.
we're actually
to go
winning
high
this.
loss Granger for the Vamos closers.
If possible, I'd rather they get Khalid instead of the high loss. The high loss is a bit too honest in my book. The Khalid.
I think if the problem is that they're on red side. They only get 1 prio pick after the bans are done. They get rid of the Arlets, same exact bans coming up for the side of Vamos. If they go for Beatrix here instead of going for something like the Khalid or even Hylos or the Gatard, at this point, at the bare
what
minimum,
was Alpha
if
doing?
they do give that over to Vamos' side, they have some form of disengage on top of high ground defense. So, hey, drop the Bennett's Rage and be like, all right, we're out of here.
See which trade they end up going for. Lots of options for both. That choke can still end up going to the EXP lane, but if ever they might play for that flex for last and then just pick their gold laner now,
Your team
and they end up picking the Granger instead of the Beatrix. So that was one of the 2 options that we mentioned anyway.
At least the adjustment this time is to say, hey, Sicilian, if you are going to go for Purify once again, that's totally fine with us. We're just going to
Bro, I
still
didn't know
shot you
if
down
you
so
wanna
you're
go
out of
for
the fight.
So if that's the case, are they just going to default back into the Rylles for fried chicken?
I feel like they are, but that's why they want this very last pick to be a bit of a toss of the die, right? Because Vamos must reveal first, and if they go blind and say, if you're going to go to Rizla, I'm going to play X-Borg, they can still adjust.
Oh, that X-Borg would be nasty with the Carmilla and Sicilian.
So now Vamos can't so easily do that.
Yeah. All right.
Leaves BTK here with the final say. So do they Beatrix? I think that's the next safest.
Yeah,
the
next
Beatrix Granger trade.
Okay,
Yeah,
back to the game.
100%. They want to be super team fight heavy and get a good mix up with the Carmilla. They can go for something more unique like an Aerothel.
That they do.
Good call on the Irithel. I mean, really great lane matchup here because, again, the movement speed is going to be nice, and it really makes Granger's life a little difficult having to kind of position himself in a straight line against this Irithel who kind of runs around you. But the high loss is where I'm a little scared.
I actually like it. You mentioned how honest it is. Honesty sometimes is the best policy, you know? If you need to disengage, backwards, glorious pathway. If you need to stop the Granger in its tracks, force the Vixana to commit to a certain zone, drop it forward.
And this, the front to back of Vamos looks like a honeypot. Oh, is a honeypot because again, Curse of Blood is active for them, and that's the
Exactly.
kicker. It's front to back. It's honest with a little bit of spicy dishonesty. You know,
It's sticky.
it's sticky. Yeah.
Spicy dishonesty. I love that. But now Phoveus is going to get locked in. There's not too many dashers on the side of Vamos, not too many procs. So Chicken, he's going to have to play a very clean game.
Yeah, this might be the Phoveus game of a lifetime coming in from Fried Chicken. That's what it feels like. Potentially the last game in BTK versus Vamos. Mirko, bring it up on the desk.
I think we're all waiting for the possibility of a maxed out 3-series game, but I'm not so sure if Vamos would let that happen since it seemed like they're pretty confident with their game 1 lineup.
Okay, let's go.
and
This is
they're
gonna be the
showing a
last
very
game, guys.
similar pattern heading into game number 2.
Hey, man. Viewers back at home might want a full best of 3, but the people here in the
Best
arena,
of
they want a
3?
clean sweep. Vamos 1-0 up on the Bloodthirsty Kings, and BTK, this is proving grounds for them. Can they
Let's
walk
go.
the talk?
This is match
Can they
point
actually
for
make a
Team
comeback here?
Vamos, and they will definitely
I think they
want
should put
to
Zayn
end
on
this with
a
a
Granger
ticket
instead.
to the knockout stage. Welcome to game number 2, and we'll
Making a
finally
one-trick
see what are the
Fredrin and
adjustments
Alpha.
that'll be shown to us
Play
by
something
BTK
new.
this time around. I like what our
Tired
panel
of
mentioned
seeing
about
this,
Team Vamos
like,
and their
replay,
lineup being very honest. And
fun.
for BTK, I think they just really need to
So
approach
boring
it
to watch.
differently this time. They should be a little more
Not hitting, it's just
coordinated
that
in terms of their targets.
there's a
It will
lot
be a
of
struggle
OP
to
heroes that you
constantly
can
look
use, not
out
just Alpha and
pick
Fredrin.
off Sorn, considering the passive of Warlord. But I think that's one of the best ways to go around this entire composition of Team Vamos. You have to at least take out the threat of the Curse of Blood so you could operate freely when there's a team fight.
Yeah, they also need to just have more pry on the neutral objectives and secure neutral objectives early, right? The biggest problem for BTK in game number 1 was the fact that they weren't able to get a gold lead at the start of the game. That's a Master Assassin, by the way, for the Irithel. Great call from Renmar earlier. And yes, this Irithel is actually a pretty good way to match up against the Granger in lane. You can see Shark walking up. Nets will purify out. But man, that's a lot of damage. Concussive Blast from Shark. Doing a lot. Nets has regen though, should still be safe.
Could we say right now that BTK have realized now we don't want to really fight the mid duos as much anymore.
Yeah.
We want to rotate a little bit more towards the side lanes so we can split up or spread out the attention, because it seemed like it worked well for Team Vamos when they were able to like just tell the members of BTK to, now let's just fight constantly here in the mid lane and let our side lanes do their own thing, because it didn't work well earlier for Team Vamos. So now it seems like BTK, they're clearly showing us some adjustments here in the early game.
Okay, Shark will be clearing out the mid lane. Warlord level 4 on a signature pick, at least back when he was an MDL RQ Senna. Shark trying to deal with Warlord here. Baits out, Bat Feast. It will be a stun over to Mobazane. Chibi looking for a Spear of Alpha defensively. They've conceded it over.
Nice.
Chibi wins it out. Eternal Guard not connecting. Fried Chicken goes for the procs. And again, it's Vamos who secure the first turtle of the game.
They're panicking
BTK
right now.
pushed back to their own jungle.
And Sorn was the only one who zoned out Mobazane. Like, he was enough just so Mobazane couldn't actually penetrate that turtle pit. And we might just be able to pose the question of, wait, all right, Nets will be able to survive that, but he will have to purify in a bit. And going back, could this really be the way to go for BTK? I mean, we know that they constantly play around Mobazane,
Oh, they're
but
still ahead in goal despite not getting
lose
turtle.
a bit of attention towards Mobazane and how secure his farming is. These things happen. Deathly grabs to save him a bit, but Shark with a counter set up.
Yep, with a way to Dragon, but it gets pulled back. Now Zayn is caught in the midst of it all. The Curse of Blood connects onto 3. Chicken the bouncing damage. He goes in for the Infernal Pursuit, but Warlord shows exactly why he is named a Warlord. He goes in and gets 2 kills at the start.
That is so unfortunate. Just when BTK attempted to commit it all, the Curse of Blood, the Bat's Impact, everything was ready from Team Vamos. And not to mention how Chibi nearly goes unnoticed whenever there's a team fight. There's so much attention on denying all those potential setups here from Team Vamos. And that was a quick punish as well. Just when Shark thought that he could have had his hands on an ideal setup on the way of the Dragon, BTK need to be extra careful from this point onwards. I don't think it's nice to see them kind of be affected by the pressure.
They're definitely affected by the pressure here. Vamos are so good at playing the mental game on the other hand, right? It's almost like mentality. When it comes to just mentalities, it's Vamos all the way. It's uno, dos, tres, hala, Vamos. 1.6k gold lead with the composition again, just like in game 1. That should be losing in the start of the game, should be winning after the power spike. And Bloodthirsty Kings now, they're going to have to be very, very careful, like you said. But I think careful isn't really the word that they need to utilize now. Like, the word and the action that they need to utilize isn't careful. They got to go and fight. They got to go and take the gold lead back. Because if they don't, Vamos are just going to steamroll through BTK.
Yeah, and I think they can do it as much as they want, right? Their lineup right now, it's so chaotic. We haven't even seen Nets participate in the team fights as much, but Shark definitely looking for his own target, where Warlord keeps himself safe. And look at just how they're able to manage all the threats coming in from Shark and also securing the turtle while they're at it.
Shark is down. The Spear of Alpha from
It was just by himself.
And you can see the crowd go, wow, no! A pullback! What happened to who's HP bar? Curse of Blood onto 2. Zor with a petrifying Warlord pulls him back. Now Nets is gunning them down, forcing Zane to use the Spear of Alpha defensively again. TV in the back, going for the stun. Now off the Zia, forcing to flicker out. Moba Zane unable to dish out damage. Chicken's running smooth down. And now he goes in front of pursuit. Will be able to find a kill, but a turret in the mid lane will fall. And Vamos takes it on.
How did Rylles die in
getting
that?
zoned away. Warlord. 5 minutes in doing this much damage already.
A mid lane turret in 5 minutes. That's how focused Team Vamos were in
BTK easy server.
mid rotations in the mid duo here of Bloodthirsty Kings. And it seemed like they denied them so much, even of their own intentions of wanting to rotate out of the mid lane, because they had to constantly defend the pressure that was being put towards the mid lane. But right now, that might just be a target. There's a Purify as well, and he will make it out alive, not unless... Okay, he makes it out alive.
Divine intervention, Nets gets away. Chibi goes in deep. Shark has been slain. Chibi is trying to look for another kill, now jumping forward. Soul 7 ready, CS stunned in. Chibi will get the kill to double.
Wow. Wow, that was so smooth.
With the
freaking what?
7-1.
That was a good, that was so good. Oh my goodness. Did you guys see what he did?
Being
The
very
XP?
dominant. In the first 6 minutes
literally
of the game,
tanked the
I mean,
damage.
look at the goal differences already, especially in terms
That's
of
so
the mid lane.
Chibi
This isn't
can
the
live.
best situation
the
we've seen
frick?
for Hoon. He's been denied
Mentality,
2
though.
games in a row.
It's the best situation for Vamos. Zane caught on the Sanguine Claws again, and man, Sanguine Claws and Bad Impact should not deal that much damage in the first 6 minutes of the game. That in itself is already going to be really tough for BTK. They're relying heavily on their frontliners to get in there and dive in.
Who's up, by the way?
And Team Vamos are not letting that happen. 3 neutral objective takes for the Sicilian, who needs to be the one scaling. BTK, now they're in the thick of it all.
Yeah, at this point, they just really have to go for the trades. It's the most they can do, especially considering that even in the very brief moments you decide to show up, Team Vamos, they wouldn't think twice about dealing the damage. You would expect BTK to throw out just the same amount of hope. They have the Granger in their hands, they have the Big Sana. But it seems a little difficult for them to just throw out all the damage, especially considering when their frontliners decide to engage. It seems like there's no backing out. That's a huge difference in terms of Team Vamos and BTK's lineup. Team Vamos, at least they have the Moonlit Walls, they have the passive, and they have the Glorious Pathways to get away whenever things just don't go their way. But BTK, it's a different story. Once they commit,
if I ever make to
there's
M6
almost no way out, especially considering the mobility that Team Vamos has in their hands.
Now they're just waiting for the late game, right? It's getting to a point where BTK are the ones waiting for late game. And I don't know, I feel like for Vamos, they're like, sure, you can play for the late game. If you want to play for late, it's all right, man. We're just going to play it slow, farm up again, Warlord stacking up like an absolute beast. So there's no real worry for Vamos at this point. It is all on BTK, the pressure, the game, everything. Warlord gets another there, and I'm really curious to see at 8 minutes how many stacks Mr. Warlord has on the Sicilian.
Yeah.
Because it's a 5,000 gold lead, and Warlord's doing so much damage. That's another free turret down below. BTK are just constantly forced to give away these neutral objectives, give away even structures. 8 minutes in, down to just the tier 2 in the mid lane and up top. It'll be a trade at least.
There you go.
Actually, is that impressive?
I don't think it's
It's not that crazy.
It's not that crazy.
It's pretty okay. It's like
But I mean,
It's all right.
it's 8 minutes. We're 8 minutes into the game, but there have been a lot of team fights, I'd say. And another thing is probably I'm also curious as to whether we'll be seeing Warlord and Zorn not together at all in this entire game. But Nets early pickup on the Malefic gun, so
This is like
talk
2
about
to 1.
mobility, talk about range.
Yeah.
Team Vamos, it
Formula
seems like they're
and
well
then
equipped
Cillian together,
to
right?
face whatever potential team fight we'll be
then
seeing in the next
Hylos
few minutes.
And Earthel.
And now it's just Vamos who are going to control the neutral objective. Again, BTK don't really have an entry point here. Oh, Warlord is just chunking down. It's a tier 1 for a Lord. Not a good trade, but the only trade that BTK can get right now. Mobasane forced to S. Spear of Alpha. Backwards. Nets gets a turret up top too. BTK are just down to their base turrets in both side lanes now.
Boom.
BTK though, how could they defend all of this?
Bro,
They
Zane,
go in and
what is you
first
doing,
attack
bro?
left by Team Vamos.
Yo, I'm actually gonna
Smooth
clip
makes
that
a
one.
line for BTK to stay behind.
They're just making fun of
Now
him,
you can
guys.
see
Like,
the
I want to read the
recalls
comments
from
right now. What's going on in the chat?
Easy server.
Bro.
They
What
actually
is he
formed
doing?
The V in Vamos before they spammed all those
Zane is
recalls.
cooked.
And they're just simply waiting for this Lord.
why
that
he
they
keeps
took in their
doing that?
hands. The lane equilibrium isn't that
Misclicking the
great, so
skills.
BTK, they might find some ways to deal with this, but I don't know. Just look at the amount of damage Team Vamos is able to throw out, but Nets uses the heavy crossbow to get away, but Shark is punished by Team Vamos way before the Lord even gets to the base of BTK.
The Bloodthirsty Kings are down to their last set of turrets. A holy defense stands in the way of Vamos. But what's that to Warlord, who's fully stacked up? Smooth goes in, revitalize as well. Zone in the back line now. That's going to be Smooth taking a lot of hits. The Lord will be able to get into the vicinity of the turret. Zia goes in for some clear. Not the fastest of clear. The turret will be taken down to the mid lane, and the bottom lane should follow next.
8K gold
heavy
lead.
crossbow to take it down, and Vamos say, we're good, we're happy. Now we will prolong your suffering.
And that's a great showing of discipline from Team Vamos, because BTK clearly, they were ready to go.
BTK
They were ready to look for a target. That was a concealed play.
This is like the
used by
worst
Shark,
I've
who's
ever
currently
seen,
standing
bro.
on a
Worst
0-3,
game.
and that is not a great sign, especially if you aren't able to get the necessary trades out of it. So we're looking at an 8K gold lead in favor of Team Vamos, which is all the more reason for them to just hold on to this lead. They don't need to do anything crazy. They just need to play this by the book, because BTK, they're the ones who have to find a way to deal with all this pressure. We've seen them struggle in terms of wave clear earlier, so the second time that Team Vamos gets their hands on an objective... Wait.
How do they do it though, right? If there is a possible comeback angle, though it is like, what, very low at this point.
Yeah.
What do they have to do to make that happen? I don't know. Vamos, they just look too clean, and their composition with a lead like this looks a bit too impossible to make even a mistake happen, you know?
Yeah, even if Shark decides to go for a pickoff, like, Zia would probably have enough damage by now, but that doesn't entirely mean that you would get the upper hand in terms of the team fight. You would still waste resources just to take a single pickoff against Team Vamos. And by the time they know that, they have a lot of ways to counter it. Speaking of, Shark hasn't even had his hands on the setup yet, but he immediately gets punished right away!
They don't even have to go for a dragon
down,
right there.
Chicken. Caught on the Sanguine Claws. Mobasane chased down Chibi. Gets the double. Now it's Mobasane who's caught again. Has a Spear of Alpha, walk away.
Right
they want to go for the end. Zia dashing backwards. BTK on the brink of elimination.
They're like, goodbye.
Uno, dos, tres, vamos,
bro, the trash talk, bro. Look at him, guys. Yeah, they're literally taunting in front of them.
For the hometown villains, now turned heroes. Vamos indeed for Team Vamos.
The taunt is crazy.
In the home crowd, the taunt. It is fire.
The taunt,
straight
bro.
up fire on stage. Walking from one side to the other in front
top
of
what
the
are
man
they? Like top
who
15?
called them the easy server.
10? Vamos
are the ones to eliminate the Bloodthirsty Kings and their phenomenal work on this stage.
The clash of servers.
Bro, who's this guy?
Unexpected turn.
Is that Soren, guys?
It was a one-sided series for Team Vamos. Let's head over to our panel and have them break down that series for all of us.
Alright guys, I'm done for tonight. But you guys can watch the whole thing, alright? I'm gonna go to
Revenge
sleep now.
is a
Good
dish
night.
best
Peace.
served at home. Malaysia, let the world
I'm gonna
hear
turn off
your
the camera. I'm
support
not gonna
for
turn on the camera.
Vamos!
I'll just leave it running. Okay?
Congratulations
Good night, guys.
to the
Thanks
team
for
that for the
coming in
longest
tonight.
time has
Bye.
been hunted by NA.
I'll just let it
and the
run.
region hunted by NA. Here they are sweeping BTK. What a win
not my
for
own.
Malaysia, locking in their first representative in the knockout stages.
It's a new day. Yes, it is. 2 years.
another example of that. A lot of people are expecting TLID to win, but Twisted Minds might be able to just pull off this late game composition with Sicilian on Cuff, and that's a signature.
Yep, the momentum is definitely there for the Young Cavalry, but this time around they're going up against the Twisted Express. Let's see how this game goes for both of these teams seeking to punch their tickets to the knockouts. One thing that I would also like to talk about is just the amount of zone control that you have to pay attention to when it comes to TLID. I think that their lineup right now, you could expect it to be very chaotic, but I think they kind of thrive in that. They like all the chaos that could potentially come out.
And for Team Liquid ID, though, again, the Moskov was a great pick. The Glue as well goes and does a lot in the chaotic duels. Hold up, Sanguine Claws, Aran might actually be caught. Pops in the sprint, Hoda comes in, secures first blood. Liquid ID, I was about to say, Yves is very one-dimensional. You go in for the RWM and Troll can jump on you, Hoda and Sanji especially too.
Yeah, but the TLID definitely, they're planning to do the same. And what a way to start your farming here for Hoda. He just walked into a kill, an early kill for Twisted Mind. So that's definitely something they'd be really happy about. But Fabian goes in with the Spear of Alpha, forces out the Flicker from Troll. So it seems like we're just having some exchanges here and there of like skills and resources baited out in the early game.
You can definitely see here for the emblems, the Master Assassin actually, Moskov, Aaron Shiki, on one of his comfort picks in MPL Indonesia with the Master Assassin, definitely wants to get the dual power here in the lane. And so far, has actually been doing a pretty good. Sano forced back into his turret, and that's a freeze already set up for Aaron Shiki.
I mean, by the moment he actually guarantees that advantage in the lane, he can all the more just throw out the Spear of Destruction, going the team fights, but Witty seems like he's poked really low right here prior to the turtle. So let's see how this goes for TLID because he has skill as well. He seems that he's very low, forces the Flicker out, and now it's Troll with that sand. Wait, there's so many jumps happening all over the map. Hoda gets the turtle.
And that's, Fabian who gets the kill back again. Cuffin will be able to still stay pretty safe. That's the immobility over to Hoda. Hoda pops in back. That is turtle and kill for Twisted Mind. So a winning trade. Fabian, though, very active, staying on it. Going to the purple buff, does not have the retribution, but does get that Spear of Alpha to displace the purple buff and will be able to take that away.
And I mean, all of the sides are seemingly quiet as of now, especially Aaron Shiki. He's managing the lanes really well, forcing a reaction out of Twisted Mind. So now definitely we'll be seeing a lot more rotations, and as of the moment, as early as now, Hoda seems like there was an attempt onto Aran, but I don't know if like you would want to go after the glue. At this point, look at Aran just being able to sustain and take the advantage against Sanji, but here in the middle lane, Troll won't be able to use the Raging Sandstorm to get away.
Yep, SOD missing there. Great pickoff, though. They're able to get Troll down, though I think the timing needs to be a bit better for Liquid. Again, for Twisted Mind, similarly to match number one. Aaron, Spear of Misery, locking him down. The Spear of Alpha, 2 double spears. Aaron and Fabian together, getting it down.
That was unfortunate. Blade Surge into the right mid bush, expecting someone or not knowing that there were actually 3 persons waiting for you there. More unfortunately so that Aaron Shiki was one of them. Just a Spear of Misery right into his face. And now Team Liquid ID, they actually get hold of the lead against Twisted Minds. So we're starting to see how TLID is sort of really adapted and adjusted, even similar to yesterday. Like, we're seeing a lot more sacrificial plays, especially in terms of their roamer Witty. It's not entirely just looking for the setups and all that. It's gathering the information and allowing all the other players to manage from there. But speaking of manage from there...
Great timing with the Spear of Alpha. They waited for the AOG, and once he channeled it, it was straight into the Spear he goes. Now, one-man advantage. Twisted Minds, they're going to utilize this advantage. Straight up, blitzing the turtle. Here, Witty! Wait, the Dragon, the Jikundo canceled out by the Sanguine Claws. Now Witty will not be able to secure it. SOD! Aaron Shiki dives into the back.
That's a second turtle that goes into the hand of Twisted Minds, but they're not stopping right there. They're looking after Cuffin, and they will take him down. But Aaron Shiki dodges the Avatar of the Guardian, and there goes the reinward manipulation. He might just be able to outmaneuver all of these players from Twisted Minds.
Aaron Shiki saved by a head skill, and a great blink again from him to escape harm's way. Oh my lord!
What?
What happened to Aaron? earlier in the tournament, a lot of people were already using the Aaron Shaky nickname. Now it seems like Aaron Shaky's back.
He actually seemed like he found his footing. He's so comfortable playing whatever gold lane you provide to him, and right now, just look at the amount of assisting that TLID is actually providing him. They're currently acknowledging the power spikes that they have, and this is a really great early game from them, if I must say. Look at the gold differences. It's not that significant just yet in terms of the gold lane, but looking at Fabian and Hoda, that's a completely different conversation.
Fabian on the Alpha is actually one of the picks that
5-0.
you can just never give out. Oh my, no way. Aaron, oh, great dodge from Hoda. That could have been lethal from downtown all the way from the bottom lane. But yeah, no, Fabian on the Alpha in MPL Indonesia, it's so respected. Everybody, no one actually wants to go up against this. Everybody's quite scared of the Alpha pick, especially when you combine it together with Witty on a Cho or an Alpha. Anyway, just to create an opening for the Alpha itself. It was so scary, teams would actually be scared of the Angela Alpha. Liquid would actually, they were brave enough to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they started off the Swiss stage with an Angela Ling even, right? So they're very much confident in terms of those kinds of duos. But if you were Twisted Minds in this kind of situation, who are you actually going after? The bounty on Fabian, it's so high, but at the same time, are you confident enough to be able to take him out once you actually find a way to reach him? Because if ever you do focus so much of your resources on this jungler, then there's this SOD, there's the potential zoning that can come up from the other members of TLID, and that's another uncontested turtle that goes into their hands. But actually, that's the first turtle that they get, right? Twisted Minds, they've been securing the first 2 turtles so far.
Yeah, they've just been losing the fights. Witty goes over to Jikundo, will not commit the way the Dragon knows that Twisted Minds have already started their rotation up top. Hoda, very aggressively walking forward, will be caught by the Spear of Misery, but for Liquid ID, they do not want that smoke. Right now, they got the neutral objective. It will just be a trade on the map. You can see why they didn't go for it. Fabian was on the other side of the map, just farming it up, and Aran now gets hit by a few bad impacts. Fabian, so brave, on the turret, takes it away. Sanji, you've got to be careful now. You can see the patience from Fabian. Will not use the Spear of Alpha. RWM, real world manipulation. SOD, Aaron Shiki, again with a dive. Sanji missing out the taunt. Troll going for it. Aaron Shiki, oh what? Troll, raging sandstorm in the flinker. It misses, it's wide, and Aaron capitalizes. Aran, split, bringing it back. Sanji all the way to the slices of Fave. Under the turret, it's a monster kill. Now it's holding up Fabian! No way with the Spear of Alpha! Turns it around!
He was able to sustain all that! And for the second time around, Aaron Shiki as well escapes death. He's constantly able to judge and move away from all these threats. And TLID finally gained access to these turrets that they really wanted to take. But Twisted Minds, what is happening? We haven't been seeing them hit all those AoE skills on point just yet up against TLID. It seems like it's a constant miss here and there whenever they try to go for the counter engages.
Flavor Fave, what was that? Spear of Alpha turning it around, and like you mentioned, yeah, Troll. I guess overshooting it. Sanji's got to be careful here. If he walks up and he gets kicked back or even CC'd, Fabian is 7-0.
He is 7-0.
I think we've had a bad taste of Alpha in the Swiss stage, right? Alpha hasn't really been winning games. That you forget how scary a snowballing Alpha looks like.
He's going legendary at this point. I'm just waiting for it to pop up, right? If he gets another kill up against Twisted Minds, and this is no joke, they're having a hard time trying to look for the plays, look for the setups. It's always been some sort of a reactive play, a response from Twisted Minds, and even the mere presence of Aran here. He's disrupting so much of Twisted Minds in terms of positioning, and they just keep playing the chaotic plays, but the amount of damage they're starting to be gradually built up here by Twisted Minds, but Aran, will still go in!
Against 4 members, is able to just split out, actually. All right. That was just... He just walked up, man.
Walked under the turret.
Super confident. Now purple buff stolen as well. Liquid ID still building with the Lord. It's a slow push up top. They're going to go for the siege in the mid lane. Fabian looking for an angle. They will not bite on it just yet. They will just go bot, play it slow, and siege it down properly, disciplinedly.
Yep. Yeah, all of the resources are actually still up for both of these teams. Even for Twisted Minds, you have to take into account that 3 2 heroes rather, are on Purify. So if you were TLID, you really want to be careful with whatever engages you are going after next. Coffin is also there. He's gradually picking up the damage. But Witty on the conceal. Twisted Minds know of these plans. And the plan just seems to be to take out all the outer and inner turrets from Twisted Minds.
Holy Defense in the mid lane popped already. They dealt with the Holy Defense up top. Winichi Kudo and the Spear of Alpha, the Purify from Sano, but they're going to be caught in the same CC. Troll, Raging Sandstorm, that's a 3-man Sanguine Claw. Hoda going in, but pinned down again by Aaron Shiki.
How were they able to sustain all that under the turret? Just when we thought that Twisted Minds were able to actually put an on-point skill, but Aaron Shiki uses the flicker as well. He still gets to dodge the Avatar of the Guardian, and then stuns too onto the wall with the follow-up real-world manipulation. It is a double kill for Yezkiel.
Aaron Shiki, what was that? SOD to 3, the Spear of Misery after dodging everything. Twisted Minds, they're gonna try to defend. An arrow again, Flavor Fame in the back, and look at that damage! The cavalry are charging through Twisted Minds. 11 minutes.
I don't know if that was the fastest we've seen today, but it seems like it is. The momentum is there for the young cavalry. And they just knew what to do from start to finish. Twisted Minds barely got to move around that map, barely got to do anything to counter what TLID was doing against them.
Hey, that's the TLID I remember, at least from MPLID.
That's the TLID everyone wants to see. Now let's hear what the panelists have to say about game number 1.
Sort of felt like Twisted Minds were trying to out-brawl the champions of the Brawl meta. Then they were just straight up outplayed by all of them, mainly the main focal points that we were looking at Yezkiel and Aaron Shiki.
After the first verse, it seemed like Liquid were already freestyling.
Yeah.
Even moves as funny as, all right, I'm gonna conceal, you go this way, I go that way. For Weedy the Wise, it just seemed like the team trusted each other, trusted the process, and understood that their mechanics and their draft were superior to Twisted Minds if they made the right decision over and over and over again. And as Renmar mentioned, Twisted Minds somehow thought it was a wise idea to brawl against Liquid.
That's one of the few mistakes that they made. I mean, there was a bunch of mistakes mechanically, if we're being perfectly honest on a technical level. But as we pull up the item build, I think it's going to make perfect sense to you how much of a lead that TLID was able to generate for themselves. And honestly, they didn't have to work extremely hard. I think one of the key fights happening was on that very first turtle. And from that point onwards, when you see Fabian going into the enemy jungle against the Suyo, he's just doing alpha things. Keep applying the pressure, keep absorbing the goal, make sure that he's poor, you're getting richer every stage of the game.
Fabian's the alpha male, huh?
He's the alpha.
Yeah, and looking at TLID, how they played this, I like that you guys pointed out that eventually at some point it looked like they were freestyling. Twisted Minds got to the heights that they were able to achieve in MPL MENA because of their ruthless, systematic approach. When they were the Twisted Express, when they were humbled and had to evolve into something a little bit more calculated into their championship form in MENA Season 6, and you saw that. Hoda got the turtles, man. He got 2 of them, 4 Twisted Minds. They were winning the nice positioning, the retro battles, but the things in between the objective team fights, the skirmishes in the river, where you're getting vision, the ganks, that's where they were losing to against TLID.
Even the small moments where Insano would try to get stacks on his Capriccio, Weedy, Gideon noticed in games like, oh, he's blocking them. He's not allowing Sano to get stacks, which explains 0, 1, and 0 on Saudi Gold. Like, he just could not shine. And true to their nature, Twisted Minds, the games they lost in early days of Swiss were fast games. 11 minutes, 8 seconds. This was a Liquid stampede.
Yep, this was, man, when you're under the feet of the cavalry, it's really hard to get back up. And there's so many moments when, honestly, Twisted Minds had, honestly, God, they had the tools, but it's extremely volatile. When you are pressured and to defensively use your battle spells, you are also taking away, you're blunting the blade. Because the only way that they could turn this around was probably with Troll, with that Raging Sandstorm, onto Aaron Shiki, because he can't stop that. All he can try and do is dodge it, and most of the time, Aaron Shiki, he's dashing forwards already, leaving his battle spell wide open to be blown for free.
Before this game, his kill had a total KTA of 13 kills, 45 freaking assists, and just 4 deaths. That is an insane stat line. And again, when you are a team that go freestyle in other positions, but then have a very clear idea of supplementing your mint and gold, this is what you get.
Just one part of it, honestly. There's also the level of hero mastery. Because think about it. If we're talking about freestyling, the freestyling hero of all time, Witty on this troll, could have been flexing on them even harder. But he didn't. He was leaving the job to Aaron Shikin as well as Fabian, trusting that Yehezkiel can kind of help out and supplement in these smaller areas. And I think that Fabian played an extremely good game. He has played against this Suyo matchup many, many times, and he knows the full extent of when he is strong and when exactly he's weak.
Hey, Fabian plays a mean Suyo too, so he knows where the Suyo would be if he were playing that in this situation. You remember that jungle take where he pushed out the buff away from the Sicilian and the Suyo?
Yep.
Great small micro moment that allowed for the rest of the map to be taken over by the likes of their other cores. And look at who's taking advantage of all that. Aaron Shiki.
You could definitely say that after the draft decisions by TLID to swerve expectations, suddenly bringing in the glue and even a surprising Moskov pickup, I wouldn't say that Twisted Minds from then on, oh, you're clearly going to lose this. No, there was a way if you play better. But then as we saw it go on, there really just looks like there was a clear mechanical difference between of these two, the execution difference between of these two. And it calls back to what you mentioned about 3 of the 5 members of TLID, how long they've been playing together. Witty, Fabian, and if I'm not mistaken,
Shiki.
Aaron Shiki. So the fact that you've had that long chemistry even before you made it to the pro scene, I think now I fully understand the brilliance of Team Liquid ID. It's chemistry and it's just strong individual mechanics.
Like an unbelievable amount of trust, right? Because even in moments like this, in
this
that
one.
particular dive, you see the ankle break coming out from Aaron Shiki himself, right? He probably should have been the first one to take aggro there, but he did and still come out of it scot-free.
Yeah, they look like a center trying to defend a point guard. The center is Shaq. I mean, no offense to Shaq. I mean, Shaq isn't gonna hear this. He doesn't even. Yeah, but
Shaq.
Oh yeah, excuse me. Yeah, Dr. Shaq, of course, his doctorate degree. And for Twisted Minds, it's hard for me to think of a remedy of a diagnosis that we could give them. It looked like really that was so doable. You cannot say draft L. Not at all. It's really just. Yo, Liquid played way better.
Yeah, it's clear because the heroes that came out in this game, both coaches, both teams saw from a mile away, given what they were allowing. So I 110% agree that it came down to better gameplay second to second.
Yep. I mean, there are obviously some like winning matchups in both the EXP as well as jungle side, but I feel like the Moskov pure ego pick coming down from Aaron Shiki is like, I mean, I'm going to take Flicker. If they hit me, sure, but they won't.
Yeah, and it was a W ego pick at that. So TLID are one game away from making it to the knockout stages. They currently lead over Twisted Minds, a champion of MPL MENA. And yeah, I think we've said all that we could have said for that one. Going into the next, again, it's so hard. Usually this is where we say, oh, where can we fix it in the draft? It's like, is there still something that they can switch up in the draft? Should they not give the cho to Witty?
It was a first big show.
Yeah.
What do they change? Fanny, Hilda, Jushin? Do they risk the Jushin?
That's why. See, it's tough.
I would say they need to streamline exactly what they want to do in-game. They need to plan everything from where the jungle is going to path, how the positions of the side lane need to look like before that first initial gank, maybe even a macro feint. But I don't think at this point TLID is taking into account the macro feints just yet because they're already winning on a lane-to-lane basis. So now streamline your strategy to be towards the gold lane anyways because that's how they've always been playing. Mid lane is a bit of a sacrifice, but EXP is too far away to actually be reinforcements unless you do some cheeky things with a bit of a lane swap.
Everything that you've said, Gideon, sounds like a lot to do in such a short amount of time, and I don't think Twisted Minds have that kind of time going into game number 2. Speaking of time, this is indeed, ladies and gentlemen, the M6 Dream Watch by Fairy. Luxury meets gaming with Fairy's first M6 Swiss watch is a special jewelry collection for Jushin and Mia. That's also there, and brand new champion rings and medals. Follow at Fairy World on TikTok and Instagram for updates. You can also check out their website.
I can do that too.
Are you trying to be Green Fairy as well?
Yes.
There's only one. There's only 2 green fairies.
It's not a good enough substitute, you know. I can't. There's not.
It don't look Swiss made, brother. It don't look Swiss made.
Is that crystal sapphire?
No.
Is that dragon hide leather?
It's what we call plastique. Hey, you're really leaning onto the idea of what I told you earlier to not let it anywhere near me?
I'm rationing it out. I'm eating only one every single one of these ad reads on purpose. Here, here's yours.
Your allowance.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much.
Keep in mind, Hello Panda, fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the unlimited ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day. Visit Hello Panda's website for more. We love it here at the desk. We hope that at least that we don't have to ration these out. They need to give us an unlimited supply for these.
Yeah. Hello Panda. I feel like at this point, like hopefully Twisted Minds are eating some Hello Pandas right now. Just go like, guys. What can we do with them? TLID, he just looked that damn good. Hopefully, of course, we want to see them on the bounce back, but no, we have seen bounce back from crazy game 1 deficits suddenly push it to the limit. That's what I'm rooting for and hoping for here for Twisted Minds. Now let's talk about Bruno. That's amazing a pick as he is. He's getting respected. I feel like we've gotten to the point where teams are slowly deconstructing him. Still a high priority, though, do you think?
I feel like it's become more of a priority now than ever. He's been banned blue side 3 games in a row, starting with our opener, Vamos versus BTK. Game 1 here, TLID actually banned it too. So I think the tides are changing. Ask me in the early days, I always said, hey, there's a way to solve the Bruno. But now teams seem to have agreed, no, there's no way to solve the Bruno, just ban it out.
Yeah. Apparently that was the solution this whole time.
Well, I do think that the angle to beat the Bruno costs too many resources, and that's a big problem. It's not as simple as, oh, I play glue, I play the Farmus into the glue. It's over for the glue, right? It's not as straightforward. And I mean, looking at the stats, even 20 out of 28 games, oh wait, sorry, there's actually a couple more, so technically it would be like 30-ish games at this point. 64.29% win rate at the very beginning of the day. That is a whopping majority. That means out of 10 games, you're guaranteed to win at least 6, if not 7.
Even Glue doesn't like playing against the Bruno.
Especially in a meta wherein we've talked highly about the presence of gold laners and how teams would want to play around that. So let's look at the most picked heroes. It's Bruno, of course. Benny's there, Zia's there too. Sano, 100% winner. Got to the point where you had to respect his Bruno because Twisted Minds just plays so well around it.
Yep, the Burmese baller. Benny, you know who's a face missing here that I think in the knockouts should start picking it up, or if the teams allow it? Hiko Mania. He just never gets his hands on the Bruno.
He never gets the touch.
And Kelra too.
Actually, no, even for Higo, Team Spirit, I remember the interview, they just don't pick it. Even during the times where it's available for them, they just don't. They'd rather lean into his Wanwan and his Beatrix.
Well, I mean, there's definitely more reason to do so, right? I mean, again, yes, you know, Bruno is great at everything that he does, but when you need these situational picks, sometimes you need to benefit the draft. And I think a lot of the times when you are thinking about these teams who don't get the Bruno, most of the time, the gold laner is just too much of a threat. Just ban it out, save you the effort.
All right, here we are at the draft. We've posed possibilities for Twisted Minds, but now we're gonna see a little bit of a switch up as they now go into the blue side. First pick, Joe, maybe. Just make sure it doesn't end up with Widdy again, I feel like.
I mean, that's just one of the few solutions. At the same time, I mean, at least they're going over to the blue side to try and handle that straight away. Maybe they're giving them the option to TLID saying, hey, maybe you should be the one banning out the Cho.
Oh, okay, that could be a possibility. If the LID open up the Cho, that has to be a signal for Twisted Minds that they'll be confident to play against it. A good ban of the high loss. Usually the high loss doesn't like to go up against the Jushin, and with the Jushin first phase ban for TLID, it would have been a strong first 2 picks. One of the first 2 picks on the red side. So good answers for both, and TLID is still respecting the assassins of Hoda. Here we are, first pick.
Do they go Phoveus, Cho, or Fuyo?
You don't want the Bruno? Bruno's wide open.
Oh, it's banned. Dude.
Oh, sorry.
Second
my
ban.
bad. My eyes are failing me right now.
Steal it.
At least they do take the chill at this point of time. There is the question whether or not they want to show Phoveus early on, which in terms of EXP kind of feels bad at the same time. Glue is still a very deadly option. It would be safer to go Glue, but the only time you want to show Glue is when you do see the mid laner.
Yeah. At the same time, though, Twisted Minds, if I recall correctly in their drafts, they do often ban Phoveus a good amount. So maybe because that might be a pick that they really don't want to go up against you. Now it's a switch in the signals. If Twisted Minds now are willing to give the Phoveus, that should mean they're prepared for it, right?
I think they should be prepared for it. I say I think because there's many different ways that they can kind of like avoid it. It would be interesting to see Twisted Minds try to go for a Glue at this point, but I think it's a little bit backwards, right? You already have the Cho. You need to kind of figure out ways to kind of supplement it. Having the Joy and Aurora, very good solutions to that.
Okay. It's been a hot minute. We haven't seen Aurora in a while. An interesting priority. And the answer by Liquid. Ooh, the Louis. I smell another Liquid Stampede incoming.
Yeah, this might not be fun for Twisted with the Join the Jungle. Whatever their roam or EXP will be, although that looks like that will be Cho leaning into the roam, their EXP might actually take the brunt of the punishment.
Your team is
Yeah, I don't know. Do they have any necessary way? How does Twisted Minds need to play with just their first three? I guess they could pull attention. I guess they can pull attention to themselves and then look to counter-react, but then you're already banning out things like the Tigreal. You know that there's a good opportunity for TLID to look for their own counter-engagement, because technically when you do have the diversion, you don't have to send the whole team. Just sending one person is enough sometimes.
Yeah, I think the Khalid and the Gatot are going to be high prio picks, unless they get banned. Both teams could use them.
Twisted Minds got to be careful they don't end up going up against a strong invade comp to the point where the Joy might not even be able to. The worst case scenario that you're avoiding is level 3 Joy, level 5 Fabian already.
You know who I think Twisted Minds should ban? Bellarique. Bellarique is so good against Joy and Cho.
Ah, yeah? The Bellaric would be a great pickup, but this time it'll be the Roam. They picked up in the EXP last time, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they put it on Aran. No, they put it on Widdy.
It was a Widdy pick. All right.
So take it out now. Bellaric, coach, it's in your name.
Yeah.
Take it out.
I hope they do. I hope they do decide to take it out, because at that point, once Bellaric gets locked in, there's basically no way to actually find a solid engage.
Yeah. It's so good. You just send it back with the diversion. Just him alone.
Yeah, you're literally telling Lyric, remember who you are. Bellaric, bro. Take it.
Oh, it's scary stuff. Because as much as you want to like ban out the Bellaric, there are many other things that you need to worry about. You even need to still worry about your gold lane matchup at the same time. They're going to get rid of the chip instead, deny double global transportation access.
Oh, good call.
Baby.
You guys called it right on, nail right on the head. 60% win rate.
Dude, all Widdy has to do is just get sent back or walk in.
Yeah.
Ult.
You think he's gonna go for revitalize?
It has to be. It has to be.
I mean,
as the Bellaric guy on the table, if it's not revitalized, even if it's gonna be a stomp win, I'm gonna go to the back and say, Coach, you gotta hear me out. You know?
You sure? Because he's a Cho player, and I know that Cho players like making the play. He might just take Flicker just to be like, check this out.
Oh my goodness! Don't tell me he's gonna be that kind of Bellaric.
Flicker.
Okay, let's see if that's where they'll lean towards. Didn't expect the synchronized shout from all of us.
You did.
Yeah, no, maybe I did.
There's the Moscow, the steal away from Aaron Shaky, and the Edith. It's a good answer. This is Twisted thinking on their feet, but it's what's there.
It's so disrespectful.
That's a lot of basic attacks for a Bellaric.
No, it's so many dashes. It's so many dashes as well for Phoveus. What is your solution to Phoveus at this point? You're gonna like bait him in with the Infernal Pursuit and then counter engage off of that? Like, I feel like there's more reason for your boy Widdy the Wise to take Flicker now more than ever.
Yeah. We're gonna say this now. If Twisted Minds wins this game number 2,
that'd be insane.
That would be one of the most significant historical victories a team has ever achieved in MLBB esports history.
Because of the sheer counter.
Yeah. It is tough. And now even more fun for a Harith to go around. Hoda. Everyone in this Twisted Minds team right now are gonna have to pull off the game of a lifetime.
Boy, they gotta out-mechanic them. Out-mechanic TLID.
It'll have to be golden.
This Balearic Louis is giving me all the flashbacks, and we're seeing it once again. We'll see how they make it happen up against Twisted Minds. This is their match point, TLID. They're literally one win away, Mirko, from joining Arc Yoshi and all the other teams who are already in the knockouts.
And this is a very, very good callback to just yesterday where Liquid were able to beat Aurora, sending them home with the Loyi and the Belleric against the Joy. Let's see how they do. It's up against Twisted Minds match point.
And you know what I remember the most about how his skill just played this Louis? Let's talk about that a bit later, because again, we're just reminding everyone, this is match point between TLID and the Twisted Express. Let's see if they're able to bounce back, because if you would ask me, whenever Hezkiel has the diversion, you should be expecting them to teleport somewhere at least in the map.
Oh man, Hezkiel with the signature Loyi. I don't know, at this point everything is signature. Hezkiel in the mid lane though, Troll gonna be caught, forced to flicker. Witty did use the Revitalize though, but it's on a 70-second cooldown compared to the 120-second. Aran, very aggressive, actually already cutting the waves off.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to force out the flicker as well here from Troll, but same for Witty, also forced to use that Revitalize up against that early skirmish that we've seen between Twisted Minds and TLID. But then overall, if we were to look at the compositions here that we're seeing from both Twisted Minds and TLID, how do you just keep going in against TLID? Not unless you just rely on the damage that you have in the early game, such as now.
No Revitalize. Witty still able to get the taunt down. That's first blood over to Troll. And I guess you just do it. If you want to walk up, you just know the timers, know that Witty is vulnerable without Revitalize, and go in. Wow, great dodge from Hoda there. Master Assassin, here is the choice for Sano in the lane on the Moskov. It is also the Bargain Hunter and Inspire. Aaron wants to snowball quick.
Yeah, and I like how you pointed that out, because it seemed like Twisted Minds knew at that moment that it is the perfect timing for them to go in. No Revitalize here for Witty, and we can be just as aggressive. But then towards the XP lane, there seems to be a little bit of action brewing. And can you hear the screams of the audience right here? They're literally pouring out all of their support towards these teams. First turtle of the game. But TLID already have some sort of control in terms of the turtle pit. But wait, because Hoda, he finds his way towards the other members.
Oh, great Earth Shatter there. Hoda picking it up now. Revitalize helping him out. Sanji gonna be caught. That's a good Frigid Glacier to deny a few kills, but still TLID run wild in the team fights. It'll be a turtle for a kill traded over.
I mean, Troll, it did feel like he was able to find his way around the other members of TLID, but the thing is, yeah, he was just alone. Hoda attempted to go in as well, but Aran just blocked him in his tracks, and he did not allow for the other members of Twisted Minds to penetrate whichever control TLID has already established in that turtle pit. So they have to revert first back again into all the farming that we're expecting to see from Twisted Minds in the early stage of the game. At least they have a little bit more of potential to play around with the macro, but speaking of the macro, that's the Purify forced out here for Aaron Shiki.
Great Purify bait out. Team Liquid will lose another valuable resource at the 3rd minute mark, but you can see Witty already rotating up top, trying to get tempo for the Harith, and so far, Sano, I don't know, he's just been shoving the wave a bit too much, I feel, right? Aaron has had control of the lane.
Yep.
So many times, the diversion already used. Stun over, in front of pursuit, Sanji. No flicker, goes for the Earth Shatter, gets dismantled by the Yin Yang reaction, and TLID takes the kill lead in the 3rd minute of the game. Twisted Minds just goes for the shove in the mid lane, trying to punish Hezkiel for leaving the lane. Great cancel. Hoda, electrifying beats, will not be able to get close enough to Fabian.
I mean, Sanji, it felt like that was inevitable, but another way of the dragon to the wrath of Dryad. It seems like they're able to survive it a lot, though, with Aaron Shiki still dancing in the Zaman Force.
Oh, they've survived the instant burst. Troll very low. Aaron Shiki gonna be caught. Sano, no Spear of Misery. Hezkiel rotates over, and Liquid ID just sustain over the burst. Around in the bottom lane, against 2 in front of pursuit. He's getting the resets down, but the electrifying beats keeps on going on to him. Hoda walking in, diversion play. No one will be caught. Fabian on the orange. Troll, no way of the dragon just yet. Arrow down, onward, coming down, and Hezkiel will be caught.
They find themselves in the midst of all of the members of Twisted Minds, nearly all, because Hezkiel He will be the trade. And now Fabian is left alone in the turtle. Witty is here as well, but it seems like this is full control for Twisted Minds. They will be able to secure this turtle and possibly even a kill onto Witty if he doesn't get to sustain all this, and he won't be able to.
Turtle 2 secured by Twisted Minds. Joy. Hoda. Those two words should not be in the same game, man. This guy, Hoda, on the Joy, on the Assassins, he just does so well every single time when you give him space on the Assassins. Incredible mechanics. Sano already picking up the Corrosion Scythe. And this is where it gets a bit shaky for Team Liquid ID.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds still have Moskov to play for the late game. Meanwhile, for Team Liquid ID, they kind of have to get control in the mid game.
Yeah, and it's so difficult for them to play for all of the potential team fights because Twisted Minds, I feel like they'd be okay with that as well. I mean, right now, they're definitely capitalizing on the fact that Hoda is able to look for the targets, the isolated targets up against TLID. But when it comes to all those team fights, they're equally equipped to deal with all that. The counter Frigid Glaciers, I mean, we've seen consecutive great timings from Cuffin in terms of using all these Frigid Glaciers. And when Sanji gets to join the actual team fights and does not get denied of the Primal Wrath, which we've seen for quite some time now, they'd have an additional source of damage on top of all that they could expect from Sano, from Hoda. And Sano right now, I feel like he's just focusing on the macro, but speaking, oh wait, Aaron Shiki dodges the way of the dragon once again.
Great Wrath of the Dryad to cancel out Diversion. No one's going to take it. Frigid Glacier from Cuffin just to make sure no one actually takes that teleport. Team Liquid ID will just be playing it slow into the mid lane. Twisted Minds also, we did see a bit of aggression. They were able to bait out the Purify. Now it's a 1v1 in the bottom lane. Hoda versus Fabian. Good blink out. He's just going to stand there in the wall. Hoda, Electrifying Beats already used up. He has to be careful here. Oh, great moves from Hoda on the Joy up top. Earth Shatter, Aaron Shiki. Caught on the onward, Witty will be isolated. The Revitalized cannot save him. And Twisted Minds gets another pickoff, all on the back of Hoda, bringing members to him.
Great reaction from Twisted Minds, immediately committing the kill onto Witty. Up top, knowing that there were members down below, but wait, there's an isolated hero here. It's Aran, but he still avoids the Frigid Glacier.
3 men for the pursuit. That's a stun. Sanji gonna be caught, and now Fabian severs his soul. A kill over to Team Liquid ID. It looked great for Twisted Minds, but TLID gained control. Aran survived that.
He was able to, like, last minute dodge the Frigid Glacier, move a pixel, just a pixel away from the range of the Frigid Glacier and sustain the succeeding damage. And now we see the immediate response as well coming in from TLID. This might just go into their hands.
Should be free.
Since Twisted Minds, they don't seem like they're planning to contest this anymore. And even if they wanted to go for the trades, Aaron Shiki, he's already down there below, used the Zaman Force to actually defend that. And even up against Hoda and Sano, he's just able to play around these two heroes and deny Twisted Minds of the trade.
Under the turret, Team Liquid ID should still be very, very safe at this moment, right? I don't think the Joy has enough damage as of yet to just take them out. Yeah, his skill. Good Purify out of the kick from Troll. Aran going in. Oh, cancels out the onward to escape. Gets brought back into the team and bonked by Aran. It's another kill over to Team Liquid ID. And in a flash, that gold lead that Twisted Minds has just been completely reversed.
They didn't even need to use the Zaman Force to burst down Sanji at that moment. The damage right now that we're seeing from TLID, you just really have to respect it if you were Twisted Minds, especially as they're grouping up together a lot more often. And that is possibly one of the biggest strengths you see from TLID, coupled with like the suspense factor that they have in terms of their usage of that diversion. So you never really know where they can come out from. So Twisted Minds, I know they're doing that typical, you have to send your jungler at least away and to manage the other sides of the map, but you have to be equally careful if you're just planning to do that, because TLID might just do or go for a quick response, but this might just be a quicker response.
Oh, great Wrath of the Dryad to cancel out the Winter Dragon, and now they actually collapse. Fabian from the side gets a stun over. Sanji bursts it down, but now Hoda comes in. Is he going to be able to get the Electrifying Beats? Aran jumps in again, and my goodness, Hoda! Severed soul by Fabian again. In the bottom lane, there at least will be a trade for Twisted Minds. Liquid ID, though, they've just been clean at canceling out Hoda.
They might have actually continued the fight if only the SOD was able to connect onto the members of TLID, but it didn't, and Sano will just recall back to their base. That was a dangerous spot for him to ever go out of that bush, so now they're left to defend. And I'm starting to feel the struggle of Twisted Minds in terms of like managing the macro overall against this composition of TLID. Like the element of surprise, it's definitely there. So how do you like go for the trades? How do you maneuver around the map knowing that they can just come up to you any moment, anytime you just show even the slightest bit of movement from Twisted Minds, and now they're not even like playing together just yet. We haven't seen the team fights really work in their favor.
Oh no.
And around once more, spot Sanji. So they regain control of the Lord Pit.
You can't spell control without Troll. Oh no. Troll gonna be engaged upon. Will flicker as well. Troll able to escape. Hoda electrifying beats defensively. Sanji poked away. All right. Twisted Minds have given out control over. They cannot contest for this. The SOD will spot them out. The diversion still comes through. He might want to take the SOD. Oh my goodness, no! He should have. Oh no! Witty with the flank. The tree from behind. The Wrath of the Dryad. Sano, flicker, blink. TLID on the chase. Can you outrun the horses, the cavalry? The yin-yang reaction from Yehezkiel takes him out. Oh man.
The response was too fast. Sano, he just wanted to do what he could. Go for the trades, at least drove up the lanes. But Yehezkiel deciding to use that second skill just to make sure that the range he would cover the entirety of the bush, not allowing for Sano to get home. But Aaron Shiki with his time of force. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And a Purify to answer the flicker play from Troll. There are just so many targets to go for, I feel like, for Twisted Minds, right? So even if you go in with the flicker, you bait out the Purify, in some cases it might be worth.
Yeah.
But in this case, there's so many ways to cancel. Say Aaron Shiki, next time around, you get a pick onto him. Weedy pops in Wrath of the Dryad, Wave the Dragon instantly cancelled, and then Aaron goes free anyways.
They're so happy with all of the team fights that are happening. And now they can just keep overwhelming Twisted Minds! And that was an overwhelming play indeed on the bottom lane!
The Magi solo killed in the bottom lane by the Usurper, Flava Fave. And he shows no signs of stopping, wants to continue the stop. They won't be able to break their record in game number 1. It'll be 11 minutes already, 11:31. That's a pace turret again though, mid and bot.
This is such a fast-paced game. Again, we're just approaching the 12-minute mark, Mirko. But TLID, it seems like they no longer wish to extend this game. They're knocking on the base.
Wrath of the Dryad onto 3 from Witty the Wise. And that'll be it for Twisted Minds. The Cavalry have knocked Twisted Minds out, and by doing so, they have secured a slot, the second one for MPL ID in the knockout stages.
The fastest series so far. And the hunger of these youngbloods, you could definitely feel it. They joined the rest of the teams currently in the knockouts. And Team Liquid Indonesia, in their M-Series debut, they definitely made a statement right here. We have to give it up for TLID and that performance that they showed us in this 2-0 sweep.
The Brawl server keeps on brawling. TLID just want that smoke.
I can't believe it. We see another 2-0. Let's head over back to our panel and hear their thoughts.
Congratulations to the Cavalry for securing their spot at the knockouts. And of course, MPL Indonesia's happy. 2 of their representatives locked in for the KO stages. It's a good day for the Indonesian fans.
There was no way this draft and this series was going to go sideways for Liquid despite a rocky start. The technicalities were there, the mechanics, and they stayed the course. This is what we all expected, seeing that draft unfold.
I don't know. Witty had a couple of moments there where he's just like, well, you guys want to make this interesting? Looking left and right. It's like, guys, it could be a lot more fun.
Yeah, it really looked interesting there at the very beginning, but then eventually the draft and the power spikes got to the point that we expected. We said in the draft in itself, all the interactions, how difficult it would be, and of course the presence of Yehezkiel on that low Yi made the map of Twisted Minds feel so small. We're gonna see their final goodbye to us up on stage with Rose. Once again, thank you, Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds' performance this year has just showed the world that the emerging regions too can definitely catch up to the world standard. Guys, please give a warm round of applause to Twisted Mind as they wave their final goodbyes. Their quest to be greater than ever may have been over, but The game is never over, and we hope to see Twisted Mind come back stronger next year. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you guys again. And it's now time to interview the second Indonesian team heading on to the knockout stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Liquid Indonesia, Aaron Shiki and Fabian. You guys know what? The interview hasn't begun and I just know it's gonna be amazing. How are you guys?
I'm good.
You're good?
Good, good.
Good, good.
Good, good.
Both good? Are you guys happy to be in the knockout stage?
Happy, happy.
Happy. What about you?
Yeah.
You're happy. Okay, now yesterday, Mirko mentioned that he wants to see Aaron Shiki's Roblox face and Fabian's mewing. Can you guys show? Come on, you guys just went to the knockout stage. Can you show?
Where's the camera?
Where's the camera? Camera. Okay. Roblox face, mewing in 3, 2, 1. Come on, guys, come on. Mewing, Roblox face? Cannot? Why cannot?
Sebab I tak bisa.
You're not used to it? You don't know how? Aaron Shiki is a bit behaved on the M6 stage. This is quite surprising. Aaron Shiki, maybe you can share with us, why are you so behaved on the M6 stage? Kenapa behave sangat?
Saya nak fokus main dulu je.
He wants to focus on playing. Fabian, is he focused in playing?
Tak.
Not focused. Why? Why is he not focused?
Dia cuma ketawa je di in-game.
Oh, the only thing he does in game is laugh. Fabian, why he don't want to do Roblox face?
I don't know.
You don't know? Tak tahu.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Now, honestly, I've heard that before you guys even became a pro player, you guys used to play together. How did you guys meet?
What?
Di mana ketemu?
Oh, in rank games.
Oh, you guys met each other in rank?
Yeah.
Was he good in rank or no? Bagus? Nggak
Yeah.
bagus?
Oh, tak bagus.
Nggak bagus, he say bagus. So,
Tak.
Aaron Shiki is not good.
Not good.
Is Fabian good?
Yeah, good.
Good. Okay. Now that you guys are in the knockout stage together and in the international scene, what do you want to say to him as your longtime friend from rank to M6? Apa yung mau bilang dekat Aaron Shiki? As a friend, you know, dulu main dekat rank, now you guys are in M6 together.
Apa ya?
Bahasa Indo.
Dia ini sih jago di out game doang. Kalau di in game dia nope.
He's good off game, but in game he's not good?
Yeah.
Why is he not good?
Tak tahu, tanya aja dia.
Why are you not good?
Sebab I tak mau main.
Because you don't want to play. This is giving me a headache here on stage. Okay, apa yung mau bilang dekat Fabian? What do you want to say to Fabian?
Semangat Fabian.
Let's go, Fabian. You know, let's go. Okay, I got another question for you guys. So tonight, draw will happen. We will know who you guys will face in the knockout stage. So, who do you guys want to meet? RRQ, that you guys have beaten in MPL ID, or Fnatic Onyx Philippines, that has beaten you guys here? Mau jumpa siapa di knockout stage? RRQ or Fnatic Onyx Philippines?
Onyx.
Onyx. Why Onyx?
Mau balas dendam.
He wants to get his revenge. Okay, Fabian, who do you want to meet?
Sama Iron.
Same with Aaron. You just want to meet Fnatic Onyx Philippines to get a revenge?
Yes.
Yes. If you could say anything to Fnatic Onyx Philippines, what do you want to say, Fabian?
King Kong, I wanna go solo kill you.
Amazing. A banger statement from Fabian. I love it. Aaron Shiki, what do you have to say to the Calvary, to the fans of Team Liquid ID?
Thank you yang udah dukung tim Liquid ID dan tetap dukung tim Liquid ID sama Indonesia. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much to those who are supporting Team Liquid ID here all the way to Indonesia. Thank you very much to Aaron Shiki and to Fabian. Congratulations. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down this game up against Twisted Minds.
Indo have won 2-0 in a fantastic series, showcasing the strength and the power of Team Liquid Indonesia. And again, going into that one, we expected that to happen. Although Rose didn't expect the interview that she was about to have. Again, thank you to Fabian and Aaron Shiki. And of course, thank you to Rose as well. TLID was just TLID. So good.
I'm so happy to see that Liquid ID are in good spirits. Again, enough to, chum it up with Rose there. But y'all heard that last line, right? Fabian has invoked the beast, and he wants to give King Kong a solo kill. We'll find out soon enough if that will happen in the first round of knockout.
Yeah, because again, still, we didn't get to see enough of TLID on a high-level macro-centric play.
In a longer series.
In a longer series as well. They definitely were showing that, hey, if this is the level that we need to defeat our opponents, let's just keep it at that.
And again, this is a team that struggled in the BO1 portion of a tournament, falling to Team Spirit and Fnatic Onyx Philippines. But then now at the best of 3, just showcasing how good they are in the drafts. And well, now you really gotta respect Yehezkiel, man. That low too good.
1 in 5. If I'm not mistaken, the way we calculate KDAs, 1 would then divide, right? His total kills and assists. So that still puts him in the upper echelons. He would still, if I'm not mistaken, be number 1 in total KDA.
Yeah.
So this young man just doesn't die.
Yes, he should be top average in KDA. Well, going into this one, he was 8 points above Innocent, who has a 16 KDA, 24.3. You should put him at around, after this performance, still around that and still very healthy.
Just doesn't die.
I think he would still be above 20 if I'm calculating this correctly, because the previous game he didn't die at all. So, I mean, add those 2 games together and it makes sense.
He's the ghost.
The ghost.
The ghost of Team Liquid?
He just doesn't die.
It's true, he does not die. I mean, nothing much to say about the items, especially with the goalie that they developed. Looking at the emblems as well, pretty standard all across the board. It's just really unfortunate that there's honestly no way that they could have gotten out of this, right? Even if they had the best mechanics in the world, it's really difficult to execute. However, I will give it to Troll. His kicks definitely put a lot of pressure on towards Aaron Shiki's side that could have created openings down the road, but it's such a small window.
Amen to that, brother. I think it's that mid lane duo from Twisted Minds that really carried that early game. The hope for all of MENA that maybe we can beat Liquid, because that Aurora on Coffin was a hard stop. Troll was, it felt like that Cho had like 6 skills. I'll be honest with you. And I think that clutch in the mid game where TLID just said, you know what? It's time. This is enough lollygagging, and let's play the game. They finished. I couldn't believe it when I saw that it ended under 12.
Yeah, again, one of the reasons why Twisted Minds reached this height because of their systematic approach that they balanced out with their aggression, and why they became champions in MENA. But when you go up against a hero that is built to break systems, who is so good at breaking formations, getting into off angles and areas that your opposing team don't expect you to get to, then, well, Yehezkiel played this to perfection. I would like to pose a new nickname for him. You said the Ghost, right? Kind of want to make it extend it just a little bit more. The Ghost of Jakarta.
Oh! Ooh, it's a bit of a mouthful. I'll let that sit for a while to see if we can make that one stick. But gotta give it to our MVP, Fabian, the jungler for TLID, and for the Cavalry leading that charge. Because again, that early game for the side lanes, as much as they were quote-unquote winning lanes, they were also getting ganked very, very often. With the death on Aran, only because he was not only winning lane, but proxying it despite Joy being on that side of the map.
And I think despite Fabian taunting and, very playfully so, the Beast, he must have picked up a page out of King Kong's playbook, because I saw in Fabian what King Kong would usually do in losing situations. And I'm talking about the first 5 or 6 minutes of game 2, wherein, all right, something went wrong on the other side of the map. Let me just farm. Let me just cut lanes. Let me just find any camp I can, take it away from Hoda, and then get my team back on track. If the other 4 were playing around in the first few minutes, Fabian just locked in.
Yeah. It also shows in his item build that he was trying to be cost efficient initially, and then with the sudden surplus of gold that he got afterwards, then it just didn't matter, right? Hunter Strike, then afterwards getting the War Axe, but then decides to go for Malefic Roar rather than, as we've seen many junglers do on Suyo, pick up the BOD.
Now, when your team is on a deficit in this metagame of MLBB, expect the jungler and the gold to open up opportunities. The gold laner just for split pushing, getting gold, getting their farm for an unexpected power spike, or especially for the jungler's case, get to areas that you wouldn't expect them to be, and then start something. You're giving vision, you're providing space, and Team Liquid ID has shown in this series, especially in that game number 2, that they understand that incredibly well. Again, congratulations to the champions of MPL Indonesia. The Cavalry are sitting pretty at the knockouts, and now only one team or 2 teams remain in the Swiss stages, and they will be the ones fighting it out for the potential last slot. Any last notes that you want to point out, though, for maybe some good things that you saw from Twisted Mind's performance in this M6 as we bid them farewell?
I would say that Twisted Minds have improved significantly. And honestly, MENA as a region have improved significantly. And I think the experience that they're going to be taking away from the M6, well, not Swiss stage at this point, is going to help them skyrocket. My only worry is that the rest of the region teams, hopefully they're looking at this and they can improve at the same rate. We don't want a situation where one reigns all for a long period of time within their own locale.
I have no regrets putting Twisted Minds in my dark horse category going into Swiss. So, you know, more power to MENA, more power to Twisted Minds, and shukran for showing up and, you know, letting the world know that the late game centric playstyle exists and should be respected. I think that alone is a good legacy to leave at M6, that teams should respect that comeback potential.
Looking forward to seeing what MENA teams in the international tournaments next year might bring to the table, maybe finally surpass the performances of past MENA teams, and of course this legendary at this point Twisted Minds team for what they've done this M6. And of course, if you want to see our future international tournaments improve, get even better, well, we need to hear your voice and your own opinions. So thank you. All of the feedback that you give us is so important to building the shows and the experiences that we provide for you every year, every international tournament. Scan that QR code right there. That's a survey. Share it with us. Now, we are at the end of the road for the Swiss stages. One more match, even the winds are blowing even faster, stronger in IOI right now, as it's SRG and CFU, the Red Giants and the Hungry Sharks. Again, heading into the Swiss stages, a lot of praise for CFU and a lot of teams acknowledging CFU as a team to watch out for.
The Jawara of Malaysia and the long-coming champion from Cambodia. I don't know how to read this match, honestly, because a lot of people are saying SRG isn't looking like the SRG that we know. Do you agree?
I think they're just slowly coming back into form, but at the same time, CFU, they know how to get under your skin.
All right. We're going to be seeing now behind us in the back, of course, if I'm not mistaken, it'll be the teams placing their signets there. We see Coach Lyric from Twisted Minds eliminated today alongside BTK again. Thank you to MENA and to Twisted Minds for what they've showed up. But a moment of victory and joy for Aaron Shiki and Team Liquid Indonesia. Oh, that man always just
cold
as always.
Trying to swag lord on us, man.
Yeah, cold as always. I'm not gonna try to outswag Aaron Shiki.
It works.
Yeah, it just works. It's an L, but Gideon's happy.
Hey, of course. I'm always part and parcel whenever the Cavalry is having their own success, no matter from PH or from Indonesia. Love the organization, love the players that they picked up to really show themselves for this Stampede to work.
No, so far this day has gone as expected by majority of the community. A lot of people were saying, yeah, Vamos 2-0 and the Team Liquid ID 2-0 as well. Are we finally going to see a 3-game series here in Red Giants or Hungry Sharks? Hungry Sharks, excuse me. Red Giants and CFU.
I bet they're hungry, though.
Yeah.
I'll tell you now, and you know what I'm hungry for?
What?
A 3-game series.
Yeah, I think this is one of the few best of threes that we're probably going to see the full length of it, but this is dependent on the draft, more so whether or not SRG is giving enough respect over to CFU, and the same vice versa.
Two champions will face off. One last slot for the knockouts. The final match of the Swiss stage is coming up next. Selangor Red Giants versus CFU of Cambodia. We will be right back.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。明治 Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Go and Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain. Together, they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see. Another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage playing.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a trade as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
It's a double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
They have failed us individuals again and again. But now, two teams that fulfill the promise. For SRG, the promise of a region to be finally called international champions, and for CFU, to finally be called champions at home. Only one of these two will make it to the knockouts. Welcome to the final match of our Swiss stage for the M6 World Championship. Redmar Santa Cruz here, just call me Redmar, still with Leo and Gideon. And of course, before we move on forward, just to remind you of what has happened so far, we just saw Team Liquid ID make it to the next step alongside Team Vamos. So, one Malaysian representative, both Indonesian representatives locked in, and of course, before anything else, Korea's Gaming and Esports District. It unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walks of life to celebrate esports and entertainment. Well, search for @Korea Gaming online. We can also participate in a bunch of goodies in-game. I mean, like November 18th to December 29th, they can get the throwback skins from last year's M4.
That's right. If you missed out on the Claude Epic Skin Challengers Flare, I mean, it's the current one out, so you can jump in for that. But for a throwback, you got Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Lightseeker. Don't miss the rare opportunity to get Beatrix M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. Get in on it now. That runs until the 29th of December.
I would say it's one of the best Beatrix skins. Some may say the Prime one especially. Such a big difference. Most people are like, maybe it's like Roger, where one is like his hair tied up and the other one is like, nah, it's all down. But Beatrix's one, that's a difference.
Yeah. Now, these two are looking to make a difference. Let's be honest here. A lot of eyes on SRG to win this and continue potentially the golden run of it all. But there's something about CFU, and especially their run in MPL Cambodia, to finally be called champions at home, makes it seem like they've already found their final piece of their puzzle. But this SRG might just be a completely different puzzle. It's hard for me to see this going any other way, but I don't know. A part of me just keeps screaming, don't not believe, or to keep it simple, believe in CFU to put up a challenge.
Yeah, don't count out the fact that their potential is there, and it's an untapped potential. I think the word hungry is the right way to describe this squad. First-time champions from MPLKH, and if I'm not mistaken, for the first time today, earlier, if you saw in our broadcast reel, and in the arena, people here in IOI bore witness to the moments behind the scenes wherein CFU won for the first time in their recent concluded MPL. I felt so Cambodian. It was so amazing because this is a squad that's been together for the longest time. Their team literally means Cambodia First United. So they've been carrying the pride of the Kamai MLBB scene for so long that now it's their turn to rep. I think they're fighting for more than just a slot in the knockouts. I think it's safe to say.
I can totally understand where they're coming from here. You know, Malaysia has had a very similar experience before, you know, MLBB competitive started spreading across the world. We were considered to be the weakest region, some may even call it, and now we've developed to a point where it's finally we're about to make something happen. And the Kamai are showing that they're just as hungry, if not hungrier than us.
That's why it's such an interesting matchup storyline-wise between these two that we had to ask Coach here for a little bit more context to hammer in one of the ideas that make people believe that this is SRG favored. It's home ground for Selangor Red Giants. Coach Arcadia mentioned that for the past 3 days, they returned to the gaming house actually to take advantage of the training equipment and to avoid a relaxed mindset during practice. They're fortunate that they are able to showcase their potential and they believe in their strength in the BO3. How good were SRG during the regular season, and actually not just regular season, during a previous season of MPLMY? Can you remind us?
Dominating performance. Even before MSC, this brand new squad put together didn't drop a single game with only a single loss coming in from the season afterwards. A singular one. Not many can keep that type of track record for very long, even after getting a huge win, an accolade in MSC 2024. So coming into this, their golden road, quote unquote, may still be alive, but at what cost? With so many competitions showing all of their play styles and even more so much still to prove even after winning them, I think at this point, it's tough to say whether or not they're going to be able to come back into form. I want to see them go above and beyond. They still have more time to evolve.
90% is what their analyst says that they should be winning this best of 3. Does that mean CFU has a 10% chance to win? Are those numbers sound?
Well, we've seen it in the Swiss stages that even a 1% chance to win is more than enough chance. Maybe CFU might hold on to that and think that, hey, you know what? 10%, it's better than nothing.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. I mean, for the longest time, again, they were predicted to win, but maybe now when they're predicted and expected to lose, that's when they'll just perform in the level we didn't expect. And one of those players that need to step up is the methodical detective. It's, well, detective of CFU.
Okay, if you watched the way CFU won their games in the Swiss, you'll understand that much like a well-cracked case, they have to put the pieces together. They have to get to a point wherein it's inevitable, wherein Zing can do magic, wherein Detective have you cornered and have you cracked, like a case solved. See right there. So, I like that against the Sky Prince, the MVP of MSC 2024, it's not a 0% chance. Just like how even if you're on land, happy, it's not a 0% chance that a shark can't bite you and kill you. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
It could happen.
I mean, that's why they put up signs by beaches. It's important to know the dangers that you're stepping into when you're playing against CFU. But SRG, they've had a couple of shaky starts and obvious problems coming in through the Swiss stage that people have been trying to exploit, take advantage of. Closing out these games has been a problem for them. But then even from CFU's side, from last time we saw them play, it was they've got some interesting reads on the draft. Let's just keep it at that.
Hopefully, and I'm glad that we've touched on that. Hopefully, as well for CFU, that they've got to iron out some of the problematic draft choices that they made before when they showed up with an Angela mid. That was a harsh reminder as to why the Angela mid doesn't work anymore. And at that time, it didn't feel warranted, a little bit too greedy. As much as we want to see teams look to their own strengths, this is one of those games where you really have to look at your opponents. Yep. You can't just go into this thinking, okay, what's our best foot forward? It's an SRG you're up against, man. And even though, instead of copping out and saying, you know what, look at Rome, look at Humes, look at Stormy, I feel like from the get-go, CFU have to acknowledge the fact that Innocent needs to be solved, even at the draft.
He is consistent. He is reliable. This Filipino import definitely, most people would have like swept his identity and more so the way that he plays underneath the rug because of, how abysmal their run in TNC was. But now he has found a place where he can not only express himself, but show and really showcase how gold laners are able to express themselves in-game mechanically.
Yeah, in the absence of his favorite pick, what coined him the moniker half-man, half-beast, the Roger, he's proven that he's still a clean gold lane player. I think he's in at least top 3 of KDAs even after the Ghost of Jakarta scored an amazing 3-1-5 and then 0-0-9 in their series prior. So I think he's still in the running for some of the greatest and cleanest core players in M6. So with that said, I agree, gentlemen. You have to solve Innocent. Sekai's Innocent, solid cores, and then whoa. You take away heroes from the Malaysian GOAT Yums. You try to solve the so you see how, despite us talking up CFU's chances, they have a grocery list of things to do against tournament favorite SRG.
All right, prediction time. I'm going to start it off first because, okay, this is my prediction, but please keep in mind, I lost my number 2, so this will be my 1. So it'll be a 2-0 for SRG. That's my prediction.
Is that a pen?
Yes, a white pen. So yeah,
right.
2-0 SRG. That's my prediction.
Okay. Does that mean I go next?
Yeah.
You guys are looking at me like it's...
Oh, wait.
Wait, 0-2?
0-2?
Oh, no, you mean 2-0.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the other way around. Yeah,
That
makes sense. Woo! 2-0. I'm surprised that you have so much faith because, again, I've seen the way that CFU has been playing. I've seen how they've gotten underneath the skin of even Vamos as well, who put up a pretty good fight against SRG in the grand finals. I'm going to say that it's going to be 2-1 in favor of SRG. Got to keep it close to the chest on this one.
I did not expect to get flashed by you just now.
I'm not putting it down.
Yeah, okay.
You got to know. It's here, close to the chest.
I mean, at least it's not an NIP flash and it's an SRG flash from you. So yeah, it is an SRG prediction table over here, and it's still within the beats of what the rest of the community and a lot of people are expecting to happen here, which again will magnify the story of CFU if ever they pull it off. If they pull it off, that's gonna launch them into the stratosphere of, whoa, the Kamai might just be the next world champs.
They might just be. And I think, the biggest advantage that I would say that Kamai have in this particular matchup, yes, they get underneath their skin of these Malaysian teams, but I think SRG, because of their specific problem of we can't end the game, and the way that CFU has been playing is to instigate these fights and overheat, make sure that your opponents overheat alongside you. This could inevitably be SRG might, slow roll in and then speeding up and then maybe overextend.
Here's the weird thing. You talk about how even if it's SRG who is with the home court advantage, it's them who's out of their element. I think the fact that they went back to the gaming house for the past 3 days makes the difference. I think this will definitely snap them back into their shape as they were in Riyadh winning MSC 2024. They're more comfortable. They understand now that the best of 3 is where they're at home at. They're coming from a 2-0 sweep. I think they can go for it. They're going to go clean.
I want them to go clean as well. But as soon as I see, if Cram starts going a little too forward and they're not trading as efficiently, that's when I get worried for SRG, because when they are playing clean, they look unstoppable. When Yums is initiating, they look unstoppable. When Innocent goes 0 deaths in a game, you didn't have a chance to begin with.
Going into this, Sekais was a back-to-back MVP as Suyo after rather lackluster performances. Innocent, most consistent. We've mentioned that he was deathless as Nathan in 2 games against KBG. Stormy was deathless as well as Vexana in those 2 games against KBG. That's why everything that's happened so far, despite their struggles, it seems like the Giant has awoken. But the Sharks coming from the seas might just give the Giants a run for their money, as CFU Gaming on your screens right now with Sing, OPZ, Detective, and Wadu. Let's see if they can turn our expectations.
I got my eyes on Zing. Number 2, current, as they started, MVP counts. 6 games they played, 3 times he was the MVP. Number 1 highest damage per minute and number 1 average damage per minute. So this young man knows how to dish it out. All that CFU have to do are put the pieces together. so he can perform.
Yep, and it's going to be coming through their mid trio, right? Opie, we've talked about him so much. He is a crazy good player. He's got a lot of foresight. Dying, not a big deal. I still have my ult. I'll make something happen so that Z and Detective can have an easy time.
Well, we'll talk about this a little bit more in depth later, but if my memory serves me right, OP used to be a gold laner, correct?
Oh, he used to be so much more than just a gold laner.
And then he had to adjust it to the roam role. So now with this gold laner focused lineup, I mean, that means OP should be able to take care of his gold laner very well. So how did you learn to play in the roam position fast? Hey, he actually watched players like Yumes to help him improve, and he thinks that Yumes is the best roamer in the world right now. And even Yumes would say, I think your gameplay also is very good, it's very awesome. And even Yumes said, you're also handsome, just like Wise.
Oh, very oddly specific.
That's very wholesome, honestly. I didn't expect that M chat to pop up like that.
Wise was in the building last night.
He was.
Yeah, he was. Maybe that's why he remembered.
How unfortunate we get to see them next to each other.
Oh. Look, either way, there is as much aspiration as there is inspiration from both of these teams. They're competitors here. They're looking for the throat as soon as possible. I would imagine that both teams would feel more comfortable dominating game one to get that early momentum first, to put them in that right mindset.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I felt like it was going to be a sweep. If SRG take this, they understand that this is how we play. This is the momentum. Stay clean. Keep it clean. Go for the win.
All right, ding dong, draft time, CFU versus SRG, already taking away the Eve from Stormy, the Cho from Yumes, and of course Fanny from Sekai's, while SRG are just taking away the usually first picked heroes in the blue side.
Yep. Slight adjustments, though. At the very least, Jushin is going to be banned out. But the Bruno, of course, has been very, very popular. The problem is this very last pick. We've seen teams kind of avoid or maybe target the double target the jungle, or at the very least, Matilda. But I don't know. I feel like there's a good reason for SRG to say no to Matilda. Let it go through.
Yeah, you mentioned the Matilda. That's one hot ban that is open here.
There is light.
They still don't take it out.
Shadows.
They ban out the Lo Yi instead, so this does leave open what? Bluyo, Gatot is open. Oddly enough, Hilda too. So these are some power picks. Hey, if you want to empower Hawadu, you can go first pick Phoveus as well. Leave the rest of your first phase draft open.
A little fun fact about Sing, his IGN actually translates to luck in Khmer. So, of course, Cambodia's language. So that's what it means. His name is literally just luck.
Dude, I love the behind the IGN bits. These are great. These are great. It gives a lot of insight from how these players kind of not only look at the world, but like look at themselves with their IGNs.
My IGN in Khmer not very flattering. You
know. Oh, really?
Oh. All the Khmer fans know.
They know. Yeah.
So when they hear your name, they have to think about it twice. It's like, nice to meet you.
A little giggle.
So there's the Blue Yo coming out from CFU. So power picks, two of them coming in for SRG. Could be.
Still with a whopping 61% win rate. It's been doing so well. But at the same time, SRG could pose a lot of problems, right? Do they want to pick up the Matilda? I mean, Cho definitely would have been nice to have, but since it's already banned out, maybe SRG can start attacking opposite lanes.
Oh, Hylos.
Hylos would be okay too. If they're gonna go Matilda, I think they can still reserve it for the third pick on the blue side. Don't necessarily need to rush it right now. If I'm not mistaken, that's it could be an option for OP, but not something that when I think of CFU, I remember Matilda instantly. So let's see what SRG are gonna pick up there. It's a Valentina for Stormy, his iconic pick.
Okay.
And of course a Hilda for most likely it's gonna go to the hands of Cram. It's a perfect hero for Cram in his playstyle.
Oh yeah, with the way that he plays it makes sense. But this Valentina I really want to talk about, especially on this red side. It's been surging up in popularity, but not to mention that its win rate is starting to look much better at a 55%, considering that both Give and as well as Jushin have been banned out. Usually you would imagine that, hey, Valentina should be more in the spotlight. But then you start thinking about our counter matchups. The Aurora, that ult is so powerful, especially when you know that the high loss is going over to your opponents.
So if you're going Moskov, so they want to play the map game as well, take care of it and not just focus on the fights too much.
Early Moskov.
Yeah, a little bit for my taste. I mean, that's usually where it ends up, but again, little by little, my Moskov hating genes are starting to like bubble up again. It's not like it's the worst pick in the world, I'll give it that. It's starting to get more wins, sure, but there could have been other options, man.
Yeah, nothing in the draft choked out Zing. So CFU are either tunneling in this phase right here? You know, like they didn't think of anything else to prio? Or they have a plan for this? SRG here committing to their Sekai's hero, putting a joy into the hands of the young man, the future face of Malaysian MLBB.
This is interesting, right? Because I would have imagined that CFU was trying to make a hard read. I'm playing Moskov. I don't really care what the gold lane matchup is going to be, but if you do happen to play an assassin, at least I have some form of counterplay.
Yeah.
And then they lock in the joy. And now I'm thinking like, okay, did they get the read right? Or is SRG okay with this matchup? Because now they can start focusing down on what they want for Innocent.
I honestly think it's one of those situations where it's both. CFU were reading into the assassin, remembered the Sekai's joy, and said, you know what, let's pick up a Moskov so it's not so easy for Sekai to hunt us down. While at the same time, SRG also acknowledged that, okay, it's not going to be that easy to take down the Moskov, but the joy is still a powerful pick for them.
Tigreal ban. Yeah, it looks like this kind of confirms the suspicions that we've been having here at the table at the bare minimum. Even a Wanwan ban for the side of CFU as well. Oh, why do you want to get rid of the Wanwan at this point? I mean, you already have the Glorious Pathway, and also you still haven't shown exactly where this high loss has gone. They could have gone for other picks as well. They're looking for single target lockdown.
If you're messing up the backline with the Joy and the Hilda, mind you, you can do that too. I think they really just wanted to protect the front. Because the high loss definitely will get easy stacks on it if Innocent gets his way, especially when the fights break out. So that's what I believe Coach Taimigo's doing here for CFU.
Okay. So no option for the... It's interesting because OP's more the type to go single target, let's burst one down type, but you don't really get that much with a Moskov, so it's not like they have a option to slot into that. If they end up deciding to go for something like Kaja, Franco, Jawhead as a single target roamer and they put that high loss into the EXP lane, that means they're going to look for a strong mid lane combo. Unfortunately, with all the heroes that we mentioned, the best combo you can put into that, the Low Yi, has been already banned.
Got a Vex though.
But they do still have the Vexana, which might be the incoming option for CFU later. So their single target roamer pickoff and then a Vexana, which now they might actually lean to that considering that they took away the Gatot Kacha. That's one of the picks that you want to remove if you're going for a pickoff burst type of composition in the Roman mid.
Yeah, which begs the question, right? They've already trying to limit down onto the possible matchup since they're already going to have so many dashes. It could be a possibility of just accessing the back line, right? But still, I think that SRG need to play a little bit more. Honestly, they really excel in these mid to short range battles as of right now, just because of that Valentina. You want to be able to accentuate that type of advantage here. But at the same time, if they start showing like what exactly is this Hilda going to be? Is it going to be support? It's still a flex pick. Revealing it too early might be detrimental.
Oh, now that Tigreal ban makes so much sense. Big oof and great pick for the chip. Now this makes a single target burst lineup for CFU not the easiest to pull off. They might have to play into the team fight and pick up something like as difficult as it would be to give the Aurora ult, pick up an Aurora.
Good answer to the stopper. Shortcut through. Just plant that frigid glacier right there. Call it a day. We still need that mid lane, and we don't know where this Hylos is going. I'm echoing your thoughts here. I'm pretty sure Coach Arcadian Vec here also saying, hey, show us, see what you got.
This is a really tough call here. This is why they're taking so much time.
Would they Faramis?
Because at the end of the day, you're going to have to sacrifice something. The Faramis is a pretty good shout here, but it looks like they've locked in the Jawhead.
Whoa!
First time we've seen this, but it's been a very long time. An interesting answer to maybe the Joy. At least you could, as mid laner, you can protect yourself.
That's hero number 70 for M6.
For M6.
That's hero number 70.
The 70th unique hero pick.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah. We went into the day 69 out of 126.
Nice. Now we go into the 70 range. That's great. Really showing the creativity the teams have flexed into this Swiss stages from best of ones into BO3s. What's the last pick here for SRG? Because now laning around the mid got a little bit more complicated for SRG with the Zask popping up.
What's John Vincent Banal, aka Innocent? What's he gonna pick up here?
He's just gonna G-Ranger it?
I mean, he needs something with Purify, right? You're up against a Jawhead anyways. It's gonna be real difficult to go. He could be, Granger into it. Nah, the Claw. See, I was thinking whether or not he's gonna go to old favorites.
Yeah. So Innocent ends up with an old favorite in the Claude, and interesting. are the hero matchups that we see. As interesting as we expected the series to be, it's game number 1 between CFU and SRG.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and it is indeed the final series of the Swiss stage. This is going to be once again between Malaysia and Cambodia, their only remaining chance to head into the knockout stage, whereas Malaysia, we know the expectations of all the Malaysians for SRG heading into this match, so let's see how this goes. I definitely want to see a maxed out series this time.
Definitely, especially considering Innocence on the Claude, Yums is on a chip. This feels like, a couple of patches ago.
Yeah.
Just a couple of patches ago, these heroes were the meta, were the prio picks, but now we've seen the meta kind of turn on its head, and we'll see if CFU can actually make it work with a Zosk pick.
Right. It feels like we're watching a game that's being played a few months ago, simply because we're seeing the Zask in the hands of Z. And we were talking about it earlier, right?
Yep.
Like, what would Z go for in this kind of composition where there's a chip, surprisingly, that can just put out the shortcuts here and there. And I was suggesting, yeah, the Aurora, you the Vixana, the Firemis and all that, but then what safer option if not the Dominator Descent, which could just keep you in place and at the same time provide a huge amount of zoning as well. So I'm like looking out for the pressure here from CFU Gaming, because I feel like you just have to be super aggressive in this kind of composition, Like SRG, they're definitely a dive comp. They completed it with the Claude. So you would expect unlimited dives from them. And you have multiple ways to punish that if it goes wrong. And there's a history. There's been a history of failed overextensions for SRG.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, for CFU Gaming, you can't spell Zosk without Z, firstly, right? So maybe that might be like a comfort pick of Z. But yeah, at least in the M6 World Championship in the Swiss stage, we've only really seen Z on playmakers. You've seen him on picks that can really change the tide of a team fight, not through damage, but through plays, When he's on the Valentina, we see him perform so well. When we see him on the Vexana or even Aurora, same thing, It's all about playing for the team, being a playmaker, getting those big CC abilities, not really the damage dealer.
Yeah.
Now, he's going to have to kind of swap that playstyle over with the Zosk. You're more of a come-in last situation hero. Maybe in the first few fights, I would say. Like later on, you can actually afford to go Dominator's Descent first and then deal damage and try to soak it as much. But with the changes to Zosk, in the early game, you're not as good anymore, right?
Yeah.
Before the patch, you were great every stage. That's why people just first picked it every single time. Zosk now, you have to play a bit safer in the early game when it comes to lane prio 2, maybe not the best. Especially up against a composition that, I don't know, it's kind of the same for Yums on the chip. The chip has kind of had like very similar changes done to him, right? The patch has made him way weaker in the early game, but in the mid to late, you still have the same macro advantage that you used to have on the chip. It just, you get online much later. The crash course stun, a lot of things have been nerfed about the chip, and I'm glad it got nerfed, because now it actually takes more skill to play. You actually need to just be like super smart. Back then, you can get away by being a super dumb chip too. You can just go in,
just ram in
boom,
like they're
5v3, boom, 5v4, and the whole team gets a massive advantage whenever you jump in with a crash course.
Yeah, there's a difference between how chip used to be played before and now, and even in terms of Zask. But like, if I were to look at the overall compositions that are shown to us here, especially by SRG and CFU Gaming, I'm feeling mad respect, especially for Sing. The panel touched on this idea earlier that Sing has been performing really well in the past few games, taking 3 out of 5 MVPs for majority of CFU's games so far, and like going in with this type of composition, even with just Cram alone, right? We saw it yesterday. Cram on the Hilda, which we felt was, what is this? Why does it kind of feel like he's just throwing his body out there and accepting his fate and really willing to die multiple times just to ensure that he zones out the enemies well? But now it's not just him which you'll be expecting that zoning from, right? You can expect it equally the same from Yums, especially Innocent. It's the Claude that for a lot of times hasn't been used for the M6, at least, just yet. So this could go really aggressive, I'm seeing a game that can actually really go back and forth depending on who gets to ride on the momentum better between these two teams.
Yeah, it's all about momentum, really, when we're talking about SRG and CFU. Honestly, is it momentum? I don't know. It's more of like a mid-game spike for both these teams, you know? Like CFU, early game, they always somehow lose out, even against Vamos, against most of the teams they met in the Swiss stage. Early game's not the best for them, especially up against teams who just dominate the early game. They will lose out in the early game straight up, but then they make plays, and they just find openings randomly in the fights to turn it around.
Yeah.
Opie on the Franco, Opie on the Cho. I think, unfortunately, the draft was one of the biggest issues for them against Team Spirit. In game number 3, everybody in the panel kind of knew that CFU couldn't get the win against that Belleric, especially with the Joy. So as long as CFU fix their drafts and they play towards their mid-game power spike, it's going to be good, is what I think. But SRG do the same thing. They're not the best at early game domination, but in the mid-game, this team does so well in team fights, and they just take control over every single lane.
And now you're talking about mid-game, macro-wise, the global presence here. I'm watching out for how well they're able to play against each other, considering that they have both the Moskov and the chip in their hands. But don't forget to complete all tasks, all active tasks during the event from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. This is the M6 pass, all right? So you have to check it out. So you get all those battle emotes, avatar borders, and new special skins. There's a Baksha skin, there's a Claude skin, and if you reach the highest level, you get the figurine you see on the panel desk if you haven't checked it just yet. But okay.
You can see it on your screen too. Look, Innocence on the skin, man.
Actually, yeah.
We got the, what's it called? Challenger Spark Claude M6 exclusive skin. That's a, oh, actually, no, this is the Cosmic Blaze one. This is the Prime skin.
This is the Prime skin. I feel like only a number of people have had their hands on this skin, so we're seeing it right now being played by Innocent. So it's been a while since we've seen like the laning between the Claude and a Moskov. So there's been some bit of aggression. I mean, he's on the tenacity too.
Yep.
So he can afford to be slightly aggressive in terms of the laning, but against the lineup with a Jawhead in the early, you'd have to like be as careful as you can too. You know, even earlier, OP, it seemed like he wanted to go for the early rotation, but then 3 members of SRG are in the mid lane.
Okay, baiting out the sprint with the ejector there. Cram will not have sprint. He should be able to regen back up though for turtle number 1. Pryo in the lane, in the mid lane. Oh, bottom lane, it's actually CFU. Oh, up top of 1v1, Sing, Spear of Misery. And now it continues the fight around the turtle. Stormy, Glorious Pathway stolen away. Let's see Retreat. Detective with a Soul Sever, able to take it down. There's a set. Cram gonna be caught. First blood for Opie. Flickers out. Skies with Electrifying beats down. Some of the force will not be able to stop him down. Skies needs to jump, gets the jump, and gets away. It is a turtle for a kill and a kill. So 2 for 1 for CFU.
It felt like an objective that both teams were just trying to take at the same time without minding each other. Did you see that kind of exchange between these two teams? But wait, Sing.
Shortcut.
The shortcut.
Wow, great discipline moves from Yums. Detective though, able to go for some damage. Opie walking up, Detective getting the snipe down, and now, oh my goodness, Detective and baited them all into the skirmish. And CFU take it away. Bottom lane, Hylos is free farming too.
That's the early game damage you would expect, right? From the Jawhead, from the Zask, and all the members of SRG just
oh my God, Wadu
up together in the top lane. But Wadu, right? Free farming Hylos, as you mentioned, just focusing on getting the energy shield. So I mean, we've seen him participate in the early turtle take, right? But like right now, at CFU Gaming, this feels like a passive kind of approach to this game, that they're just waiting for SRG and what they're doing. But at the same time, it kind of works for them, especially if they find the quick rotations to respond. It's not the bad kind of reactive that we're seeing from CFU Gaming just yet.
For CFU, they've just been reacting to the plays, and by the way, yeah, the crash, that's a new thing, right? Usually you go shortcut and then you just go instant crash course, and the duration of the crash course usually is enough to take you down, but the combo was a bit different there. Wadu in the bottom lane gets ganked, he's still fine. There's no real full kill threat on the horse just yet, especially considering, like you said, he got that energy shield, almost all of it as a horse. That's a pretty fat horse.
So I would expect that he would really use this advantage as much as possible, but he denies, Cram denies the recall from Wadu, and Yums are just waiting for him. So now they know that Wadu will have to recall first in the base, and they're zoning OP really well. But he won't be recalling, Mirko. He won't be recalling. He wants to join.
Crash Course coming out with a shortcut. They're all going to be rotating. Yum's able to flicker out to safety. Cram. Power Wilderness getting him down. Now it's a fight. Skies electrifying beats. Just going at him, but he's going to get caught by the spears. The Dominators stand still on him with Stormy there. Spear of Misery. Stormy splashes some damage on Detective. See, wants to go in. Doesn't have the Dominator's descent. It's a fight in favor of SRG, but Sing wants to go for the turret. Innocent up top, though, free farming on the Claude.
They're choosing the turret over the turtle, and Stormy might not be able to defend this anymore, but at the very least, Innocent, he was able to take a turret up top, but SRG, Yums and Cram are already here, but they do not get to touch Sing because of the Spear of Misery timed really well. So we are seeing some mirrored plays here and there, and ultimately, I'm liking how SRG is just able to briefly join the fights and then disengage whenever they want to. We've seen it from Innocent once. He went in the shortcut, just used the Blazing Duet, then immediately returned to its lane. So they weren't really put at that much of a disadvantage, but that's an ejector play!
Okay, shortcut doesn't get placed down. Actually, they're able to burst him down before it. Retribution from Detective. SRG decide not to go for it. They will have to concede this over. Sing, though, in the bottom lane, blinking out to safety. That's SOD! Sing able to escape! Good stun over to Skies. That's a Revitalize to help him. Dominators are set now, missing and whiffing. Skies running away. OP occupying the bush. Meanwhile, Innocent. OP ejector, smart missiles, and that is it. That will be a turret trade in the bottom lane for Innocent's turret up top.
What an aggressive play that we're constantly seeing from OP here. Like, he's got the damage as well, but then Innocent, he's not stopping in taking down all of these turrets in the top lane. So definitely SRG right now, they're going after the macro. They're denying CFU of that complete control that they want to assert in this game. And I must say, like, see OP, the way they just constantly protect Sing each and every time, you have to respect that. SRG, they've tried multiple times to just get their hands on Zing, but those well-timed stuns coming in from Z, those aggressive plays coming in from OP. So they're just really focusing on letting Sing play his game, and I'm pretty sure that that's what they're after, right? The mid-game control, they're playing around the Moskov. So SRG, as much as possible, they just want to take the map control from themselves as much as they can.
Now we're going to take a look at the items. It's almost a 1,000 gold lead between the gold laners. Innocent definitely sticking to the lane a bit more here, as Sing has been participating in more team fights, and you can see what that has got on him. It's the DHS and the Trojan side. He will be online very soon as he gets that golden staff. But I wonder how good the Claude is, because so far, at least in M6, we haven't really seen a Claude fully carry a game just yet, right?
Yeah.
I think we've only seen like, what, total of 2 Claude games? So Innocent might just be the curse breaker for the Claude with the M6 skin.
Yeah, and it's probably a bit more of SRG wanting to focus on the team fight approach as well, because I mean, we've been seeing him just using the Blazing Duets barely to stay long enough in the fight to take all those kills. It's more of dishing out the damage early, and there are multiple approaches to really playing the Claw depending on how you want to use it. It's either you go in first, damage the players, or you go in last and try to take the kills for yourself. But what we're seeing right now is kind of different, because the map all around the turtle pit, it's the fight going on!
Wadu caught in the midst of it all, still able to revitalize out. Meanwhile, Spear of Misery over to Cram. Not enough damage to take him down. Innocent gets the kill with a Blazing Duet. Detective gets a stun down, and a few slashes in. Detective looking for the kill. The ejector forward. Oh, and the snipe down from Detective. Skies looking for the beats. Electrifying beats not ready. Oh, the slashes from Detective Sing. Getting the kill in the bottom lane. Stormy left to fend off the rest of CFU all by himself. And look at the timing. The turtle has disappeared, and a Lord has spawned in. CFU. Ridiculous timing to get the first Lord.
That was a lot of time bought by Wadu for CFU Gaming. And you, at that moment, you saw just how SRG, they seemed like they just wanted to go for the pickoff. So it was that kind of approach wherein they just let the other members dish out the damage first, probably a part of it also coming in from Innocent, but then there was an attempt, there was the Blazing Duet used to take Wadu down, but after that, what's next? What's next for SRG, right? Using up all of your resources on one of the tankiest members here of CFU, and now they are able to secure the Lord for themselves. The control established by SRG earlier, now it's all in the hands of CFU.
This is dangerous. Very dangerous for SRG. I don't know how good their clear is, because I think when it's about... Oh, OP! Another ejector over to Cram. That's everybody on him. Spear of Misery too. They took a while to take him down. They used a couple of resources. I don't think SRG want to go for this fight. There's absolutely no way they take it. Oh, SOD! Yums brought back, shortcut coming down. No one should take that C. Gets the kill on Yums. Oh man, CFU taking full control of the game.
Merc, I know we said SRG wanted to dive, right?
Yeah, but not like that.
But not like that. I mean, it's OP forcing them to dive. He's throwing the members of SRG constantly towards his teammates, and they have enough damage. They're well equipped enough, and that's another unstoppable force. But I think Stormy's safe, copying the Dominator descent, and they just really forced their way to that tier 2 mid lane turret. That's just how focused CFU Gaming is right now in terms of taking the necessary objectives.
And look at that. They'll also try to deny as many minions as possible, letting the cannon minion in the bottom lane take the tier 2 away from Selangor Red Giants. 10 minutes in, we have a 3.4k gold lead for the Sharks of Cambodia. The Khmer Sharks, CFU Gaming. So far, so good. They're also scaling up to be monsters. We have to talk about this. We were talking about this after the draft as well.
Yeah.
Z on the Zask. We did not expect him to be a beast in the early game, but we definitely expected him to be a beast in the mid game.
Yeah.
The fact that he was a beast in the early game means he's going to be a double beast in the mid to late, man. 205 Zask.
The pressure is going to be felt, definitely here for SRG. And I must say, going back to the entire idea of how CFU Gaming just seemingly forces the opponents to start a fight, seemingly throws all of the members of SRG, the frontliners, towards his teammates, there's literally almost no way to get out if CFU actually decides to throw out all those slows. The slows that you can get from Z, the glorious pathway as well from Wadu, and we haven't seen them commit all of those resources just yet even. It's like mostly just a quick stun from Z after the ejector to buy enough time for Singh to throw all of his spears and just shred the members of SRG. And now they're actually pretty much equal in terms of gold. As you mentioned, Singh right now completes his Trinity build. And I feel like CFU Gaming, they're definitely ready to engage in a fight whenever there is a chance.
Yums will try to go to the back line. Singh will be able to escape. Stormy types in as well. Detective finishing it off there. The Lord going to be taken by CFU's. Innocent goes over to Blazing Duet. Yums still caught in the midst of it all, and it's a fight. Detective walking in again. Z able to flicker out to safety. Innocent still going on the chase. Meanwhile, Detective just barely escaping here. Up top, it's still a chase for Z. That's a snipe down on the Stormy. That's going to be the kill for Detective. Up top, it's still Z getting chased down. Detective running away. Not against Cram and Skies. Z versus Innocent. Innocent takes him down and shuts him out. Detective getting caught by the axe of Cram. And it's a double. A comeback fight for SRG.
A wipeout for CFU Gaming. And SRG get to freely defend this Lord. But wait, SOD. Oh no, Singh goes in!
I'm not sure about that, Singh! In a 1v2, does he blink in forward? No, it's a bit too risky. Innocent! With a Blazing Duet. Oh no! Up he comes in! And Singh almost got the shot. Innocent gets away.
I mentioned expecting like the back and forth, but this is some insane back and forth we're seeing from both CFU and SRG. None of them seemingly want to stop with all the team fights. We definitely have to take a deep breath after all that has happened. SRG, they're able to defend the Lord. And I must commend the way that Wad was really able to hold things out for all of his teammates. We've seen it earlier, the way they were just able to extend those fights. Detective constantly being able to reset, them being able to regroup, and then find some clutch kills up against SRG. But now that CFU Gaming are back in the game, they're not letting go of that control once more. They're being on the more aggressive side once again. And there's the glorious pathway casted. They're just so focused on taking these objectives, but Yums from behind! Yums from behind!
Cram gonna be isolated, the shortcut comes down. Sky's able to delete Singh from the map! Now it's a stun from Detective. Opie trying to run away with the ejector as well. Sky's getting away, the Winter Crown coming down. Opie falling, Detective and Z against the world. Z able to get them down, Innocent jumping forward, Detective! Wind of Nature 1v1! Innocent will fall! Z had the Nightmare spawn before he died, and he gets a triple!
The passive from Z, even if he was taken down, it felt like a death that he was willing to accept because he was able to help Detective in that particular situation. It seemed like Detective, does he actually want to go for this? He has one card minion alongside him, Mirko!
The Crystal gonna be charting it down. 2 seconds for Yums. Sing shoots it out. CFU Gaming gets game number 1. The Sharks have swam through the depths of the trenches to get that win.
And they swam well. They knew when they should risk the plays. They knew what to prioritize in this game. And SRG, it seemed like they weren't able to pull off the entire idea of their lineup. Let's hear it from our panel. What do they have to say about this?
Nightmaric Spawn.
Nightmaric Spawn and the explosion of the Zask and everything united. Cambodia gets first blood against SRG.
And Detective's crucial timing, his mechanical prowess, his game IQ takes him this far. He had this much life when the fight ended, and he was the only one left on the map. I can't wait to see the items because he definitely had to very specifically build towards that to be able to deal enough damage onto that base with just a cart.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable game. Both of these teams, true team fighting masters. You see the angles, you see the ideas coming in from both sides, but the mechanics is what's really driving this all the way with just everything underneath the sun. It's I can't. I'm losing my mind watching this game.
A lot of people around the world right now, and especially here in IOI, are losing their minds. What CFU has done to switch up the draft, the last 2 picks, the Jawhead and the Zask eventually became one of the biggest reasons as to why it looked like SRG couldn't get a snowball of momentum to say that they're considerably in the lead. It was the Sharks driving the ship.
All right, let's reel it back. Let's go backwards in time. Detective sold what I would assume is his War Axe and his Brute Force Breastplate to build Golden Staff and Windtalker to be able to deal the final blows. If you ever find yourselves, folks, in this situation in a ranked game where you're the only one left and you just want to push a wave, you're not a marksman, build these items, they go a long way.
Switching to attack speed is the common way to go for it. Windtalker especially does really, really well when attacking these types of structures because even that on-hit damage, that magical damage works in your favor to cut down these towers really fast. But man, in this particular game, you gotta give it to the draft. Z on this Zas, rather crazy. Goes for Sky Piercer, knowing that he's basically gonna be untouched, but even a Winter Crown on top of it for another layer of defense.
I stand corrected. He did not have Brute Force. You know what he sold to make this item here? His BOD.
No wonder.
The prioritization, the raw damage is outweighed by the attack speed.
They just really wanted to end it. The Sharks smelled blood. They knew the timers wouldn't be there for SRG. It was still a second on the last member of SRG spawning to potentially even get a defense going. But no, again, it was a team fighting, and there was a point that one of you gentlemen made off broadcast, something about the Zask sort of negating the presence of what the Hilda could do.
Yes, not just the Hilda, even the chip. As soon as Yums or Cram found the softies in CFU, Zing could just skedaddle out of there, and Z could actually just go into Dominator's Descent, and that would almost undo everything SRG did. What are you gonna do? Throw out all of your ults just to pop him out of that thing? Then you're wasting your time. You're not getting the damage on Zing. You're not getting the damage on Detective, which is why later on, they said, let's find Zing first. Finding Z and killing him is a practice in futility.
This just goes to show that CFU are coming in prepared. This is a premeditated draft that they knew exactly what they wanted to do specifically, not only against the Hilda, but even the Joy. They said, okay, if ship does come up, they're probably going to get rid of the Tigreal anyways, so we need potential answers around it. And I think they've done a very good job at that.
Coach Taimigo and Coach Bob, oh, the genius.
And we got to go back to what we were mentioning to CFU, or about CFU heading into this draft, which is how are you going to answer the problem that is what Innocent brings to the table? I don't know if that was actually the approach that they went for here, because those last 2 picks, Roman mid, saving it for last. Yeah, they weren't looking at the gold. They were looking at the center of the map.
It's incredible. It's really incredible stuff here. I don't know whether they hard called that the chip was going to get picked up anyways, because that could have been something else, right? That could have been able to, control that mid lane as well. I think both of these drafts are extremely volatile, and honestly, these team fights, the way that they go, this has been quite the show for everybody here in the audience and for those watching online.
Yeah, folks, you all know it. You watched that last moment. Detective is our MVP. We can't help but go back and talk about that draft. A quick recap, CFU banned out the 1-1 and the Gatot. I think those are two key bans to dictate what happened in this game. Number one, the 1-1. The Claw, we don't see as often anymore in M6. Yeah. So that feels like, all right, Innocent, what do you want to do? What do you want to pick up, right? And then that Gatot pick, imagine all of these fights breaking out like this. If this wasn't in a Jawhead and the fights didn't break out as fast as they did in the early game, it would have been very different. So they really did, I think, make the choice between that and the chip, and they said, you know what, let's deal with the chip. We have the Zask.
Yeah, but also it does come at a bit of a price, right? As you look at the map, with the way the waves are currently being managed, there's a lot of sacrifice coming in from everybody, right? From EXPs all the way down to the mid laners. What matters the most is how exactly are we going to team fight properly and play around our winning conditions. In this case, it's Z and as well as Zing. Detective is supplementary to that, but only if he was able to get the lead first, which they inevitably did in the mid game.
It's hard for me to say why exactly it happened, but there were no honest team fights. At some point, the team fight just, I wouldn't say devolved, but just broke into micro team fights across a wide area, and it would just get messy. But messy not for the detriment of the players, but it just seems like because of the drafts that we ended up with, the nature of the Joy and the Cloud on the side of SRG, the nature of what the Zask brings to the table, it was formless team fighting. It was just, how do I put this? A showcase of micro in micro spaces, if that makes sense.
Dude, that very last fight, that last auto attack coming in from the Battle Mirror image ended up going towards the Nightmaric spawn. That could have been the difference maker right there. Look, if it wasn't for this team, I don't know what to say. But at the very least, Nightmaric Spawn deserves to be, silent MVP.
Yeah, it could actually get its own stat block in the stats. With CFU, it's like, wait, why is the alignment off? Oh no, there's just a Nightmaric Spawn there at the end. And actually, we will be going back to that previous play, that game-winning play by CFU, that final team fight. We really need to break down what happened. So here, it's gonna go up to your screen. If you're watching watch parties wherever you are, come back to us so you can watch us break this down. Let's go ahead and break it down. Gentlemen, I would love both of you to take over for this one, please.
All right. For the first key moment here, it's really important to see that it's about a battle of information, right? Yums had already found the initial flank, and they also found a choke point. However, he didn't have his flicker available. And notice that Innocent goes and dives towards the the bottom side to get Wadu first as the rest of the team start pushing in. But the position on the Nightmaric spawn, right? With Stormy already stealing the Dominator's descent, they had already won the position of that orange buff, and they pushed it down towards that river side. CFU Gaming are surviving pretty much on very little margins because most heroes on that side, especially up against a Claude, max stacks on the Golden Staff as well as the Art of Thievery, should have been able to clean this up no problem. But look at the Nightmaric spawn positioning right here. That mattered so much, unintentionally even.
It was right in the middle, and the combat awareness of Detective is what made this possible. The fact that he knew not to run away, the fact that he knew that targets were abound, and something tells me they're very active with their communications. Even when players die, I think this is a very key thing that we should take away, is when players die, they still have awareness of where their opponents are and what you should do next. So imagine the focus and the clarity of their communications for the rest of CFU Gaming to tell Detective, stay the course, you can win this. I left the Nightmaric spawn where you think it is, and you can take down Innocent. You can finish this right here, right now. It's endable. I would assume that that's what happened.
Yeah. It got to the point you couldn't even see the green on Detective's health anymore. That's how close that could have been to a double wipeout, and just everyone in the arena going, ah, ah, and then waiting for the first member to come back and respawn. But yeah, it was a Nightmaric spawn at the end, and it can't just be him. Of course, it's what Detective did as a Suyo, as Leo pointed out as well. So congratulations to CFU for winning Game 1. This is a best-of-3 series. Let's hear now from Z and CFU to understand maybe it's something about their mindset that help them get an edge here against SRG, putting them at match point. He said it's okay to lose to strong teams. Losing is a good opportunity to learn and grow. While many expect them to live up to the achievements of See You Soon, they will just do their best. And I feel like that isn't just the best of CFU that we saw. They still have a lot more in the tank. And I question what they had in the tank. They still had some left.
Hey, if they team fight that well, and if on a micro scale and a macro picture they have picks like Jawhead Zask in the last phase, I agree with you. They have definitely more in the tank than even See You Soon in our last World Championship, because in addition to that, they have the Kamai playstyle, the fast, hard, aggressive playstyle, and we saw that here.
I mean, they're beautiful team fighting. I want to see more of it, and I'm curious to see how SRG is actually going to figure out a way around it, maybe adapt to it to bring it to a full 3 games.
He's snacking now. He's stressed.
I am stressed, I'm not gonna lie. You want one?
1 game away from elimination. I would also want one, please, because I thought SRG would take this clean.
Yeah, I mean, both of us did. We were still hyping up CFU. We thought if this was going to be a 2-0, it'd be one of those 2-0s where both games went like almost 20 minutes, very close. At some point, CFU looked like they could win, but they just couldn't close things out. But no, they closed that out. And now I'm just really looking forward to the next one. I really still want to see this go to 3, because I feel like these two have so much more to show us.
Folks, watching at home, we beseech you to watch your sugar levels, because matches like this do definitely get intense. So fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. The ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. It's not just chocolate, folks. There's multiple flavors. I believe this is strawberry. There is a white chocolate. There is
chocolate vanilla.
Chocolate vanilla, and then there's double chocolate. So it's a lot of flavors. You want this last one? You're gonna need it.
Okay, I'm gonna take it, because this is a stressful time for SRG, right? But they said that they're good at these best of 3s. They're good at adapting against their opponents. Now the real question is, with the pre-preparation coming in from the side of CFU, did they take into account both game 1 as well as game 2? Because you should be able to anticipate what your opponent is gonna do next.
Yeah, remember yesterday we saw a day of reverse sweeps. It just went 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Whoever won game 1, we're completely turned around. So CFU cannot celebrate just yet. Even though I don't think they're the type to just already go into, yeah, we got one. We're probably going to win game number 2. No, even Z acknowledged that even if their chances are small, they want to go all out. So that's CFU already acknowledging that even they're thinking, we're not expected to win this, let's just give it our all.
I know for sure, for a fact, that they're not the team that after a game 1 win would celebrate. Folks, let me remind y'all, they spent years as the bridesmaids. They spent years not winning in their own leagues. And now that they've reached the world stage, they're not going to throw that away, not after a quick 15-minute flash in the pan.
I mean, remember what they're fighting for. We saw in that quote, they're fighting for another. They're trying to express themselves there. They're screaming for another slot for their own MPL region. And when we look at that head-to-head, they're putting up some pretty good numbers to do so.
Sakai's and Detective, their picks and their play is what's gonna set these two teams apart. What they can do to secure that final knockout slot, and they're very neck and neck in terms of the stats. No super clear advantage to say one is the other numbers wise.
To be fair, when you compare them on an average, Sekais breaks through to the top 5 best junglers of M6. But it's those little moments that matter, game-winning moments that matter, that Detective just lock in. This young man, you cannot deny, has a clutch gene.
And it's not just him, it's the whole team as well. They're playing to win, they're not playing to dominate.
Let's see, SRG, they want to go and force game number 3. Whoa. Okay, I thought that they'd want to first pick the show. They're playing into something else. They want to prioritize something else.
Well, that's interesting. I thought they would probably want to go for the Cho as well, but I guess now that they understand that they're gold laner and the way that they want to deal with these like hard engaged style of supports, probably is making SRG think twice about it.
Fun fact about Stormy, he prepares for every match by drinking a can of energy drink and combing his hair. No wonder why his hair looks always so well kept.
Luscious.
Yeah. It's very healthy, his head of hair. Bruno banned for SRG. The 2 picks that I thought they would prioritize are gone. Suyo gets respected by CFU. What kind of matchup are we gonna get there? You know, if SRG can pick anything else, I think I'd want to see them go into Hayabusa for Zekais if possible.
As a first pick as well?
No, not a first phase, but first phase.
That makes a lot more sense. But I don't know. Now that we've taken out the traditional first pick heroes, it begs the question of what SRG wants to do. Probably, I mean, like they might revert back to High Loss for all we know. Matilda's also open, but they're gonna go with the Hilda one more time, despite seeing what happened in that previous game.
I get it because the Hilda keeps the jungle honest. So if you pick this early, you tell Detective alpha or bust.
Yeah.
And that's kind of makes the window of opportunity for Detective to go clutch mode much smaller.
Yeah. Let's see. Will it be alpha for CFU?
It might be. Folks, still open is the Hylos, the Gatot Kacha, even the Phobius if they want to put that on Wadu.
All of which are going to be pretty decent. However, you need to keep in mind that this Hilda will beat them in lane if necessary.
And Eve. But, you know, knowing CFU now, seeing what they did in game 1, they might want to keep it in the second phase.
Yep.
They do get the H. And the early Moskov again.
They're going to do it again. I feel like they're going to offer this Moskov on a plate. Just say, hey, maybe if you want to play an assassin, at least we have some potential counterplay. But at the same time, this opens up other areas of the map as well. It could make the jungle a little bit more honest, but the mid lane has been such a key crux for CFU.
Sing was also doing some incredible stuff as that Moskov in that previous one. Ankle breaker, side steps, making the most out of the Spear of Destruction. So I feel like that's also just the player going, Coach, I'm feeling it. Please give me that Moskov. And they went ahead and took it. And they didn't just do it for the macro of it all. Usually we see Moskov's default into 4-1. Nope. We saw that Moskov join fights. But SRG now, they want to go fast. So yeah, they don't get the chill because they wanted the Matilda for Yumes and they got the alpha themselves.
I mean, finally, the Matilda is finally going to get picked up here. Like, it's been, the fact that it got let through so many times is already pretty incredible. But now with the composition that they have, at least Alpha can go all in and still be able to pull back out.
Spidey senses tingling. I feel like by picking these 3 first, you're allowing CFU to draft into a mid-core. Because there's nothing that's going to find the likes of a Savior or Cecilia, not right now. Unless you put, what, a Claude into Innocent's hands again? Or a Beatrix? Like, you're letting Z get away with so much.
I mean, if they want to go real wild, if they put a little bit more peel from the side of SRG, we might even see an Ixia if necessary. But now with the Joy, ooh, a bit of a deterrent.
Yeah, and what a move there by CFU. I thought they'd want to default into something a little bit sturdier, maybe even show up a Bane that they love to play out, bring out the literal sharks in game. But no, they said we're still going to match it. They want to pick the Joy. Maybe this is CFU still leaning into the idea of we can just play it tricky. They don't want to play an honest team fight. They want to spread the attention of SRG, break their formations. But the biggest question when you're going up against a Matilda, the Alpha, the Hilda, is if you can even do that, because that's a very solid 3.
It is a very solid 3. And now, oh man, CFU really smart. Banning out the Natan, they're trying to get rid of the self-peel and ways so that at least, hey, this Joy can get on top of you without any issues.
Yeah, they're saying, Innocent, hey, you like those whatever's left kind of picks?
You like playing Claude again?
Maybe that's why they picked the Joy. Maybe this is now us seeing CFU's take on what we suggested for them in the draft. Think about Innocent and what he might pick up. They prioritize the Moskov. They can definitely go Joy. Now it seems like the last remaining marksmen that they could pick up don't have strong self-protect. Easy for the Joy to pick off.
Just means that the gold lane side of the map is going to leave Tram isolated on an island on a Hilda nonetheless, right? And if the jungle decides to path on his side of the map first, that means at the very least he's going to be there to do nothing. He's going to have to go to the mid lane, and if he goes past that mid lane, he's going to have to sacrifice something in his own EXP.
What if, let's pose an alternative here. Is there still room right now for SRG to go back into one of the strats in the earlier part of the second half of this year? What if they go Gold Ruby? They don't put their carry into the gold. They put it in the mid.
It won't scale.
No. Not with an Alpha in the jungle.
Yeah.
You can't do that. There's not enough damage.
There's too many problems that need to be answered first. I mean, they're getting rid of the chip. They're also getting rid of the Zas. Yves is still open, though, and I don't think they mind playing into it because that means they could show the Valentina. So they're going to go with Vexana instead.
CFU's first 4 picks look very good. SRG, whatever these last 2 picks are, need to be something just massive to swing the draft in their favor. The Granger is still open in terms of damage. If you want hard single target lockdown, the Beatrix is there too. But then again, the biggest problem is that Joy, whatever gold laner Innocent ends up with, might actually just be an easy target for the assassin of CFU.
The 1-1 really doesn't do much. You can't cleanse Magic Burst like that.
Nope.
I mean, you could go Airthel with Sprint, but even so, there's so many ways that this could go wrong, especially since Hylos is on the opponent's side.
Yeah.
The moment you get slowed, you lose so much damage.
What's it gonna be? SRG. What's your mid? What's your gold?
I've been waiting for too long.
Wow. A very interesting take. Very, very interesting take here. Now they can technically play for pickoff, and at least with the carry, they can deal with the frontliners that is going to be, running at them from the side of CFU. Very similar to how Vamos answered this high loss.
That's right, back-to-back yesterday. Nets run roughshod against high losses in his way. Is this hero number 71?
I think it is.
No, we already saw Veil picked up earlier. It already had the one pick.
So it's 70.
It's still 70.
Yeah.
What's the last pick for CFU? If it's a strong, sturdy EXP laner or frontliner, as they pick up the Gacha, the carry, that was the read of SRG. They wanted shredders.
Oh my goodness, what a difficult composition for SRG to play. They need to start snowballing with their jungle somehow and make sure they have control, because the team fights for CFU is nasty.
The team that was expected to complete the Golden Road have one last shot against CFU.
The Sharks have prevailed against the Red Giants in the first game of the series and are now at match point. But let's see if they are able to seal the deal, because SRG, they too bring something new in this game number 2 draft.
Gotta leave a breath of a sigh out, man, after this. SRG down a game in a best-of-3 elimination match against the Sharks of Cambodia.
Right.
CFU Gaming, they are one step away from stopping single-handedly this golden road of SRG, but SRG, they can make it stop right here. They can try to pull off a comeback. 1-to-1 equalization, let's see.
Yep, because if we were to look at the lineups right now, I really like to talk about this particular composition that was shown to us by SRG. We know that the Mathilda Hilda, the Mathilda Alpha, those are the type of combos which you often see as a huge threat in terms of mobility, but they coupled it up even with the Veil, whose innate passive is actually mobility, right? So they can just be moving so fast around the map even during the team fights. But I must say, the panelists have already mentioned it earlier. It'll take a lot to execute the conditions that are necessary for this particular lineup to work in their hands. Looking at the emblems right now, it seems like Stormy's also investing quite in the damage. They definitely needed that. It was also mentioned earlier that having the Alpha as the jungle, you'd need some sort of other sources of damage, and it seems like they're trying to compensate for that, especially in the early stages while they're waiting for Innocent to just pick up all the necessary items on the carry in order to shred the other members of CFU Gaming.
Let's take a look at the emblems here. This time around, it's actually a bit, actually way safer. We got so many tenacities, 3 tenacities for CFU Gaming. So I would say still the same level of aggression from CFU. It's just that, yeah, they have way more defensive emblems. They're more defensive minded. Did Detective get that? I think Skies was the one who actually secured that on the Alpha. It's interesting the fact that they went for the Gatot Kacha plus the Hylos, by the way, up against this kind of composition. Innocent up top on a carry, actually losing out against Sing on the Moskov. So already something different. OP will only now just pick up the Roam Boot. So the first 3 levels, he's actually been soaking in the XP and gold from the minion waves.
An interesting take here for CFU Gaming. But all will be tested in this first turtle. Cram is doing signature Cram things, but it seems like the target is different. Sakai's actually wants to go for Wadu, pokes him enough to force out the Revitalize, but Detective though.
They're gonna dive over. Great pick from Stormy, catching them. And now Cram will back away. They know they've gotten the win in the trades in the mid lane. It is still just them occupying the bushes, trying to wait for these clashes against CFU. Will have to give away control over towards SRG.
And SRG, honestly, they have multiple ways to deny this aggression from CFU, right? It's either you go with the guiding wind, it's either you just move fast enough yourself to escape all those threats, or it's either you also interrupt these aggressions head on with all those knockups from Stormy, with that ultimate, with that passive itself as well that can actually aid him in moving faster around the map. So Selangor Giants, they have a lot of ways to just recalibrate and make sure that they're ready enough to engage in a fight before they actually commit it. And CFU Gaming might find it difficult to do what they did in the first game, which was just forcing the fights here and there.
Now it's the opposite. Oh, an SOD over. A cheeky little steal attempt from Sing from up top. But yeah, it's the complete opposite here in game number 2. Game number 1, it was SRG waiting for the power spikes, waiting for the joy, and not contesting. Oh, Windstorm almost takes Seed down. Good flicker out. That was close. The fadeaway basic attacks from Innocent almost took him down.
We literally have to thank... I mean, he isn't even on tough boots.
Nope.
So he was just able to... probably the effects of the decrease the knockup time that we've seen in one of the more recent patches, but then that was really, really close for Z. But now we're seeing better rotations from SRG, definitely CFU Gaming. We rarely see them actually engage and start things up. Even in that particular moment where Detective attempted to go in, it didn't work well for them, just because SRG had a way to stop them. That's the entire idea we're seeing right now. It's either they evade all these attempts and prepare to fight back, or just stop them in their tracks completely and then immediately respond to fight back.
So it's all about Prio again. Skies picks up that War Axe. 4th minute in the game, that'll give him a lot of sustain in these skirmishes. CFU Gaming? Yeah, to go back to the point, the fact that they went for the Gatot Kacha and the Hylos after seeing the carry and Alpha was definitely an interesting choice to go for, right? There's so much shred, I would say, for the side of SRG, and CFU will have to also kind of like bob and weave in these team fights. Yums walks up, whoa. Yeah, they're definitely not going to take that. Just a bit of a, you know, that's a threat right there. It's like, hey, we'll get you next time.
It's a threat, but I don't see the kill threat just yet, especially up against Wadu. So this is the second time we're seeing Wadu on the Hylos, though, and there's probably some sort of respect coming in as well, considering that Wadu earlier, when he just got the advantage, he was just unstoppable on the Hylos. But Detective seems to be having a much more difficult time this time around. Will he be able to steal this turtle away?
5 members grouping up. Oh, Innocent secures it. Skies didn't get to pop in the retreat, but Innocent, as good as always, the good old consistent man, secures it for the team. Up top, Detective will just shove the wave. Meanwhile, Sing staying busy in the bottom lane, just looking for farm.
Yeah. It's actually Detective even used his retribution back there, but wait, Wadu, he's able to sustain that, and there's the SOD, but will they go in? No. These are 4 members of SRG who are still full HP, so they're starting to group up. And at least for CFU, they have some ways to actually manage the macro game. Again, we're seeing Sing just do his job and focus on the possible turns that they can take. But so long as they know that they're probably not yet hitting their power spikes, similar to the previous game, they're not going to engage in a fight.
It's all about just waiting here. For SRG, they are very comfortable waiting for the mid-game. They still have the carry. Sing will go Innocent, actually.
Whoa.
A lot of damage placed down from Innocent. Popping the light wheels. 1.5k gold lead. CFU still holding on to their turrets here. Detective will just go and farm on the other side of the map. And yeah, it really is a battle of scaling almost, right? Right now, like SRG are doing a better job at it because they've gotten the first few neutral objectives, the first 2 neutral objectives to be exact, and they have more control. Yums, circling Eagle, Water trying to go in. Oh, the Purified doesn't matter at all. The Windstorm catches him. Spear of Alpha catching Water, could terrify down. OP will be shredded down. Oh, glorious pathway and the double revitalize to save OP from that skirmish. Detective is just farming. He shoved in the bottom lane already. Now he goes for the retreat in the mid lane, stopping ways from SRG to capitalize even more from that pickoff onto Sing.
And I think that's one of the biggest differences we're seeing in terms of CFU Gaming's lineup right now, right? Earlier, they had a lot of means to just keep on protecting Sing, whether Selangor, Giants, or SRG was actually trying to attempt to take him down. But now it seems like it's taking them a lot more time just to do that. The Avatar of the Guardian, you'd have to channel it for quite some time, and then you can't just like throw it out there without enough information against SRG, or you can if you just really want to zone the members of SRG. But things are becoming a lot more difficult for them this time around because they're just catching CFU off guard all the time, and Sakai still gets the turtle!
Amazing retribution from Skies! Whoa, the AOG forward! Innocent getting the turret now! It is the shred from Innocent! Opie taken down. CFU got nothing in that exchange. It was all Selangor Red Giants.
And even when they tried to go for the counter sets, CFU Gaming didn't feel like they had the damage just yet. They weren't confident enough to actually engage in the fights, and SRG just kept taking advantage of that. Now they're just focusing on taking down all of the turrets. Imagine 8 minutes into the game, CFU Gaming are nearly trapped in their base, and SRG's doing just a great job zoning!
Two-man Spear of Alpha, the Windstorm! Oh, Sing! He's burning down, taking down! Opie was taken out already. Sing will barely stay alive. But SRG, they are controlling and dictating every step of the way of game number 2.
Yeah, it's so hard to think of a way of how CFU Gaming is going to play around this because of the mobility of SRG, because of their ways to stop CFU. And even if they actually try to head in first, SRG, they're just so high in terms of damage. They can immediately take down Opie. Opie's not having a good time. He's 0-3 on the Gatot Kacha, actually taking like 3 out of the 4 kills that SRG has. This is a very low scoring game that we're seeing. SRG's just focusing on winning the game. They're not actually trying to go head to head in terms of the team fight, similar to what we saw in game number 1 against CFU.
And you know what that means? When you have a 5.4k gold lead in the 9th minute, and it's only 4-0, there's only 4 kills in total, that means there's absolutely no bounty for CFU Gaming to rely on to actually come back. They're gonna have to like look for a big fight, and yeah, again, no bounty. They're gonna have to climb back, and it's a slow climb back. It is a very, very difficult climb back to neutralization, with the gold lead being almost all from farm and objectives like this.
Yeah, and when you want to rely on Sing, or at least Detective, to actually go for the split pushes, to actually control the other sides of the map, the mobility is such a threat for SRG because they can just catch up immediately, and they won't have any way to actually contest.
Oh my goodness!
The objective and that burst damage from Stormy.
That's the veil. That's the veil right there, man. Windbender, we call him. I guess Innocent in the bottom lane will take this turret for free. CFU, let's take a look at how different the itemization looks. Actually, Stormy and Z, there's not a big difference there, only 600 gold.
Yeah.
But then we see, very big disparity of gold between the gold laners. Oh, he's got rose gold, dog!
I could like sense how Innocent could be just a lot more confident going in up against CFU at this point. Even against the Eternal Guard, that might just not pose much of a threat. But Detective!
Okay. They out the Windstorm at least, so at least it's going to be some resources used up, Skies. Zoning them in the back. Z able to get the Terrify onto 2 members. No Eternal Guard to follow it up. Again, the Windstorm gets, or not Windstorm rather, the knock up. It's the Wind Blow. Gets him up, and will just be SRG playing back for the waves. They need to wait for the waves. They cannot get too greedy with the pushes.
Yep, but they have another incoming wave towards the mid, and it seems like this is an opportunity for them, but they avoid the Avatar of the Guardian, and they just shred Opie down!
Detective in the back, though, looking for it. That's a Circling Eagle, almost contesting it, almost canceling the electrifying beats from being used before. But CFU will be able to defend. They will, however, have to sacrifice Opie. It's not the best case, but I guess for CFU, it's still a win if SRG don't get a single base turret, right?
Yep.
That's the only win they'll get, I guess, in the siege.
Yeah.
That's another clear. Oh my goodness, Stormy! The storm and the wind, it blows together. The wind storm. Now it's an SOD into the mid lane. You don't want to take it. They'll clear out the minions around the base. But then in the bottom lane, SRG will just relocate their damage, allocating it towards the base turret. You can hear the M6 arena go wild after that play.
They force their way to the base. CFU Gaming, they wanted to make sure that with that Lord that they secured, they'd at least take down 1 or 2 base turrets, and that was more than enough for SRG. And imagine the range we're seeing here for Stormy. How could you put yourself anywhere near SRG if you know that there's a threat of an immediate burst down from a full combo of this Veil whenever he gains vision towards Z, towards Detective, towards Sing even. Unfortunately for Sing, he hasn't really been able to position himself near enough towards SRG to actually fight. And that's a problem. That's a problem, right? Because earlier, Sing had almost no problems just trying to position himself whenever there was a team fight. But it's a completely different story right now up against this lineup of SRG. So long as they know that that combo's there, who will be willing enough to go near Stormy?
I don't think anyone can really go near Stormy, right? You give Stormy, a guy with Storm in his name, a hero that has Windstorm as his ultimate? Oh my... Yikes, man. I guess we get to see why. Or maybe we get to see what they were trying to save up for the knockout stage. What? Oh man, what? What happened to his HP bar? Spear of Alpha into the back line. Sing still able to go for the free hits, but it does nothing to Skies. Z in the back getting taken out. Innocent will get the double. Detective of the world. Oh, pops in the Winter Crown, but now the shields of the photo. It will take him out. Innocent is on a killing spree just based on the 3 kills. That's a triple. Selangor Red Giants. They want to keep their golden road alive.
They will be forcing their way once more to the base, and we will not prolong this game any longer. We are officially entering the first ever game number 3 we're seeing in the last day of the Swiss stage.
CFU Gaming took 1 game. Selangor Red Giants took 1-1-0, 11-0 in 13 minutes.
I mean, we were
took it
asking,
personally.
who would be confident enough to go near? Wadu did, but he did not last long. Now let's hear what the panel has to say now that we're heading into their first game number 3.
SRG forces game number 3 against CFU. And we are back to where it all began for the Swiss stage, into that best of 1 scenario, 1 game. But SRG, despite that loss in game 1, here in game 2, were absolutely dominant. No deaths for SRG.
Mid lane linchpins, that seems to be the story here. Game 1, it was that Zas. Game 2, it's the Veil. It's the most organic kind of peel we've ever seen.
Yep, truly. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it to turn out this way. It looked like CFU Gaming's overall draft was a little bit more balanced and very clear ideas with what they wanted to get done. But Selangor Red Giants, it felt like they kind of, well, not really devolved, but came back to the most comfort playstyle, what got them their first initial win at the MPL MY, and it's to play around Innocent. He was hella farmed by the end of that game.
In practice, there was nothing that was going to get to him.
Yeah, Innocent looked on point, locked in with his farm, and most importantly, of course, with what you mentioned, Leo, with Veil pick from out of nowhere by SRG, even though we've already had precedents for it here in M6 World Championship. He went to the most basic playstyle that every mage mid laner main ever went through in their MLBB life. The moment you see someone, just burst them down.
Blow them up real quick, and I think that's the big issue. They weren't expecting Stormy to get so out of control so fast, right? I mean, just look at the itemization. Wadu even, he wasn't able to get enough components in. All he got was a Dom Ice.
It's a low kill game. I mean, up until the point where SRG wiped out CFU, I think that's what took them all the way to 11. But I don't even remember what the map looks like. Yeah, 1 turret. That's all CFU could get. So if in fights you couldn't fight Selangor Giants, don't even think of the map. Yeah, sure, they had the Moskov. They had the hyper farming, well, potentially hyper farming Joy, but SRG just kept that under control. Cram was checking every bush. Stormy was throwing wind blades into everywhere else. Yums were sweeping them too. SRG made up for so much that they lost in game 1.
Absolutely, and they knew how to kind of bump up the tempo as well. Because if they understood that if they played a standard game against CFU, generally these team fights were going to be so much harder, right? They would always have to sacrifice one member when they engage. But now that they've increased the tempo, and especially when they're playing around Stormy, and while having Innocent with the Holy Trinity already complete, that front line melted so fast. Every engagement just snuffed.
Yeah, SRG looked like they went into this playing with a kill mentality. The moment they see one, build the advantage, burst them down, bring them low, then let's get ourselves ready. With 2 sources of true damage on the side of SRG, you can see that the last pick got gotcha. It was so difficult for CFU's front line, and just overall, CFU just could not get any foothold. All objectives almost all going to SRG.
It felt like a last-ditch effort for CFU to pick that Gatot last, being red. Essentially into SRG's phalanx. What they wanted was a shortcut into the backline to maybe jump on the Stormy, force him to use that flicker, make sure that they went through Cram and the Yums, but that's a long shot. You're looking at a Matilda that has eyes on Stormy. It's not even Innocent, because Innocent's gonna shred whoever comes up front as well.
I think that Yums honestly had the most difficult job, right? Because not only do you have to keep in mind the shape of the fight, but you also have to be working 2 out of your 3 engagers, right? If you are working specifically with Stormy, you need to make sure that he's okay, but at the same time be in rough distance with your Alpha so that he can engage and then come back.
One of the biggest strengths of SRG and what led them to becoming champions at MSC 2024 and of course back-to-back MPL MY champions is when they play for speed and when they play hard-hitting MLBB. That's why the Mortals turned into Giants. And Stormy on this Veil with the Windstorm in his hands, he just lived that mentality. He knew he had the Matilda with him. The rotations are okay. Stormy can just focus, staying in shrubs and looking for kills.
That's why it's called TMP.
TMP?
The Mage Prodigy.
The Mage Prodigy. I mean, I love the fact that he goes for full damage, lethal ignition on top of having Weapons Master as well. First item, Genius Wand. After he limit tested prior to that, realizing, hey, they're actually getting put down to 1 HP, and now they're more focused about, honestly, getting an anti-cuirass to try and protect themselves, maybe even a blade armor when you're up against someone who's playing the Holy Trinity in this carry, but it's true damage at the end of the day. So he's got to cut through it as soon as possible.
Play the burn.
CFU look like they really just couldn't find anything. They got a tower. That's it. It's pretty much just a tower. Them taking this last fight here, though, could have been something else. It could have been an attempt for a pick. The moment OP went in and you saw that he would get punished, they didn't need to commit into that. I don't want to see if you were trying to attempt there, though.
There were multiple times where you could say the same thing. There was no need to commit, except for one, wherein it was clear that Wado was buying time for Zing to push. That one turn they were going to get, that was the only real sacrifice that made sense. Every other play, CFU, you're down 6K, 8K. I'm sure there were plays you were looking for, but up against, again, Selangor Red Giants Phalanx, it's not worth it. They were better off trying to play for the long game.
Yep, and not to mention that the way that they're also applying pressure on the map is by stealing away resources, right? Sakai's in this particular game was able to kind of, walk up and start stealing some of these minor camps, but at the same time, Innocent would be doing the same, right? Once you have control over your lanes, once you have a missing mid laner, it's very difficult to kind of tell your opponents that somebody isn't waiting for your brush, especially when you're posted so far up front past the enemy battle lines.
And that was game number 2. Can't believe it. It's a poetic ending. A poetic ending to our Swiss stages. That the last one is going to go to a 3rd game after a streak of 2-0s. Here we are, down to the wire between SRG and CFU. No other way that our Swiss stage could have ended. And it's perfect.
It's perfect, but I'm so stressed out. I don't know. I've been feeling like I wanted to throw up for a while now. I mean, the way that CFU plays, it's clear, it's straightforward, but even SRG, it feels like they're taking up the challenge by saying, hey, let's play hard to execute compositions.
And they're excelling with that, honestly. We can all take a moment to just relax, and of course, with Secret Lab on our backs and our behinds right now, it just feels great. Despite all the stress, we're always in a very comfortable spot, honestly. Secret Lab does so much for us. You can play better for longer, cast for longer with ergonomic chairs designed to keep you at the top of your game. The Secret Lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures, various activities, even body shapes, sizes, so it's not not only is it a great option for PC gaming, you're going to enjoy proper ergonomic support with mobile gaming as well. Treat yourself to the same match-winning comfort and enjoy the best, the MLBB teams get.
Yeah, best MLBB teams have won championships on Secret Lab Titan Evos. If you'll remember, Few literally just sat on one and stood on one when he won.
He did literally step on one as well. I'm pretty sure a majority of these teams have them in their backyards, in their scrimmage rooms as well.
Yeah, and it's all comfy. So thank you as well to Secret Lab for keeping us all comfortable all throughout the M6 World Championship. Just wow. I'm very happy with everything that's transpired so far in the M6 World Championship. Swiss for the first time ever. The crazy picks that have popped up. The Gila, like no one could have predicted that the Swiss would go this way.
No, nobody would have been able to predict it. I mean, maybe we might have gotten a bit of an idea after seeing, Snapdragon Pro Series, for an example, who was kind of using the Swiss stage as well. But coming into this, nobody would have expected the big upsets happening, and also the evolution of the meta as we see it progress through each stage.
Yeah, and again, it's poetic. SRG's opened up Swiss, dropping to S2G. Now against CFU, it's back to that BO1, that one game to make history, change history, and define it. But we have some very, very special guests right now in the arena. So let's go down to the floor with Poji and Michelle to hear from them.
Thank you, panel. Welcome to the Courtside Report. Here's Michelle with Poji again, and now we are having the Moon and the Chiku guys from Todak, Malaysia with us. A warm welcome to our pro players. So as we know, both of you have just participated in like M1, M2, M3, and also the M4. So how are you feeling now about our M6 compared to maybe the past M series you have just participated in?
Oh, me? Yeah. Apa yang salah dia?
It's okay.
Soalannya apa pendapatnya sebab korang ni dah paling lama daripada M1, M2, M3, M4 dan sampai sekarang M6 peningkatannya performance-nya pemain-pemain pada Malaysia dan perubahan dari segi M series tu sendiri.
It's okay. Poji gonna translate for you, right?
Dia cakap the thing is because it's and the translation is everything has good so far, and the MLBB scene since M1 up until M6 has changed so much that the people that are expecting in Malaysia as easy server, Malaysia has proved themselves that Malaysia can stood at the top of the world.
So it's Poji right, Moon?
Yeah, Poji right.
It's definitely right.
Betul kan? Betul. Okay, now kita ada soalan untuk Chiku. So for Chiku guys, Coach why not say the reason they chose Laila in their previous match because it's a sense of respect for you. So how do you feel about it?
Sebenarnya rasa pelik juga sebab dia macam tiba-tiba. Rasa pelik lah sebenarnya. Tapi tak sangka pula yang dia akan main Laila.
He says thank you very much because appreciating him in the scene because he's been in the MLBB scene so long, and now the outside coaches from Philippines said this is a tribute for Chiku guys, and he really feel love about it, and thank you very much for mentioning his name in M Series World Stage.
Thank you, Poji. Okay, so now for Moon, after watching the game 1 and also the game 2, do you think there is any key element, key factor for SRG to get this win and secure their position to the knockout stage?
I think maybe they need to be more unpredictable, just like the second game, and just keep the consistency to go to the next.
Keep their confidence, keep their strategy is fine, right?
Nak translate tak apa. Katanya terus kekalkan momentum dan macam tu. Alright, sebelum kita nak go back to the panel, sedikit sebanyak kata-kata semangat kepada pemain-pemain yang berada dekat atas dan juga penyokong-penyokong SRG yang ada dekat sini. Ciku boleh tak macam let's go SRG? Can. Give shout out untuk the players and the fans yang datang yang menyokong SRG.
Untuk player SRG, just buat yang terbaik sebab ini dah bit of one sebab satu sama kan. So just do the best lah sebab Kita orang Malaysia semua dekat belakang korang sekarang ni. So do the best.
What he said was, do the best. Because this is best of one and there's no turning back. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. That's the thing. But that's all from us and we'll go turning back to the panel. Thank you very much, Chiku, Moon, and Michelle.
In the multiple years of MLBB esports, there are always a lot of consistent things, especially with Todak. It's perfectly translated interview answers, and them asking for unpredictability. It seems like. Do you agree with that? Maybe SRG should just go back into unpredictability and surprises to get that edge over CFU?
Personally, for me, I prefer a straightforward and clean game. The technicalities of the game is already so complex, and I think that SRG are playing it really nicely in game number 2. Yes, I wasn't expecting the veil to come off, but there is logic behind the madness rather than, oh, let's just be unpredictable for the sake of being unpredictable.
Sama-sama, SRG Langar just doesn't sit well with me. I'd rather them be fundamental about it, be clean, be conservative if necessary, because if you'll remember, game 1, it's that Rambo-like gusto, you know, just fighting that led the detective wiping the map with them. So I'd say keep it clean, keep it tight, and just give the world what we were all expecting anyways. I don't know if Gideon here can take another heartbreak.
Not another one. Not another one.
All right. We actually got a topic available here. Considering that the M6 World Championship, again, has been filled with so many crazy picks, who are the top 5 surprising heroes of the Swiss stage so far? I think we can do this as a panel. I'll name one. Of course, we'll start with something obvious. The Layla pickup of Fnatic Onyx Philippines against Bruno. No one expected that.
I think that's fair. That's a good one. What about you, Leo?
We'll go fresh. I'll say the Zask. Its utility and what it did in that one fight and what put us all on edge. Literally, like, that's the effect of the Zask.
I think for me, Farsa definitely is one of those high volatile, high potential type of picks, but at the same time, it's volatile for a reason. It's easy to cancel, it's great at scaling, but at the same time, in a meta that's so highly mobile and so technical on those team fights, you just don't have that kind of time.
I got another one.
What?
Even if MOBA Zayn and BTK have been eliminated, I think there's still room for the Fredrin to somehow show up. I mean, that's that legacy.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey, the region of Turkey and the representatives were taken down by Fredrin picks. SRG themselves picked up a Fredrin when they went up against, if I'm not mistaken, Ulfednar? Or was it S2G at one point of the lore?
The babyface assassin, the mercenary Sutujin played one and won with it. Again, they're 3-0 in the Swiss.
Yeah, so I agree with Fredrin there. And second, the last one, we did mention just 5. We're not mentioning about Bruno. It's a cop-out. It's very obvious.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Belleric.
Ooh, Belleric? I was going to say Paquito. I was going to say Paquito for EXP.
Did he pop up like what?
Maycom Evolved. Maycom Evolved.
Okay. But that wasn't, you know, it didn't give the impact that it did. It's surprising for sure.
Hey, they're not asking for impact. They're talking about surprising.
Oh, okay, you know what? I'll give it that. I'll give it that. Yeah, you're right there.
Okay, first pick, Yusun Shin.
Right away, right out of the gate. Oof. I mean, when we were talking about best of ones, it's like bring your best foot forward. They brought their best foot forward. Sadly, it was just stepped on with the YSS.
I think honestly, a lot of teams have faced that, reality, ugly reality, some may call it, very, very quickly in the first 2 days of the Swiss. Even put your best foot forward, but then you realize I have a completely wrong read on the meta, and then the adjustments coming into day 3.
It's literally the worst thing that could happen. She could say no.
Just avoid it entirely.
I mean, that's the insanity that the Swiss stage just has brought up over the M6 World Championship. Again, the very first time we ever went Swiss stages, a very unique format, best of ones up until you get to the 0-2, 1-2, or 2-0 portion of the bracket, 2-1. That's when you finally go into the best of 3s. And yeah, it really stretched the creativity and the limits of the meta for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. That even up until the point where it's the best of 3s, you're seeing teams who learned from those previous BO1 matches.
And it makes the viewing experience all the more engaging. Can I just say, for the first time in more than half a decade of MLBB esports, this is the most engaged I've ever been, even as a broadcaster, even as a part of the show, in a group stage or a pre-knockout stage. So folks, if you have the link or the QR code to the feedback form, tell Moonton, tell the M6 organizing body, we like Swiss.
Swiss might just be the way to go, honestly. And I have to agree. I mean, I've definitely... Honestly, this has costed me more guest cones than I would like to admit. But I think it's good. It's a good viewing experience, and it definitely does kind of tell you, hey, what exactly are your expectations, and do you double down on your expectations?
So worthy price to pay, man.
It is. So now, what do we expect? What should we expect for the very final draft of the Swiss stage between SRG and CFU? Who gets what? Who gets their priorities?
Find out. I mean, first things first. Let's see which side they decide to be on. It looks like CFU is going to be on blue side and SRG going to be on the red side. And the first couple of bans have already come through pretty quick for them. Fanny, Cho for blue side, and getting rid of the Jushin as usual for SRG.
They can also get the Bruno now. Follow through with the first phase. SRG do like taking out the Bruno regardless, no matter what side they're on.
They still lean in on the idea. The other suggestion here for CFU is, if you're not going to ban the Matilda, are you going to pick it up for yourselves? Because Yumes and SRG have shown they play that so well. And I feel like I've seen enough, even just from that one game, to say that, yeah, they have to ban it. Good thing that they did.
Respect the Malaysian GOAT.
All right, let's see whether or not there's going to be respect on the Bruno as well, coming in from SRG side. This is the very final ban here, and I'm expecting these first picks coming in from CFU side to mimic what we saw in game number 1. So I mean, it still could be a Suyo unless you have like a confident answer to a Bruno.
Yeah, because assuming that this is a Bruno ban, you can trade off for Bluyo, or maybe CFU go Hilda first. She's still open.
Also true. That's also a good point. But then you would rather just like lock in the alpha at that point. You don't care if they get Suyo, and then keep on playing with that oppressive playstyle that they saw in game number 2.
Yeah. The main trades of Alpha, Suyo, Hilda, Phoveus, Hylos. Yeah, those are the ones you have to watch out for as SRG removes the Bruno. So the heroes that we just mentioned now is the active trade. They go Suyo here, so SRG are open to go for the Hilda, the Alpha yet again.
So talking about the previous game's respect bans that we did see initially from SRG, Zask is something that they have to keep in mind if the the draft starts looking a little similar, or maybe they might just devolve back to what they're used to, comfort picks, and then they see from what point that they need to pivot once we get into the second phase.
Talking about pivot, SRG seems to not prioritize the Hylos as highly anymore. This could be Hilda X. No need to rush the Alpha.
That's true. So it is Hilda X, and it's the Eve.
Hilda Y.
Yeah.
I like this. I like this a lot. Because Eve wasn't initially picked up, but at the same time, it just means that CFU can instantly lock in the Valentina as a response towards it.
Yeah.
Both doing very good. I can steal the RWM, and I can kind of keep Hilda at bay at short periods of time.
I like the Valentina paired up with maybe... I'd lean more towards the Hylos instead of the Gata Kacha.
That's fair.
Plus the Valentina would turn off. If ever Yumes ends up picking the Tigreal or the Edith, you already have one of the best answers against those two heroes in the Valentina in your hands.
Oh yeah, and you technically soft block the Edith. Yeah, because you steal so much. It's just such a huge threat. I'm with it. Z, do you have the Valentina?
Hylos, Valen. They could sub the Hylos for something else, but that's just my personal preference. That doesn't sound like a Valentina.
Oh.
Glue 1-1.
What an interesting proposition that CFU has proposed. They're doing the same thing, but instead of the Moskov, they're doing it with the Wanwan. There is counter picks for SRG though.
It's very similar to game 1, wherein they totally swerve us. Because we were also looking towards the same direction, and then they just go, yeah, you know what, we don't care. We'll pick up the XP laner and a strong gold laner.
Are you into this? Because at this point, I'm expecting the Irithel to come out from the side of SRG. And unless CFU has a direct answer towards it, I think I might have just preferred... No. The Hylos has gone into... Oh, they go into the Joy. They're trying to replicate previous draft except with an RWM on Eve?
38% win rate on Joy for the entirety of the M6 World Championship. That's what they decided to go into this with, going into the second phase. If CFU don't ban the Irithel, I think they're thinking that Innocent might just have a lot more options that will serve even more problems. Like, Oh no, they turned off already. They don't need to go magic here. Yeah, it needs to be physical. Oh, they need to ban the Irithel. Excuse me. Yeah, CFU needs to ban the Irithel now.
Yeah, they do need to ban the Irithel. I mean, one of the picks that I've been waiting for the entirety of M6 is Clint. However, with that glue open, man, once you use that trap and recall, you're in so much danger.
There you go, great read. Again, even if we do see now on screen the draft recap for Game 2, this is more of a throwback to Game 1. So consider what made Game 1 such a hard-fought match for SRG and an eventual win for CFU, and it'll make more sense.
Expecting the Zask. There's the Irithel ban that we were asking for from CFU. Makes a lot of sense. In terms of the big burst, Innocent, Beatrix might still be good for him.
And then CFU bans it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they probably will, which would leave them with a Claude as their last option.
Which is very Game 1.
Are they going to do it though? I don't know. Let's see what this next ban is from the side of Coach Arcadia. I want to see whether or not they're going to leave that Valentina open at all, or if so, are they going to get rid of, like, you know, possible Vexanas?
Because those are still options, because you need some range to cut right through the Valentina, the Eve, if not stealing it with the Valentina. Oh, if not the Vexana, what's left? Sicilian, would you do that? Is that too expensive?
Into the Eve matchup, maybe. It kind of depends on what the support is going to be, right?
Ooh, what if they get a page from the Vamos book?
Sicilian Carmilla.
Or do they go Carm Sicilian?
It could be a little tough here. I mean, Joy's hard to catch. Is already pretty difficult to catch, but with the Carmilla, with specifically a Petrify, you've got some options at least.
Yeah. But then, in terms of the Yumes pickup...
They get rid of Franco. Huh. Why would SRG get rid of Franco at this point?
I'd be a respect onto OP. I mean, he does love the pickoff.
Supposedly as a deterrent for the assassin?
Yeah, but it looks like, honestly, the Franco wouldn't have been a problem considering they already have the Eve.
Or so, just play the easier one of Tigreal.
Yeah, and the Franco into the Eve has been a long, time-tested matchup. Like, that's 50-50 as mechanically testing as it takes.
Yeah.
Must have been something they've seen in scrims?
Yeah.
Or it's just a free ban because they know that they could have played Game 1 so much better.
Oh, they take away the Gato Gacha instead.
I like that.
So they're allowing the Bea.
Yeah. They're going to play into it. So whatever this mid-roam is for CFU might be surprising and deadly. Alois off the board, you turn off Loyi Kaja, you shouldn't go pick off here unless they're just going to default back into Jawhead. Can't be, the lineup's going to struggle. The 1-1 won't be well supplemented.
Do they go deep in Ruby?
Go back to your grip with your minions.
Oh, it's Tig. All right, safer, easier.
Very honest. Very, very honest.
So Valentina open for CFU.
2 big solid ults, maybe even 3 if you're counting the electrifying beats.
Yeah, but then we have to be fair. We've always said in the past that even if Valentina, it looks good for Valentina because she has so many ults to steal, there have been Valentina players who have crumbled to the choice paralysis of having way too many ults to steal.
I think bare minimum, RWM is always going to be a good option, right? And if Stormy decides to hide himself in the middle of team fights, at least you know for a fact that you can respond with your own implosion if it ever boils down to it. CFU, on the other hand, if they... Besides that, it looks like they've got a pretty decent lineup with their first 3. I am a little bit worried about this Wawa, whether or not it's going to have enough damage to kind of cut through multiple members. With the Khalid, now at least they will have ways to kind of manipulate pressure across the map.
I like it. CFU, they drafted a very Kamai playstyle lineup. They're here to fight, and they're not going to let SRG get to the late game if they're going to have their way.
What's the last pick? SRG. All eyes are on you here in Malaysia, here in IOI, to set Innocent up for success. Will it just be the Beatrix as we assumed it would be, or will it be a different gold laner?
Oh,
it's gotta be physical.
It's gotta be physical.
Yeah, they have too much magic already.
Claude again?
I guess Claude will be like kind of all right. They could go into Beatrix, but they don't have a lot of enable. Well, I mean, they can technically do it with the Tigreal.
Gold medal in my pocket.
Moskov.
They play the map. We promised greater than ever. IOI City Mall, are you ready for the last game of Swiss Stage? As they thunder for SRG, let's pass you on over to Mirko and Brigida.
My oh my, I too am more than ready to witness the final game of the Swiss stage. I hope everyone is, I hope you are as well. Because we've been seeing endless surprises, and I'm just excited to see more of them in this final game. Let's see how this goes. We're seeing the 1-1 once again in the hands of Sing. And the amount of control that could potentially show up in terms of both CFU and SRG's lineup. I'm so looking forward to the team fights, Mirko.
Me too. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get into the final game. The final dive into the Land of Dawn for the Swiss stage. Here it is, SRG versus CFU in a best of one. Yes, it is 1-1, so it'll come down to one final game.
Who will have the upper hand in this crucial game? We're seeing Z once again on the Valentina with a brave smite. We'll see more of it when we show up our emblems later on, but I am expecting at least a much more aggressive approach in terms of CFU playing the early game. One to be expected for the Khalid and the Valentina, more so now that it seems they're kind of banking on the sustain, on the tankiness and the innate tankiness. It's even tenacity that they're trying to pick up here for Z, but Sekai is okay. Sing is able to avoid that.
Good damage down from OP. Master Assassin, Weakness Finder. Detective already invading an enemy jungle. This guy's gotta be careful. Detective is gonna be walking up as well. So snipe down, a bit of poke. Skies goes with the retribution. OP caught in the bad spot. Still able to escape. Detective gets level 4, steals away 2 camps almost, right? Like the little one from that top camp.
Yep, that's great vision provided to OP, great information, and a very decisive first rotation from CFU Gaming. I mean, we've seen it first from SRG, but like that was way before Sakai's even had his level 4. So he didn't have his ultimate even when he attempted to go for Sing, and he was able to dance around all those dashes, so they weren't able to necessarily poke him down. They're managing the gold lane pretty well, but now let's divert our attention towards the EXP. A lot of players are here, and once again, they steal another jungle creep. So now, Detective is ahead by 1 level up against Sakai's.
And OP is doing a lot of damage onto Yums. Well, the panel already mentioned they will be able to actually manipulate the prio in a lot of the lanes with the Khalid, and that's what we're seeing here. Water level 4 will try to go on to Stormy. OP trying to zone away Skies. Detective, oh my goodness, the shove and the bonk. First blood to Cram. Retribution on point. OP to be caught in electrifying beat, still able to flicker out. Wadu split to escape. An early win for SRG.
Wadu isn't here. Why don't we just go in and look for Detective? And it seemed like that was the plan for SRG. Just overwhelmed Detective with all the ultimates available, even when they knew that he had an advantage in terms of level, in terms of retribution. They were so sure of just focusing on taking down the heroes, but Sing, he is alone. Gets his level 4. But OP's there to support him in some ways, but they use the implosion onto OP!
He dashes into the implosion. Z caught in the RWM. Selangor Red Giants 3-0 start to the game.
They just get to distract the other members from that potential gank. But there could have been better ways to deal with it, not by allowing themselves to die, and now there is a clear lead in the hands of Selangor Red Giants. Cram just doing usual things, but now, Raging Sandstorm in the face! And there's a stack of the crossbow attack, but they flicker away!
Crossbow attack, not enough to take Yums down, not just yet. Sing, no damage. Yums able to get away with all of the crimes technically he's been doing over to CFU. That implosion, Z walked into it. I think, well, he wanted to obviously get the implosion back to SRG, but the timing was off. He got caught in it and he was forced to purify.
And I mean, who would have thought that they would be just using the implosion onto just OP? But it seems like every kill counts for SRG, and yet another kill is taken 4-0 for their less than 4 minutes, at least kill per minute for SRG.
Everything's going wrong for CFU Gaming. Everything's going right for SRG. Z with the steal into the implosion again. Even the panel was saying, you know, the reliable ultimate to take would still probably be the real world manipulation, but he's been banking on these plays, man. I don't know. Me personally, without a flicker on the Valentina, it's going to be hard to get the implosion down.
Yep, and I was actually wondering about the first rotation showed to us here by CFU, but now let's focus first on how they're able to take down that turtle. And going back, it seemed like prior to the turtle, they made Wadu go to the mid lane, right? And then OP was like, supposedly getting his level 4 towards the bottom lane, but it seemed like he had to respond immediately to the pressure that was thrown at by SRG. So things didn't really like work out for CFU for that first turtle. They weren't able to set up their XP lane in order to zone the other members and protect their crucial heroes. And at the same time, OP wasn't able to get his level 4 just yet. So like SRG, they're just able to take advantage of so much factors that went wrong for CFU. So now they can definitely play the macro game. They can definitely just engage as much as they want.
And honestly, for SRG, Sky solo kill! Wadu assassinated the glue, the tanky member, the guy with Brave Smite. And now Cram, big bonk! Is OP an assassin or a roamer? Cram just did that much damage onto OP. SOD, almost a good read there. OP able to walk away. Detective in the mid lane, trying to clear it out. Innocent getting free hits onto the turret. Z walking up, but Yums is just standing there.
Yeah, and I mean, when Sekai's actually went for Wadu, he was 2 levels behind of Cram. So they also knew that they can actually go for the kill, but they now go for Sing, and they just they dance their way around. But that's an ultimate committed here by SRG. And unfortunately for Sing, he has ways to save himself, but if it weren't for that, I feel like he's been a constant target as well for SRG.
And SRG will just have to play it slow at this point, right? They're happy with this. The fact that they are on a joint and a Moskov, and they have a 2.5k gold lead means that they have all the time in the world to actually play. It's all up to CFU, it's all up to the Cambodian Sharks, who are, it feels in this game, brought into the land, not the waters that they are used to. Detective!
Oh my goodness.
Almost just obliterated by Skies on the Joy. The snowballing Joy.
Kais is having such a great time. I mean, consider how his teammates were able to just constantly steal and provide him even enemy jungle camps. So they were able to deny that best possible scenario here for CFU Gaming. But Wadu, he goes in once more, but he's alone.
The Raging Sandstorm doesn't connect. Yums will be zoned away, but the turtle was already reset. The targeting is a bit off. Wadu is onto Yums. Sky's now walking up. Detective still on it. They will be able to get it. Their RWM comes down. Detective securing the turtle. Meanwhile, Wadu, though, isolated, should be taken down. That's a trade. A turtle for Wadu. CFU.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best possible scenarios for CFU at this point. Sacrificing Wadu to get their hands on a neutral objective and eventually trying to bounce back bit by bit from there. But now, SRG, they're just going to take down and force their tier 1 turrets. Fortunately, they have enough ways to defend. But in terms of like the other areas of the map, Sekai's has just been roaming around, getting all these jungle camps and even the turrets away from CFU Gaming. So their map, it's just gradually getting smaller and smaller. How do you even operate if you're just this limited in terms of the areas you can scout? Selangor Giants, they have no problems in terms of the face check. They have no problems in terms of taking control of all the bushes. If any, it's even them that can take advantage of all these surprise plays, but then they don't even decide to go with that. It's just, Cram, go ahead. Look for all these members. We don't need to take them by surprise. We can just fight them head on with our sheer aggression.
And SRG, again, will just take it slow. Every time CFU wants to make it fast tempo, Selangor Red Giants say, no, we're not going to play your tempo. There's absolutely no reason for us to go in for fights, to force out sieges. We'll just stay in the side lanes with the Moskov, with the Joy, and we'll play the slowest MLBB possible. 6-0, 4.4k gold lead. They are in literally no rush.
Yeah, and would you recall the kill score we had earlier?
11-0?
11-0.
11-0.
But we're looking at a 0-6.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of reminding us of what we've seen in game number 2, but that did not connect.
Nope.
Raging Sandstorm gone for CFU Gaming, and Cram's just standing there. They're just so confident knowing the resources that are unavailable for CFU, and we have 2 seconds before the Lord.
Even if it did connect, I don't think they would have been able to kill Yums.
Yeah. For Yums right now, I mean, he's such a threat. 4 out of 6 kills set up by either the implosions or by Sacred Hammer denies onto CFU Gaming. And this is a 2-level gap we're talking about between Detective and Sekai. So how would you be as confident trying to contest this potential objective that is that we're seeing right now in front of us. I mean, even if Wadu decides to, once again, go for the interruption, I mean, he's doing it right now, but he's poked really, really low.
Stormy, what was that? Crime gonna be isolated, the crossbow tank flying down. Skies will be targeted next as the SOD connects, but Skies is able to dash away. Sing's walking into him, whoa! Sing with a double! Innocent walking in, or teleporting in rather, with the SOD. The angle for CFU has emerged. The window of opportunity out of nowhere.
And CFU, OP, it seemed like it was just all part of the plan. That Raging Sandstorm that did not connect for the second time in a row was just meant to disrupt everything that SRG would want to plan or set up for themselves. They eventually got their hands on the Lord, was not able to allow Stormy to just use the RWM to provide the space for SRG, and they just accompanied Sing, looking for the stacks of the crossbow of Tang, and taking down two members. Now they are gaining gradual access to SRG's base.
The first 8 minutes of the game, it was a 5,000 gold lead for Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah.
It's gone. The first 8 minutes of the game have just been deleted by a big Sing play with the Wanwa. Now they are on the momentum with the Lord up top. They're threatening the tier 2 takes up top, and the gold lead is completely gone. It's actually towards CFU now.
It's like they were just okay with all of the turrets that were taken away by Sekai's in the early game, because they knew that they just needed one crucial play.
Skies.
But Sekai's, they'll be chasing after him.
Detective walking up. Sky's still able to dash away, but he has to make a miraculous escape here. All the members are chasing him down. Sing, does he go for the Inspire? Oh, Sky's found out by Detective. He took out his magnifying glass for that one.
They were able to, at least, not allow any further damage and casualties in terms of the map. The bottom lane was slightly shoved, but that doesn't mean CFU still not gonna force taking down this tier 2 turret. They definitely just want to leave the base turrets for SRG. And this is Sing's time to shine, you know? This is a moment where you already expect Sing to be high in mobility enough, to have a high attack speed enough to actually dance around the members of SRG, even if they try to attempt to look for him. And at this point, I wouldn't say that he's the target you want to look out for if you were SRG, because he has a way to survive, all the more now that he had his hands on the Rose Gold Meteor.
You gotta say it right, Brigitte. Rose Gold, dog. They got the Rose Gold, dog.
Rose Gold, dog.
There you go.
That's how it. Okay.
Got the Rose Gold. SRG is still trying to fight for this purple buff. They gotta be careful though, because he has the implosion. Not a single. Oh! OP Raging Sandstorm, 2 members! Oh, implosion from C! Now the combo crossbow tag from Sing over to Innocent. It's gonna be a 2 for 2 for now. Skies and Yums for OP and Z. Sing is chasing Cram. Under the turret he goes. Will he be able to get it? No, he won't. The trade though. Is it good for SRG or CFU?
Yeah, that was so close too. We saw the slows from the corrosion, so they nearly had a way to make it a 3-4-2.
Oh man.
But
no Skies.
CFU, what matters the most is that, yeah, Sekai's is not here to actually support them in this potential Lord take. So CFU, they're just starting things up. They really want to get this Lord.
Stormy doesn't have the RWM. And that will be a Lord for free, Detective. Soul Sever and the Retry, the combination CFU Gaming will get another shot at a siege into SRG's base.
And I can feel the confidence. I can feel it from CFU. I was just mentioning it right now, but the camera pans to OP, and he's been showing us these recalls since, I don't know, the 8-minute mark, when they just did that one big play where Sing was able to get an advantage. So now they're in the lead, Virgo. They're almost 5k ahead of SRG. And fortunately for them, they have the real-world manipulation. Sekai's can once again go around the map, surprise CFU from behind, but that doesn't guarantee that they're able to anticipate all the potential plays that come in from CFU, because if C gets his hands once again on the implosion, and if he sets things up, either even with the real-world manipulation, things can go wrong for SRG.
Let's see what Z goes for. Does he go for Stormy? Real-world manipulation. Lord of the mid lane charging down. Base turret number 1 taken down in the mid lane. No more waves available. Innocent will be able to clear out the mid lane wave here together with Stormy, and CFU Gaming will have to be happy with that. Sing buys the win of nature. And CFU reload again. They reset. They do not want to get too greedy. Oh, SRG. Their golden road at risk here of being taken away from them.
Whereas Cambodia, CFU Gaming.
RWM, first RWM steal of the game, by the way.
All right. But there you go. This is the original reload manipulation, and there's the copy.
The Implosion goes wide. Yums has given Sing Crossbow Tang. Inspire over. Cram has been isolated. Cram is down. Skies try to go for the finisher. Sing Conan Spear of Misery. The electrifying beach from Skies. 2 members down for SRG.
Okay. OP. He's very low, but it seems like he wants to go for it. Z pokes Stormy down, but the crossbow of Tang. They get the stacks, but they don't have it anymore. So they just be careful, but the SOD. Okay, Innocent goes in!
Innocent walks in, Stormy! Goes in for the kill! With a nature from Innocent. Detective walking in, Innocent! With a maniac! Sing versus 3. Now Innocent jumps in, he goes in, Sing with a crowd! Solana Red Giants will keep their golden road alive!
And just like that, they go straight for the base. CFU Gaming, no one is there to defend.
Over.
It's over for the Sharks.
SRG are still on that road. The Cambodian Sharks have been taken down. Welcome the final team to the knockout stages of the M6 World Championship.
The top 8 is completed for M6, and they gave us a really good fight to end the Swiss stage. We have to give it up for CFU and SRG for bringing us this fight, this intense fight we didn't know would go this far.
Innocent, if all else fails, you've got Innocent every single time.
They make Malaysia so proud once more. Let's break down what happened in that final game together with our panelists.
In the road to achieving your dreams, you have to break some. In the theater of dreams, that is the M Series. Another banger and another historic moment delivered by Malaysia! Congratulations to Selangor Red Giants, even though CFU literally took them to the limit.
This was their own little rendition of that 7-game series against Falcons AP Bren, and this time in a more compact package, down to the wire. What was that? 70-80% of Game 3, it was CFU in control, and then suddenly, in an outplay of the century, SRG just finds every single member of CFU, wipes them out, and says, not so fast, not on our watch.
I can't believe it. I can't even say it on technical level anymore. It's just the way that they play. Team fight perfection from both sides. Somebody eventually has to break, and I think that CFU should not, honestly, should never have their heads down anymore. So much respect for this squad. So much respect.
Big, massive respect to CFU Gaming and what they have done. They will get their moment to bow. Malaysia even showing them respect because everyone here were on the edge of their seats. What the Khmer Kings have done, they almost made it into the knockouts.
So close.
So close.
When you're that close, especially against a team as strong as SRG, you have to consider every single minute detail has to be perfect, and SRG saw where it wasn't.
Before we hear from Selangor Red Giants, let's toss you on over to Rose with CFU for their final bow.
In their first ever M Series appearance, the Sharks were able to make the Giants bleed, showing the whole world what the MLBB Cambodian scene is made of. Guys, you guys were amazing. The Malaysian crowd agrees. Unfortunately, your quest to be greater than ever ends here. But fret not, this loss is just a setback. The entire world is looking for your comeback next year. CFU Gaming, you may give your final bow in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, CFU Gaming. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. They put up an amazing, amazing fight. The last team to be going to the knockouts. The team still achieving the golden road, or is looking to achieve the golden road. Guys, give it up for Selangor Bred Giants, Coach Arcadia and Ozora Vecchi. Anywhere. Hello, coaches. How are you feeling?
Good.
Good. Were you guys nervous just now? Honestly, I was super nervous. That game was intense. How was it like backstage?
I think it was a roller coaster of emotions. Like, because game 1, it was so intense. Game 2, it was one-sided. Game 3, we got the lead, but apparently they were able to come back. But we thought that they were about to end already. Then suddenly, we're the one who's gonna end the game. So it's a roller coaster of emotions.
Yes, Coach just mentioned it being a roller coaster of emotion. Now, Vecchi, we know that this was a make it or break it series, am I right? How did you guys as coaches manage to handle your mental and the state of everyone else in the player room?
I believe my players all have strong mental. Actually, we have this pressure for many moments, and then I just want to say that this is best of 3. We are the best in best of 3, so.
Wow, you are the best in best of 3s. Now, going on forward, knockout stages are best of 3. So is that you saying you're confident for that?
Yeah, we are confident doing better in the tournaments, and then we will definitely keep improving.
All right, we like that. Just now, the crowd was super crazy. But what was crazier was the Veil on the second pick. Coach Ark, maybe you can shed some light. Why did you guys decide to pick Veil just now? Because it's very rare to see Veil in the pro scene.
Because that game, Stormy wants to try something new. He said, Coach, I'm already bored with Balen. You always pick me Balen. So he said, Coach, let's try this hero. And actually, he's one of the heroes that part of his hero pool. Actually, Stormy is one of the mages that have a deep hero pool, so there are a lot of heroes to watch out for him.
I see. So is that a sign that actually we'll be seeing much more heroes in the mid lane from Stormy? That's a sign? That's a clue?
Yes.
Okay, now honestly, that Veil pick we were discussing backstage, I was telling them, I said, I think that's their $1 million pick for the second game. I think that Veil was like your MSC run as well. The Roger, you know, the players are just like, Coach, give me this. So I think the coaches did a really good job on trusting your players. Now, Vecchi, we know that the Swiss stage, you guys experienced so many ups and downs, right? How would you rate your performance this game? This match specifically, your do or die match?
This game, in the last game, in the last pick as well, I told Innocent, we are gonna give you these 2 heroes, pick that one, that's gonna carry us to the KO stage.
Oh.
And then he did. He really did. He made the promise and then he executed it.
I see. So you gave him a choice of 2 heroes and then he picked from there. Okay, you know what? The boys and their $1 million picks, especially when it's a very crucial moment, I feel like it does come up, you know, because sometimes maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's because of the pressure. Sometimes the coaches can't really see the bigger picture too. It's really important that they have an open communication. Now, Coach Ark, maybe a final word because the entire Malaysia is celebrating today. 2 Malaysian teams has made it to the knockout stages. Anything you want to say?
Okay. First of all, thank you for everyone that went here to support us. And also, props also to all the teams that joined the Swiss stage. I think this MC is really competitive. So I want to give props also to all of those teams. And then to all the fans, thank you so much. I know our Swiss stage was not smooth sailing, and a lot of people, Coach, please ban Bruno. Please ban Bruno. So just want to say thank you guys. Without your support, we won't be able to make it to the knockout stage. So going to the knockout stage, we're promised that we're gonna give our best. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you very much to Coach Ark and Vecchi. Promises has been made. promises has been made for the Malaysian team heading on to the knockout stage. So before we wrap up our Swiss draw, let's throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this amazing match up against CFU Gaming.
Selangor Red Giants can continue of dreaming to achieve the first ever Golden Road in MLBB history. They were taken to the limit, but at the end, it was innocent and the Golden Spear of Destruction, and of course, the remaining members of SRG to say, hey, just go ahead and toss that in. What an ending to Swiss.
Dreams of the immortal run can still come true. And I'm happy to hear it from Malaysia's favorite son himself. We will ban the Bruno. You asked for it, and they did. All 3 games, whether they're blue, whether they're red, they banned the Bruno, and I think this is one legit way to make that gold lane matchup all the more fair.
Before anything else, do not forget, at the end of this broadcast, we will have our draw for the knockouts. So we're going to be seeing the matchups, the first set of matchups for the knockout stages. Back to the analysis for this one, though. Gideon, what do you want to mention?
Look, there's so many things that happened in this game that was interesting, but yes, let's start with the very beginning of this story. Coming down to the draft, it's clear that both sides are going to have a struggle for tempo, when it really depends on how the laners actually hold out their pressure. Unfortunately for CFU, SRG, we're taking advantage of their slower rotations while still finding that initial first blood to slow down Detective, and from that point onwards, you're expecting SRG to hold that lead. A 5k gold lead is how long they held it until CFU bounced back and forced it upon with creative ideas of not only OP, but in tandem with Z.
And then suddenly blitz the First Lord. That was the chapter of Game 3 that looked Cambodian through and through, right? You could almost smell the soups. You could almost hear them screaming, oh my God, we're doing this! And then did it feel like it was too sudden for me? Because they were playing it perfect up until they were inside SRG's base down mid.
Absolutely. I think they were playing it perfect up till that very point. And I think, you know, even then, there were some very cool moments. Even Stormy flickering out of the way, anticipating the Raging Sandstorm flicker from OP itself. However, it split the fight right in half, and Sakai's ends up going down, giving a free lord to CFU to find that initial bounce back.
It just goes to show, especially with MLBB, even if it looks like victory is just but a few basic attacks away, back off when you can and when you should. CFU didn't need to overstay. But again, we really have to credit this Cambodian squad for playing this game so well. There were times where we were questioning, OP, what the heck are you doing, man? But then it put SRG to this false sense of security by the time OP did hit a big-time Raging Sandstorm, or he was able to force things out. It set up Sing for success. The 1-1 that rushed items as fast as it can. That's the reason why CFU took the lead, because Sing was farming out of his mind.
If that's a lesson you can take into your ranked games, let it be that your roam and your XP can sandbag for your team. Let them die over and over again. Open up the map, buy time for your cores, and eventually you will come into a point where you can actually blitz a Lord suddenly and take control.
Yeah, I mean, they were also able to get 7 towers over SRG's 5. And I mean, even when we're looking at the gold lead, it's not even that much, right? It's only at the very end do we see that, you know, big swing for CFU and then finally for SRG. But at the same time, the damage numbers tell the entire story. Sing is doing so much for his team single-handedly, while the rest must peel and sandbag for the rest of the team. And then you look at SRG's side, they are waiting for a optimal RWM, but there are just too many factors to set up to allow Stormy to have a clean call.
SRG eventually played this from a defensive position despite them getting 4-0 early on. Early kills onto Sakai. Sakai was able to solo kill Wadu in the EXP lane because Wadu refused to use the flicker. But then in the next fight, Wadu actually used that flicker to set up SRG getting pushed back. That's how they got the only turtle of the game and allowed them to up snowball. This game, I do not say this a lot, but that game was pure cinema.
It was great. Look at that goal graph. Look at that. The control from SRG initially to until we saw CFU turn it around.
This is the arc of that pure cinema bliss. Early game clearly went to SRG. You can see that as it goes to the purple. And then mid-game still belonged to SRG. They had a peak of what, 4 point something ahead. And that's huge. And then suddenly CFU worked themselves back and they owned the majority of the late game up until they didn't. and that was around the, I would assume, 13-minute mark.
Yeah, you can see it there. The aforementioned turtle take, turtle number 3 going to the side of CFU, and slowly that allowed them to get a few more wins up until they rushed that very first Lord that we saw, and they continued taking towers. That quick decision that we hammered on earlier for CFU to say, hey, wait, let's go ahead and take this.
Yeah, I mean, let's even talk about that very final fight. The things that led up to it, they were using RWN's implosion combos right by the bottom inhibitor initially against CFU's side. And we did see that the counter engage was just so much better from CFU, thanks to Wadu, thanks to the range that Z put himself in, and also stealing an RWM of his own. And it took out 2 members from SRG, which makes it even more impressive that our MVP of this game, Innocent, single-handedly in a 3v5 defense, was able to pull it off.
Detective was looking for evidence of SRG being guilty, but at the end, they were innocent. 5-0 and 5. Deathless was the Moskov that pulled the play of a lifetime.
Detective couldn't find any evidence on him. He was innocent. PH Wing. I will credit the geniuses on our stream. People are real creative about watching and supporting their favorite players, their favorite athletes, and it came down to that very moment. You know what? Watching that last sequence again and again and again in my head, I'm throwing back to when Innocent could not do that in game 1. So it just shows you how fast and how much he, how do you say, took it to heart what he said to Coach Vecchi and the coach Arc, that you give me this hero, you trust me in these moments, we'll make it happen.
Yeah, and it happened, did it? Oh, man. I can't believe that he's able to do it over and over again. I don't know where he gets the consistency of this clutch gene, but it's impressive that he's able to do so. And I would say even Zing makes a very good argument to take that spot of the clutch gene as well, right? Because this was that very moment. 5v3. Everybody low. Sakai's thinking about going in to maybe get a triple kill, but they all just lined up for an SOD, and unfortunately, it just led to disaster.
Windtalker popped perfectly. Detective couldn't finish him off. Sakai's, even though Singh already used his ultimate earlier, CFU, 1 Spear of Destruction from Innocent. My goodness, that's one of the greatest moments in MCU's history there, right there.
I think this series is tied for best series so far of Swiss.
Oh, yeah.
This and Fnatic Onyx BTK in my heart.
Yep.
So there's a lot to ruminate on. But yeah, no, I was trying to get to the point of the mechanics. You can see almost in that engagement where the Malefic gun made the difference.
Yep.
Like how far those spears were going.
That extra bit of range, and of course that allowed for that ricochet effect that, it's not even a ricochet, it's just like literally
a pierce.
A pierce effect from the Moskov passive, of course, lined up for Detective and OP, and even, Detective and OP. And that's what really just got them. What a play. I'm speechless. I legit peak cinema.
In a game of inches where you can get a few millimeters in, like that's what those pierces are. It made all the difference in the world.
More so the choices that we got to see. We also the fast hands in terms of raw mechanics of switching out those items real quick to bait them into unwinnable positions. It's really pushing the limits of what MLBB has to offer, and those who are saying that this is a pretty straightforward and simple game, it really isn't.
If we had it prepared, I feel like this would be like the hot topic thing that would pop up from the bottom. Is Innocent one of the top 3 most clutch MLBB players of all time? Yeah! From 1 single year alone, the things that Innocent has done to keep SRG back into the game, to bring it back for SRG, is just crazy.
And here we were thinking he should just play the Beatrix into the 1-1, right? If that was the Beatrix, this would not have been possible.
No.
I mean, maybe it might have looked a little bit different. Who knows? Who knows? There's too many factors that could have changed. Maybe, Sakai's on that joy probably would have gone in a little bit more confidently. Yeah. Maybe, Renner-Shot could have made the difference.
Although I am a supporter of it being the contrary, because remember the clues in that interview, and watching game 1, he chose to go Claude. So something tells me SRG favors Innocent on mobile marksman.
And because of that game, I can now say my arc ends here. I am no longer a Moskov hater. I am no longer gonna just jump on that hero and say, why pick that? I will just remember what Innocent did here today. I love Moskov again, man. And
I love you, Moscow.
I love you, Moscow. And of course, thank you. You watching from home, from wherever you are, whether you're alone with your friends or your family, for supporting M6. Your feedback is so helpful for us to make future tournaments better. This is why we strive to be greater than ever, because of you. So let your voice be heard, scan that QR code, and share your thoughts with us. What else can we do to make sure that the next iterations of the M series are better, greater, the greatest everest? Yeah. I think the greater arc will probably end with this one, right?
I think we're done with the trilogy.
Oh yeah, this is the trilogy of the greater series. But yeah, what a wild ride it has been. What a wild ride. And now we're going to be witnessing the final placements of the sigils of the teams with, of course, CFU Gaming being eliminated today, putting on one of the best showings we've seen so far in Swiss, alongside BTK and Twisted Minds. While, of course, we will see SRG place their sigils alongside Team Liquid ID and their fellow Malaysians in Team Vamos.
And that makes 8. The final 8, the knockout stage teams in M6 with hopes of making it to the top 4 cut, moving on to Axiata Arena to make history.
The puzzle pieces are all now assembled. We have all the teams necessary to now start off the knockout stage. The next question is, who's going to be facing off against who? How are they going to get slotted in?
Yeah, and of course, do not go anywhere because in a bit we will be having the draw. Before that, let's go back on a trip down memory lane looking at the top 5 plays of the day in what has been an insane day. 2 sweeps to start it out, but then crazy plays in that game number 3 alone. Let's see what number 5 is in the top 5 plays of the day. Brought to us, of course, by Kidia, and this is one from Team Vamos.
I mean, starting off the day with Team Vamos versus BTK, this particular fight kind of nuts, right? Because it's all about not only running down your opponents, but the number of people caught by that cursed blood. You could immediately see that BTK knew that they could not turn that fight around.
That's a weapon that teams should heed when they're facing off against Vamos. Play number 2 is from Team Liquid ID. Oh yeah, this is where, if I'm not mistaken, they do find the threading the needle. There you go. See Aaron Shiki gonna save himself here with the help of Yehezkiel, the Ghost, the assist, and the dodge underneath the arm.
Yeah, just breaking people's ankles with the movements coming in from Aaron Chiki. But honestly, it started off as a mistake, which is pretty funny as we go on to our next play. Same team at TLID versus Twisted Minds, diving underneath that turret to an SOD coming in from Aaron Shiki to make it happen all over again. Look at that, breaking ankles.
Man, dare I say, Moskov might actually be the hero of the day if we had that. What an arc for Moskov,
A re-debuting breakout.
He's back.
A renaissance for Moskov.
Yeah, a renaissance for Moskov for sure. And yeah, of course, that was a series where we saw Team Liquid ID just perform out of their minds performance-wise. There's another one, of course. The triple kill from the Zask.
This is Detective, yeah.
Posthumous triple kill.
And then he's going to finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, he not only finishes the game, plays around this Nightmaric spawn, and goes in and out of these fights. Inadvertently, you would have imagined he would have died to the last auto attack coming in from Dexter, but nah, the Nightmaric spawn took it for the team.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that was good collaboration between the Zask and Detective's in-game genius. And now here we go, the final play, Innocence, Opus.
Oh, so good. Every motion of this. Winds of Nature to protect himself against the Suyo, knocks Detective back away, double Winter Crowns purchase immediately, just to make sure that Singh doesn't have that opportunity and they can bait the play nicely.
You know, that ended with a... He could have ended that with a Savage. If that ended with a Savage, I think that would by far be the #1 best play in the M Series history. But it will definitely be up there for what it meant and what it did. Gentlemen, any last thoughts about what we've seen so far transpire in Swiss as we are now about to close out the show and head into the draw? I'll start with you, Gideon.
Well, I'm going to say, you know, big respect, mad respects over to NPLKH, our nearby brothers. Hats off to you guys and also CFU. This squad has done so much. And also to all of those who have been knocked out, there's always going to be another year. This time around, I'm glad that at least we got 2 Malaysian teams moving on.
I have no thoughts. It's more questions because how else can we surpass what we witnessed in the Swiss? Amazing turnarounds, sudden clutch gene engagements, amazing last picks, and of course, a rebirth and a renaissance of a hero that we once thought was done for in the Moscow. These are the questions I have to live with. This is what keeps me up at night.
Greater than ever. That was the promise that we sought to achieve. And so far, we've had the greatest first leg in M-Series history that we've ever had. What else will the M6 show us? We'll see. On behalf of all the talents here at the M6 World Championship, we'll toss you on over now to our knockout draw.
For ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。明治 Panda,
Welcome, everybody. It is currently 8:36 EST +8. My name is Getting Q. This is Mirko, and we're going to be hosting and going through the moments here at the M6 Swiss stage, moving on to the draw of the knockouts here at M6.
It's been a phenomenal stage. You know, this is the first time ever in an M series that we've had the Swiss stage. And has it surpassed expectations? I think it has. I think it broke all expectations. We started off in day number 1 with it being great. And I have to say, if there is a way to end off Swiss stage, today was a damn good way to end it, bro.
I think it's the best way to actually do
Ridiculous.
so. Every single one of these days at the Swiss stage, whether it be the BO1s or when we got to the BO3s, we saw something exciting, something to look forward to each and every time. So we're gonna go through it one by one. At the very first day, I think everybody was expecting, you know, the favorites to get along together, to move on to the next 1-0 bracket rather than dropping 0-1 until the surprises start to come on through.
It was ridiculous. Day number 1 was literally a nightmare for the Malaysian crowd here.
It's horrible.
The home crowd advantage did not work out in the best of ones. The teams weren't used to it as well. We saw countless favorites taken down by the new generation. The dawn of the new generation was what we saw in day number 1, and we continued on to day number 2, where we saw again how grueling, how disgustingly close it is in the M6 World Championship. Even Vecchi said it in an interview. It's super competitive. M6 is probably the most competitive M series we've ever had.
Honestly, I have to agree with him. If we're talking meta-wise, day number 1, we didn't get to see it as often, but it started to resemble to be a problem. But in day number 2 is where we saw the biggest rise of one of the big meta picks in Bruno. The community was split on this. It was either, well, actually a vast majority of the community.
95% of the community.
95% of the community, with the 5% being us here at IOI saying, maybe there's an answer to this. Maybe don't ban it out. It ain't worth it, right?
Hey, it got to a point where even the crowd was cheering for a Bruno ban. So, hey, all right, we got to get rid of Bruno. Something has to change about that hero. But from 16 contenders, we then move on to 8 teams who were then knocked out. We got MyCam Evolve, unfortunately, Ulfednar, S2G, KBG as well, that were all knocked out. Aurora MLBB, one of the favorites coming into the M6 World Championships. BTK, who started off the Swiss stage 2-0. Twisted Minds, what's up with the 2-0 teams?
I don't know. The 2-0 teams kept on surprising our expectations until finally we get to the very end of today, where we saw some of the best games, but only some of the, honestly, some of the most heartbreaking at the same time. Yeah. Some of the favorites and those from other regions gonna have some heartbreaks while others are gonna be cheering. It's just the nature of competition. But now, from 16 contenders down to 8 teams, it is, oh boy. It is going to be one hell of a ride.
You can see the final teams right here. Well, up top first, we got RQ and FNOP, 3-0. In a 3-1 pool, we will also have NIP Flash together with Falcon Esports and Team Spirit. And last but definitely not least, Malaysia was able to crawl through the 0-2, the 1-2, the 0-1s. And now we have Vamos, Liquid, and SRG.
These teams will continue their quest to be greater than ever. It is just one step of many before we get to the final knockout stage in Axiata Arena. That semifinal, I have to admit, that semifinals and grand finals is going to be a good time, but there's still plenty of competition to be had.
And don't worry, in case you guys are wondering, you know, how will the knockout stage work out here? Will there be a draw? Yes, there will. We will be going through a knockout stage draw. And don't worry, neither me or LaFell will be touching the balls, the draws.
No.
All right? No. We can't have that happen. No talents will be doing it. It's all right. I can't tell you who it is just yet. We'll see later.
Some may even recognize them, but man, Mirko, as you've seen here today, we've seen teams, you know, really struggle. Other teams really come into their own. You think maybe the entire Swiss stage should have been a best of 3, or were the best of 1s still keeping you on your toes?
I think it kept it fresh, really. Like the best of 1s, the mixture of the best of 1s and the best of 3s, even though I think 90% of the players actually dislike the best of 1, it was volatile enough for everybody to really enjoy it. And the best of 3s in the end added intense flavor to the mix, to the M6 World Championships. Teams who didn't do well in best of 1s did amazing in best of 3. We saw SRG make it all the way through the best of 3s. in crazy matchups. They got CFU.
They got
that
CFU.
comeback, that turn would not have happened if they didn't go through the best of ones, Gideon.
That's fair. That's fair. But at the same time, it does go to show that the nature of competition never really changes. In the beginning best of ones, had they just, maybe won a game or two, they probably wouldn't be put in these types of positions in the first place. And not to mention, I think that we got to see a very good look at every other region across the world.
We got a chance to finally see what Cambodia has to offer in this M Series World Championship, right? How crazy and how good can CFU be? BTK doubted after NACT, kept on going. The reverse sweep happened, the 2-0 happened, but unfortunately, the dreams were then taken away by Vamos. And again, this makes for a good show. Vamos and SRG, both Malaysian teams making it to the knockout stages, both Indonesian teams making it to the knockout stages. And actually, for the first time since M1, only one Filipino team will make it to the knockout stage.
You're right. You're right. Honestly, they've mentioned this before. Even our scriptwriters were thinking about it as well. And they brought it up to us, the fact that this might be a repeat of history here. In M1 itself, also only one representative from the Philippines.
Axiata Arena, we're ready. We're definitely ready. And we're definitely ready, I think, for the knockout stage draws. Shall we make our way to stage?
That sounds like a good idea. Now, boys and girls, remember, as these draws are going to happen, it's not going to be us who's going to be doing it. And
don't worry.
It's going to be a little bit more interesting. All right, let me tell you. First off, it is going to be important that you guys know that the draw is going to be done as 3 different pools are put into place.
It definitely seems like, after that grueling Swiss stage, we're going to see just how many teams will have to prepare, will have to adapt, change their playstyle. I do want to tell you guys back at home, though, that the first round of the knockout stages will be a decider bracket match. So it'll be only played in the best of 3. We won't get to see best of 5s until day 2 of the knockout stages. That's when we'll see the best of 5.
That being said, coming up to the stage, and everybody here at IOI City Mall, it is time to get the draws done. Hello to everybody once again. Get ready, because this time we're hoping that, at least for Malaysian luck, we're not going to collide with each other. But for everybody else, we're hoping for the best matches possible.
So far, the Malaysian teams have been able to escape that Malaysia battle. But I guess since we're talking about Malaysia and we're in Malaysia, should we call some legends from MPL MY to do the draw for us, Gideon?
It is time to call upon our 2 very own legends. They've been playing ever since M1 and still continue to compete here today. Let us call upon both Moon and as well as Chiku guys up onto the stage to help us with the draw that we have in front of us.
Please join us on stage, Moon and Chiku. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Moon and Chiku.
Good to see you boys. Good to see you boys. It's great to have you on stage. I know, Chiku, you're a little nervous about this. Moon, you've done this before. We're hoping that you can give us a little, share that luck a little bit around for these 3 pools. Now, let me explain. With these 3 pools, each team who have been dropped have been seeded already. They will be pulled out and they will go down in the column as the format will show up behind us. We will do this one by one. But first of all, Chiku guys, I gotta ask you, your thoughts on the M6 Swiss stage so far. Is this something that you're into? Do you prefer not having to play best of ones? What do you think about it?
Saya rasa tak tahu nak cakap macam mana. Susah.
He says he doesn't know what to say because it's tough to say. It's tough until you experience it yourself, and more importantly so, it's a great format for the time until you go through it yourself.
Definitely is. It's been very volatile, and Moon, actually, you're part of this, man. You drew the teams just previously. What do you think about the Swiss stage so far? Are you proud of it? Are you proud of your own draws? Are you happy with the results here? Both Malaysian teams made it to the knockouts.
Yeah, I just feel good about that, and the draft came out better than I thought lah. So it's just great to have Malaysian team to go to the next stage.
You can see it on their faces. They're nervous about this, but I think it is time to do the draw. Now, we will start with the 3-2 pool. We will go with Moon first, and then Chiku, and then we'll rinse and repeat. So no worries. Moon's gonna show you how to do it. All right, once you are done, you can chuck them into the box that is behind us. Please make sure you show the teams to our camera. Good luck, Moon.
Good luck. So ladies and gentlemen, we will draw all the matches from Pool 3 first. All of the teams drawn in Pool 3 will then go into the selected knockout stage draw. You can see it behind us here. Pool 3 Team 1 is in the first match. Pool 3 Team 2 will be in the third match. And Pool 3 Team 3 will be in the fourth and final match. Let's see the first team drawn. Selangor Red Giants.
Ooh, that's already, okay. That's one team out of the way. It's as simple as that. Thank you so much. Now, Chiku, it is your turn.
It is your turn to go for Pool 3.
Yes.
We will go through all the Pool 3 teams, and just so you know, SRG are drawn, and they will be going up against RRQ or FNOP in Pool 1.
Keep in mind, the format behind us, the schedule will be coming out later. It will not run at the same time. Oh,
Chico got a little peek.
He's got a little sneak.
Oh!
Our next team, wait, hold on, just nailing it.
They're Malaysian. They gotta pick Malaysian teams, man.
I would have imagined it could have been a little different here. Could have been a little different. So,
Gideon, Vamos and SRG will have to go up against RRQ or FNOP.
I don't know whether it's unlucky or maybe, you know, this is part of fate. This is how it should have been in the first place.
Well, Moon, you can go and get it. We know who will be the final team, but we're gonna do this for formality. The third and final team from Pool 3, Team 3, is the Indonesian champions, Liquid Indonesia.
TLID has been pulled as the very final pick here. And I mean, we'll see who their opponents are going to be, because now we move on to the more exciting pool, and I think the more dangerous pool, some may even say.
Pool 2 is next. Firstly, Chiku, how are you feeling? How are you feeling?
A little bit, I don't know, a little bit nervous.
It's scary. It definitely is scary. It's nerve-wracking. So we'll go through Pool 2 since Moon did it earlier. Now, Chiku, go and draw Pool 2. Pool 2 Team 1 and Pool 2 Team 2. The next two teams drawn will go up against each other.
Yep.
No.
This is for...
This is for Pool 2 Team 1. Different match.
So no pressure just yet.
No pressure.
Just yet.
No pressure.
Still fun and games for the time being.
Whoa!
Oh, that is a good option. I would love to see how Falcons are going to play. But now it is time we predetermine who exactly their opponents are going to be. Moon, would you like to do us the honors?
This is the first full matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever Moon takes out of the pool will go up against Falcon Esports. Will it be NIP Flash or Team Spirit?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
NIP Flash versus Falcon Esports will be our first full matchup of the knockout stage draw.
And now, for formality, of course, we go for the very final ball here just to see who the next team is going to be to face off against.
Oh, man.
Oh boy, I just realized. It's going to be Team Spirit going into the next pool here. Oh my goodness, this matchup is already starting to look fire.
And Gideon, it's crazy how we get the last two matchups for the last two Malaysian teams. Malaysia, are you ready for the draw? They're ready. Chiku, Moon, are you ready?
I'm not ready.
Look, Chiku, the way that this is going to work, there's only two teams there. You decide who SRG are going to face up against. It's either RRQ Hoshi or Fnatic Onyx PH. Good luck.
Well, it's time to do it, to do the draw.
Moon,
who did it last? Was it Chiku?
Oh, wait, was it last? You know what? We can
both
do it
at the same time.
We can do it both at the same time.
You decide.
You decide which balls, but then we're going to get Moon to open it up first, and then Chiku, guys, okay?
Okay, we're just going to reveal two?
We're going to reveal...
Oh, they're going to swap.
First.
Wait, we got to do it one by one, though.
One by one.
Chiku first.
Oh, Chiku first? All right. That's on you. That's on you guys.
Chiku, this is Pool 1, Team 1. This is the matchup of SRG, yes. Who will SRG be facing off?
Oh, don't give me that face.
I'm so sorry.
FNOP, Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines versus SRG. Oh man, that's a rough match.
But now that just means that RRQ Hoshi is going to be paired up against Vamos. I mean, somebody had to face off against Fnop. We all knew it was going to happen, buddy. We all knew it was going to happen.
Well, Chiku, how are you feeling now after the draw, man?
Sebenarnya bagus juga untuk SRG sebab kalau dia orang kalahkan Oni awal, so no pressure untuk orang untuk next round.
He basically said it's good for SRG because if they're able to beat FNOP in the first round, it'll be a smooth road.
What about you, Moon? What do you think about the current situation we're in right now?
I think it's a great opportunity to them to study the gameplay. For them.
Keep in mind, this is to determine who goes to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. No team will be eliminated from this top 8 just yet, so we will get a true test of skill, or at the very least, a good look at what these teams are capable of.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, the reason it's a best of 3 in all these matches is because we're not officially in the knockout stage yet, technically. Not in the double elimination bracket. This is the decider bracket. Every match after the first day of the knockout stages will then be played in the best of 5, and obviously the final day will be played in a best of 7.
Man, I don't know about you, Mirko, but based off of the draws so far, are you excited for any of these matches?
How am I not excited for, like, dude, every single matchup? FNOP, SRG, Falcon, NIP, Flash, RQ, Vamos, TS, TLID. I think it's all a banger matchups. What do you guys think? Do you guys like the draws?
Someone likes the draws for sure. Someone definitely likes it. All right, Moon, I've got to ask you as legend, and I mean, unfortunate that we didn't get, the picks of yesterday and not as lucky, but do you think any of these matchups is something that you're going to come here and watch once again? Obviously Malaysian matches, but anything that interests you?
My interest, of course, gonna be Malaysian team, Fnatic Onyx vs SRG, and RRQ vs Vamos. Yeah, this is gonna be the best game.
Really? Not even Team Spirit versus TLID?
I think TS, dorang okay, but I mean Vamos and SRG is better.
Oh, okay. What about you, Chico? Do you agree as well? You're going to be looking out for those 2 matches, SRG, FNOP, and RQ Vamos, or do you have a different opinion?
Saya rasa ni draw paling bagus lah untuk SRG. Sebab tadi ada bekas manager orang pun minta nak lawan Fnatic Onyx dulu lah.
Oh, okay. So apparently this is the best draw according to Chico because apparently the manager wanted to go up against FNOP. All right, let's give a round of applause there. I mean, Chico got it. He got what he asked for.
He did. Oh my goodness, how insane. Once again, thank you so much to our 2 Malaysian legends.
Thank you so much, guys.
Chiku and as well as Moon, you may take your lead departure off of the stage and oh man.
How are you feeling, Gideon? We've been asking the players. I want to know how you're feeling.
I'm a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie. I saw how they did it, right? They took out those 2 balls, they swapped it against each other, and then Chico opened it first, and honestly, at any point, it could have been different. It could have been the other way around.
Dude, I mean, I'm just hyped for it, man. After the Swiss stage, after day number 7, we've not only seen that newer regions can rise up to the top, but we have seen teams go from 3,000 gold lead in the early game to losing it all, to then a 5,000 gold lead to, again, Innocent making a crazy Moscow play.
I'm telling you, M6 has been greater than ever. Remember that in terms of the schedule, from 7th to the 8th of December will be held here in IOI Grand Exhibition and Convention Center, even from 10th to 11th. Only on December the 14th all the way to the 15th will we be having not only the semifinals, but the finals at Axiata Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to depart ways. Thank you so much for watching today in day number 7. M6, greater than ever.